I'm very well, thank you, Matt. It was once again another nice morning to wake up to a little bit more swell than we had yesterday. And yeah, look at these waves coming through. Wow.
And Joe Marie, the local Filipino surfer, out to a blazing start. A couple of powerful outside turns. And we have a low tide this morning with that fresh ground. So not as big as anticipated, but taking off the back of yesterday. It just kept picking up, and I think that swell came a little early yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I think it did as well. It was really fun yesterday afternoon. There was definitely a couple of good sets rolling through, and it's nice to see this morning it's kind of cleaned up a little bit. There's not too much wind. Yesterday afternoon the wind kind of picked up a little bit, so there was a bit of texture on the waves, but yeah, it's beautiful and clean out there this morning. And I know that the men are so excited to be out there, and the women out there after this round as well.
Absolutely, and so there should be. I mean, it's surprising that it's almost a shame that we didn't go straight into the shortboard yesterday. We ran out of time for the next rounds because it started really cook on the high tide, and that's the beauty of this surf spot. It's right of the north of the Philippines, the home of surfing in the north, and we're here at La Union, the surfing capital. And out in the water right now we have Putra, number one from Indonesia, and we also have Taka Inui from Japan. Some of these surfers, Joe Marie and Taka, swapping the longboards for the shortboards today.
Yeah, I spoke briefly to Tucker last night, and he was saying I lost in the longboard, but I'm excited to surf in the shortboard discipline, which is going to be super exciting. Yeah, so I'm excited to see how this heat goes. And then Putra Hermawan from Indonesia and Joe Marie, as you said, from the Philippines as well. It's going to be exciting. Tucker's already locked in a 4, and Joe Marie, that first wave, a 2.5.
This morning, surfline forecast 3 to 4 feet with some 5 to 6 feet faces. I feel like it's a little bit underdone this morning, but it is a low tide. We saw yesterday with the tide increasing, the size of the swell started to jack pretty dramatically as we hit about 11 a.m. on that mid tide. And we saw some amazing waves of longboarding yesterday with JR Askable putting on an absolute clinic. Here is Putra holding that opening calf and ramping up down the inside and relishing on these sections and he doesn't ride out of that one, unfortunately. How crucial is that going to be?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crucial, that one. I think, especially for the start of the heats, it's good to get a good start, get a finish, and then kind of move through from that. Taking the edge off, taking the nerves out, and flowing through from that. So for Putra, it could potentially come back to haunt him a little bit in this heat, but I mean, we're still early stages, 4 minutes in, and look at these waves coming through. There's plenty of opportunities.
25-minute heats, which is fantastic, and ample opportunity for these surfers to get lots of waves. On the tide at this break, we often see an upper part of the reef and an inside section as well, and that offers that variety. That offers a lot of opportunity.
Yeah.
You had your heat yesterday.
Yeah. I felt really lucky because I had yourself, Matt, and Jerry and John kind of helping me out, and I'd never surfed here before, so I was a bit like, I don't really know what to expect, but the wave is super fun. It's kind of, there's definitely some steeper sections when you can find them out there. Otherwise, there's some really nice carve sections that you can just really carve through. And watching all the longboarders yesterday, I had to kind of approach it differently because I was used to kind of, watching that, as we were saying, style, flow, and grace. So I had to just change the mindset a little bit and go into what I know how to do. So yeah, it was super fun, and there's definitely opportunities out there if you want to sit deeper or if you want to sit a little bit wider as well.
And one of the key elements of judging criteria today will be, as head judge Ty explained last night at the welcoming ceremony, they want to see big surfing. They want to see big sections, big turns. They want to see some radical approach to the sections, because it is primarily just a right-hand point break that doesn't close out, but there is meaty sections that can be capitalized on. So risk is going to be crucial, but most importantly, as I said, because it is a point break, we're looking for that flow element, and how hard is it to incorporate as we catch up with this wave for Putra again, under priority. So he's on that inside section, true, ramps up for long floater, and he rides out of that one. So looking like a glassy Indo morning out there right now. No wind.
Yeah, it looks really fun, and I think maybe it's a little bit tricky to kind of decipher which of the waves are going to kind of allow you a few more opportunities as opposed to ones where you only get that one connection. But I think, we were watching all the surfers, well, I was yesterday afternoon in the free surf, and I know Taka was out there just enjoying his time, and beautiful carve to start this one off, Matt.
Yeah, and lining up this end section and unable to ride out. So a little bit of turbulence out there, low tide. Although creating those sections, a little bit of water moving. And one thing I might add is the Indonesian, the Japanese surfer, and the Filipino surfer all riding really small boards. They're all around the 5.5, 5.6, 5.7 mark. And when you get a board that small in the foam, it's really difficult to ride out, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You kind of have to stay really controlled, stay over the center of your board and be stable. And I think, especially with those oncoming sections, I know that it got me yesterday afternoon on one and I fell because I wasn't centered over my board and I wasn't embracing that impact. So I think that's going to come into play today.
Yeah, and when you let your board be vulnerable in the whitewater, you really want to be carrying a lot of that speed and be glued to your board, as you said. That's where the training element comes in. And we do see a lot of these surfers crossing over to the ISA and training for the Olympics and trying to mark their name in the history books. And that's where these, all the squats, that's where the cross training comes in, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these surfers, whether it's longboarding or shortboarding, they spend a lot of time training and, being fit, trying to get toned, and be really strong as well, because there's a real fine line between, I guess, being a CrossFitter and kind of bulking up muscle, whereas being lean. And as surfers, we want to be lean because we don't want to be too solid on our feet, because that's when you can break boards or you can kind of overpower. So it's important to stay fit, but it's a real fine line.
Yeah, the mobility element is so crucial.
Yeah.
The strength and mobility, and
lots of yoga.
Very much so, and holding foundation stretches through the core, and everything's connected from the toes right through to the fingertips. And when you're surfing a shorter board, these are all they're either EPS, carbon, or they're going to be glassed with maybe a single 4 ounce. I think we'll not see a single stock board in the lineup today, being that these surfers are all of lighter frame and they need surfboards that are reactive. And the balance of that, the surfers that do have that mobility and that strength combined, they'll capitalize on those sections, as we see Taka here. He's got a 2-wave total at the moment and critical section.
Wow.
And he eyed that one off, and the judge will appreciate the drama in that first turn. And that's all it's going to give him. So opening up the 4 and a 3.25 out to an early lead. The Japanese surfer is leading from the Indonesian with the 2.05 and the 2.75. But Jean-Marie, just at opening wave of the 2.5, he was looking the most calm and controlled in that opening exchange. So using his local knowledge and perhaps waiting for the set of the day. And Putra here, nice opening snap there and carving that one back around. And this one keeping it back into the power source. Not going to give him anything dramatic on the end, but as we saw yesterday, that end section, when that tide comes in, there will be a ramp, and it'll be shallow too.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see that. I feel like hopefully we'll see some of the women. I know Nanaho Suzuki is quite happy to be in the air. So hopefully we'll see that trend start to move throughout the day. But I really liked that wave from Putra. He didn't try to race that first section. He kind of just faded back a little bit to make the most of that critical section at the start of the wave and then get that carve in. So I feel like he'll be rewarded decently on that wave. And I think, sometimes being the first heat of the day can be really tricky because you have to figure out, where the judges' heads are at, and you need to you want to surf to how you know that you can, but it's hard to determine where it's going to land. So that 5.25, that last of Putra's, I think that gives him a really good indication of what he needs to do to get good scores.
And it was a combination of maneuvers there. So that's a key word in the criteria for today too. Major maneuvers, but if you can combine them and flow into that next maneuver, carrying that speed from the dramatic turn, you're going to get great points. It's almost just like open up the cash register and pull the money out. The wave is just opening up that canvas, and the surfer, if they can capitalize, draw those lines and create a bit of drama, they're going to get those points. Taka with just a 4 on the other hand. It was actually a 3 for that single turn. Lost that momentum
Yeah.
as he was coming back down, and just to communicate to the viewers at home that this is the qualifying event and these surfers are vying for the opportunity to boost up the rankings in the Asian region to make it onto that Challenger Series, of which the judging is the same judges are here right now, and these surfers will cross over to some of the CT events as well. So it might feel a little harsh, but at the same time, it's training these surfers and giving them a pedestal to, if you want to get there, you got to start here. And if you're doing well here, there's a good chance you're going to carry that momentum through onto the Challenger Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you touched on before last night, Ty, the head judge was saying big turns, big sections equals big scores. So that's what the judges want to see. They want to see, as you said, that commitment, that combination of maneuvers. And I think today it's the perfect playground for that. You know, there's no excuses. There's sections out there. It's a little bit bigger than yesterday. So if you can commit to those big turns, that's where we're going to see big scores locked in.
And given that it is the point break element, this will make things a little bit more interesting than what we see in some other QS events, because it's a section-y point break. I liken it to something like in Australia, maybe like Cabarita crossed with maybe like a poor man's Bells Beach.
Yeah, kind of a Currumbin Alley kind of
Currumbin,
vibe
there you go,
as well.
section-y point break. Obviously on idle tides,
Yeah.
and you'll get a perfect wave, but it'll take local knowledge to really find those. And the longboarders mentioned that yesterday. Some really seasoned veterans like Taka Inui was knocked out.
Yeah.
And he's in our shortboard event right now, but he said it was tricky to find those waves that offered that opportunity where you could perform that combination. Give yourself an hour, you might be able to work it out, but you're in a 25-minute heat with 3 other surfers. It's a tricky scenario anywhere in the world.
And especially with that free surf time as well. I know that all surfers, whether they're longboard or shortboarders, like to have free surf time. They like to spend time out in the lineup, figure out where they're going to sit, what waves are the best ones to catch. But unfortunately, when there's about 100 other surfers out there with you, because I think there's 110 competitors across all divisions, it makes it tricky to find the best wave. So you really need to, be on land watching that. And that was a beautiful carve to start this one off for Putra.
Yeah, looking just to drop a 275, finding a mid-sized wave, and he's staying complete and gets the end section as well. So that's the first completed wave that we've seen this morning. And although it wasn't a bigger wave, he just needs to drop a 275. So a great combination of maneuvers and really showcasing that criteria. You can see his paddle back out. He's calm, cool, and collected. What did you make of that one, True?
I liked it. I liked those first 2 carbs. That second one, he was just gliding through, just driving through it. So I thought it was nice. And then that little bit of spice on the end turn, that bit of drama, really added to the value of that wave. So we'll see where it comes in as, but it'll definitely better that 275.
So Joe Marie's out the back right now. He had a great heat yesterday in the longboard, but he's in white. He's moved down the point a little bit. He was way up the point before. 10 minutes 40 remaining. What's his strategy? You can see him paddling away right now.
Yeah, I think maybe he's trying to find one of those wider sets that are coming through. Looks like there's a lump coming to him right now. I'm sure he spent a lot of time here getting to know the lineup. And here he goes having a paddle mat.
Yeah, so backside, ramping off the bottom. So a little setup carve there. And this one gets a little steeper, a little caught up there. And just a little bit off tilt on this wave. But he does go complete, so that timing a little bit off, but he rides out.
Yeah, he does well to ride out on that one. Joe Marie is actually part of the UPSA grassroots program. So UPSA, the Philippine Surfing Association, they, are really pushing for all the surfers in the Philippines and giving them as much support as they can to help them chase their dreams. And I think it's really a powerful thing to have most of these Filipino surfers be supported like that. And that last one, though, of Putra, that was a 6, so his best wave.
Yeah, that was I think a very valid score for the day. And if we have a little bit of a lull here, Putra's on the left-hand side of the screen, as you can see, but Taka Inui priority. It'd be nice to get a replay of that if possible, because that will set the precedent for the day. Obviously, it's a heat-by-heat structure with the judging, so they've got a scale, and it'll slide depending on the waves in each heat. And tell us a little bit more about your interpretation of that. And you can't look at a heat at 9 a.m. and expect to do the same surfing at 4 p.m., right?
Yeah, exactly. Surfing changes, the surf changes literally within the hour. So it's super important to be able to adapt, and definitely keeping an eye on what the judges want to see. But I think, that common theme stays, that commitment, big scores, big turns, is what we'll see, good surfing. That's what will produce good surfing. And whether it's at 9 or 4, I think that stays throughout the day, but maybe adjusts a little bit depending on whether the swell gets bigger or if it gets smaller. But I definitely think, especially the Asia series, a lot of the men and the women, they're not scared to go and do something a little bit different, and really hit the sections in the tighter pocket, or find something that's, where they can drive a little bit harder. So I think, especially when we get into the next round for the men, the round of 32, and we're moving into the seeded round for the women, we're going to see some good surfing.
And looking ahead here, this is Tucker on his biggest wave yet. Deep bottom turn, and cuts that turn short, and gets really low in his turns there. This one shouldering out a little bit, and unfortunately not able to convert to, well, perhaps not bettering that 3.25, but some action on the outside. I'm just casting my eyes over the draw for that round of 32 coming up after these 4 heats, and some big names coming up there. We have Kian Martin coming through, Hiroto Ohara, we have Tenchi and Katut, Oni Anwar, Maramar, and Daiki Tanaka as well. So coming in the red singlets, carrying a lot of momentum, these surfers. It's going to be very interesting to see where it falls, and even surfers like Danny Widianto, who really raised some eyebrows over there at the wave pool in Korea.
Yeah, he definitely did, competing in both the longboard and the shortboard. Yeah, it was great to watch. I think, he's kind of one of those surfers where he's got that natural water talent that everyone craves, and if you don't have it, you envy it, for sure. And Danny, he just seems really at peace out there, and it's great to watch.
Any highlights in there for you? Any heats coming up that any surfers in particular in the men's draw that...
Well, I'm excited to see for the next round, Keijiro Nishi. He's currently leading the rankings for the Asia series. He won the event in South Korea. But JR, I noticed, is in that first heat as well. So he's kind of making the leap over too. I was talking with Luke Landrigan yesterday, and he said he's an exceptional shortboarder as well, which I have not seen yet. So I'm looking forward to be able to watch that heat and, see the talent that he has, which everyone raves about. There's so many surfers in here. Hiroto Ohara, Marima, one of the Filipino surfers from here, taking out Cloud9, also having his debut on the Challenger Series as well. Not really having the greatest year, but I feel like, finding his feet in the Challenger Series.
And coming back home to another QS in the Philippines, perhaps bringing some of that momentum and some of that experience that traveling the world can give you, and definitely learning a lot and catching a back up now. Putra now hits that one vertical and gets a little bit of tail slide behind the section here. Goes vertical again. Carries that momentum through to another searing carve on the inside section. And just that, carrying that momentum, great body language. He's looking calm and cool as he kicks out of that wave.
That was nice. I really liked that wave. There was not really too much downtime in between turns, really driving through each one. So I think that he'll be rewarded for that. Each wave, he just seems to be getting better and better.
Very solid surfer. You can see he's very neutral-footed as well.
Yep.
First thing comes to mind is Kaio Abeli. A very similar style turn, that searing carve, and using his body shape to his advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. You pretty much summed that up. I agree. Putra is such a smooth surfer, and I feel like he knows exactly when to push it a little bit more. And surfing perfect waves in Indonesia most of his life, it's where you can really refine your craft. But Tucker up and riding on this one.
So only looking to drop a 3.25, takes off on the smaller wave though, and he's got an inside section, and he goes incomplete. Tries to free the tail on that wave, but leaving Obiza out the back with priority, only looking to drop a 2.5, but he's at 2.95 to move into that second spot. You'd have to say right now that's 2 power carves.
Yeah, really, it's 2 power carves, and he's into second, and Tucker's in trouble. I think that last wave of Tucker, he had a good start, and he probably pushed it a little bit too much at the end. He probably could have just tagged it, maybe let the fins fly a little bit, but not too much, like he did on that last one, and he would have been replacing that 3.25. But that score is still yet to come in, so we'll see if it betters anything. But a 7 for that
Putra.
last wave of Putra.
Yeah, I think well awarded, taking off where he left off the 6, listening to the criteria and identifying which wave's going to give it to him. Starting off with a bit of rough wave selection, coming through at the end of this heat with some momentum. But it's the Filipino who's down in a 3rd spot, chasing a 2.95. Probably wondering how he got to this point right now, starting off with the best wave of the heat and going incomplete. So he's going to be praying for a set right now. And Tucker's going to be hoping that the time will just run out right now. And that next heat coming up is going to be a banger, an international affair as well, with the Balinese Russian surfer Nikita Avdiv, who's going to be coming up. He's a really dynamic, goofy footer. We have Neil Sanchez from the Philippines and Ki Zhu from China. And we have Toki Rabala Manansoa.
Well done. Yeah, that's going to be a really good heat to watch. I think, the surfing, everyone's got an equal playing field, and I've spent a lot of time watching events where it's not like this, perfect running rights, and I'm excited to watch the rest of this round as well. Aoi from Japan, he'll be in Heat 3. He's had a really great campaign, especially throughout the back end of the year last year. Toby Espion as well from the Philippines, a great surfer. We've got Kieran Smith from Great Britain as well. I've not seen too much of his surfing, but I'm looking forward to watching it. J.R. Dalciso as well, also in Heat 4. So really stacked heats, even for the round of 40. And Tucker up and riding, trying to better that 3.25. You can see him looking out the back. Solid opening carve to start this one off, but has to pull through.
And that's not going to be that score.
Wow, so this is Jamari Abreza.
Wow, using his priority.
Yeah.
Under 2 minutes to go. And that you'd have to say that is a priority mistake, leaving the heat leader out the back with a minute 45 remaining. I wonder what he saw in that wave, True. Maybe a big long wall and it shut down ahead of him.
Yeah. I'm wondering, if that was the case. I mean, a minute 30 and a 2.95 is probably thinking one backhand snap.
Yeah.
And I've got the score. This is a replay, I believe, of this 6 and 7 of Putra. I believe this is the 6.
Yeah.
Love this carve here. Really smooth, driving through it. Gets a little bit of flair there, and then this is where he just kind of finishes it off, ties the knot. And, that was a
7.
really nice one. And, the 7 straight off into that first turn. You can see him just coming through. I love how he just gets on top of the foam on that one and then driving through this one, really opening up the shoulders. And once again, getting another nice carve there for a good finish. I think that was, 2 really well-surfed waves for Putra.
Yeah, definitely the highlight of the heat. Second priority, I can see he's moved further up the point. And this could be the small wave. He only needs a small wave, 30 seconds to go. This could be it. He needs to go something, 30 seconds remaining. You'd have to say, with just a marginal 2.95, a 2-turn combo, it doesn't even have to be a set. And I'm sure there's a lot of Filipinos on the edge of their seat right now, just praying that he can get a wave. You can see Putra right now trying to use his priority, and it looks like it's going to come right down to the wire. Putra presses the go button, using his priority. 5 seconds remaining. We'll see what happens on the outside. He ramps up for the inside, just a bit of flair, but that was a strategic move there. And it looks like, he did get a wave. I believe the camera did. Wow. So we'll have to see if we can get a replay of that wave there, but it seems like he's gone complete too.
Yeah. A 2.95 is not a big score. I'm wondering if that's, nerves or frustration. Here he goes.
Whoa.
Oh, one big backside turn, and he likes it. You can see the passion.
Yeah.
2.95, as we said, not a big score. And I said before, I think one backhand snap could do that. Had a little bit of release. I think he'll come close to the score.
I think it'll be right there, and it'll be interesting to see where that falls. And we're just going to wait for those scores to be locked in before they kick off that next heat. And it was enough to get him in a second place. We're going to go to a commercial break. I'm going to come back for heat number 2, round 40, very shortly.
Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. We are into Heat 2 of the WSL La Union International Pro. My name's Matt, the Waxhead Chinosky. I'm joined by True Starling, and it's a pleasure to call this heat this morning. What have you made of that first heat out on the water today, True?
Oh, that first heat was super exciting. Putra putting on a show, and that pretty much last 10 seconds we see a flip, and Jamare Ebueza moves into second. Taka Anui unfortunately bowing out.
Yeah, that was right down to the wire, and it's, as viewers, it's what we love to see. Keeps the energy going right to the end of that 25-minute heat, and this is the round of 40. But a little barrel there with a section there for our surfer Neil Sanchez, the local Filipino, and Nikita Avdiv, who's living in Bali, Russian heritage, and Ki Zhu from China, and we have Toki, who's out there in the green, who saw get that first wave of the exchange. So 25-minute heats, these surfers vowing for an opportunity to progress through to the round of 32, and Nikita having a little paddle there. And first and second of this heat will go into, first we'll go into a heat with Hiroto Ohara and Raiha Onui and Robert Magaluna. And the person who comes second, they're going to unfortunately be against Tenchi, Danny Widianto, and Made as well. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's a strong lineup of surfers that these surfers are going to have to get through to progress through the round. And we have an interview loading up, but we're going to catch back up right now with Key on his backside there, and he goes complete as well, putting his body on the line. And we'll catch up with post-heat interview with Putra down there on the beach right now.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Magandang umaga, naimbag na bigat, and to our first winner, salamat pagi, Putra. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great.
Okay, so coming here to La Union, how many boards did you bring? I'm curious about your quiver.
I just brought 3 boards.
And what is this board you're riding now?
The 265.
Harlem board from Japan. And
First wave,
my magic board at the moment.
5.0.
So right now we are surfing in low tide conditions. The tide is building as the day progresses. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the waves out there were kind of breaking fast, but you were still able to connect the sections well, and you scored waves in the 5 and 6 range. So how familiar are you with the waves here in Mona Lisa?
This is my second to come to La Union, and the waves is really fun. I just got 2 good score and to make it through.
I think we know you more as a barrel rider, because in 2013 you defeated barrel master in Siargao, Osot Alcala. That was roughly 10 years ago, yeah?
11, I think. 11.
Okay, so we're looking forward to perhaps having another event in Siargao so we can see more barrel rides from Putra. But in the meantime, take it away and thank your sponsors and friends.
Yeah, I would like to thank you for the sponsor, UQ Brand and Pak Din. Thank you so much for the support. See you next round.
All right, so back to the live stream. Thank you. Okay.
Interview there, having defeated the barrel champion 11 years ago back in Cloud 9, and here he is back at Mona Lisa Point putting on a clinic of transitional surfing, I'd love to say, just utilizing the rail, freeing the fins up, so a different type of surfing there from Putra, but some action in this heat so far in the inset, and we saw our surfer from China open up the 5 and key with that solid backhand attack, and everyone else going incomplete so far. And these surfers hustling for a bit of position. The 4-person lineup looking a little more condensed than what we saw in that last heat, True.
Yeah, it definitely is. Everyone's not so spread out. They're quite close together, and looks like Nikita having a good look at this one. He's not really had a solid score, so use of priority, nice opening backside snap.
And there he is, carving his way through and looking on the inside section. And he goes incomplete, and I was just about to say, looking like a little Chungu right-hander there on the beach break where he hones his skills. He had a movie premiere not so long ago, a few months ago, that was documenting his travels within the islands, and he's carrying a lot of momentum, and why wouldn't you be when you base yourself out of Bali for being a professional surfer?
Absolutely. Bali's a place where a lot of people relocate from there, and this is the Chinese surfer, Key, up and riding.
Oh, committed backside float there, and he's getting down the line there, so a functional maneuver. Oh, and Nikita duck diving underneath him right there and getting that momentum down the line, and nearly incomplete there, but that strong wide stance, nice and stable there for Key, and he gets the longest wave of the morning so far with a couple of key sections. What did you make of that one, True?
Yeah, I thought it was a good wave. We didn't really see him get too vertical on that one. A bunch of floaters. So I'm excited to see a little bit of variety on his next few waves. That was just Toki Joe Kennedy just coming off the back of that one. I actually believe, from memory, I met Joe in Siargao. No, actually, I met him in India last year, and he's from Madagascar. So he's from Madagascar, and loveliest human being. He's got the biggest smile, so it's good to see him back here in the Philippines.
Yeah, and he'll feel at home in the warm water as well, and a lot of these surfers who've had to go over to Korea for the last QS 3000 were faced with snow and icy conditions. You were there, True. What was the reaction of a lot of these surfers?
A lot of these surfers, especially from the Philippines, have never seen snow before, and a lot of the Indonesian as well. The Japanese are used to kind of surfing in that cold water with snow coming down, and a lot of them actually do spend a lot of time at that wave pool in South Korea. So they've, really put the time in to get used to the different sections and what's going on. But it was full excitement. It was something that you don't think you're ever going to experience. You're in South Korea, you're at a wave pool, and it starts snowing. How many times are you going to get that in your lifetime? So there was big smiles, everyone was jumping around. It was super cool.
Yeah, special moment, absolutely. And for a lot of these surfers, they'd never even worn a full suit, let alone booties, hoods, and gloves as well. So putting that in perspective, some great performances. And someone who's not afraid of booties and gloves and full suits is Nikita, who maybe is feeling a little bit out of sorts right now in board shorts. Maybe we need to put some booties and some a hood on him right now. But no, he's well accustomed to the warm water. Opening up with, on his first wave, was a 4. So the judge is appreciating the first 2 turns on that 4, but incomplete on that one. So he's in second place. But it's Key who locked in a 4.4. I think majority of those scores coming from the size of the wave. He did go complete, and a little bit of commitment on that backside floater where he's got that wide stance, very neutral footed. So he's going up and he's tail dropping almost down, and he's landing with a little bit of flow. He's landing flat on the board, which is what we talked about in the previous heat. When you're riding a smaller board, you have to be really committed.
Yeah.
And any type of whitewash that'll come from behind you, will knock you off and be a hindrance. So if you're going to commit, you need to ride out of it with that wide stance and really control the momentum of that board and control a key part of that criteria. And what else are they looking for, True?
Speed, power, flow, and I think today's like that is where you can really demonstrate it, and it's exciting. We want to see a little bit of variety, a bit of progression as well from the surfers, which I'm sure that we'll see very shortly. I think as well, touching on the shorter boards, you have to really be committed off the bottom too. If you're riding a shorter board and the waves are a little bit bigger, sometimes it can skip out. So I think a lot of these surfers riding these shorter boards, they're used to that. They're used to using their power, using their legs and the strength that they, build at the gym and while they're training. So, that would have been a nice one for Key, but going over.
Going for the lobster dive there for Key. That's what we generally call someone who's nose diving and going face down. It does get a little shallow in there right now. It's patchy reef and sand as that tide moves in. That inside section does get relatively shallow. So if you are able to get one of those longer waves and connect it to the inside, although you might get some points, there's a little bit of risk involved. And those rocks are fairly sharp, True.
Yeah, they are. And sometimes, surfing reefs, if you're not used to it, can be a little bit daunting. Surfing over rocks can be daunting. I remember in Taiwan last year, a lot of people were thinking, I don't know how to get out from here, because out right in front of the break, there's a bunch of rocks. And then just to the left, there's actually a little beach that you can just walk down a little track and then paddle
Where's
out
that in
from
Taiwan?
the beach. In Taiwan.
Yes.
Yep, at Jinzun Harbour. And I think, you just got to adapt to where you're at and spend as much time as you can in different places and putting yourself out there, putting yourself outside of your comfort zone. And, going to these places like here and Bel Air, where we'll be going next, you don't get to choose that. So you have to just really embrace the differences. And it's exciting to see all these surfers, really bringing a different attitude to each event.
Yeah, and it's the beach break, the point break, the reef break. That's what is on this QS series over in Asia, and it's what we find in different waves. And here we have Neil, spicy surfing there, gets the float, and he's carrying that momentum down the line. And a lot of the surfers incomplete in this heat. Perhaps the waves slowing down a little bit compared to what we saw in that last heat, True, but some nice signs there for the surfer currently in third place. But 2.56, where do you think that'll go, that wave?
Yeah, I think 2.56, it's funny, it can either be a really easy score to get or actually quite a hard one. So we'll see. I think it'll be somewhere near that, but he's going to have to do a little bit more if he wants to challenge for that first place. A 5 and a 4.4 right now. And I feel like, maybe at the start to the middle of that last heat, we probably saw a little bit more consistent sets, and then it slowed down towards the end. So hopefully we'll see the ocean start to come alive, but maybe a little bit of morning sickness right now.
And, Key just a little bit off balance there and gets a nice power carve there. And again, just a nice tap off the top. And I mean, he's right on the edge of, for a better word, bogging rail nearly every turn, but that strong stance is able to pull it off, and it looks like he's on a sharp eye, and he's got that carbon strip down the middle. And let's have a look when he flips that around.
Yeah, definitely a sharp eye there.
The reason I mention that is because I've seen a few surfers with that carbon strip down the middle, and it seems they've got the carbon on the deck. We'll get back to that in a moment. Whoa, and that's just Toki there. A nice opening re-entry, and he's got a cool flow on this wave. Slapping that one off the top as well, carrying that momentum through. So strong, complete wave there. That'll be Toki's best so far. How was that first turn?
Yeah, that was awesome. As I said, I saw a little bit of Joe surfing in India, so I'm excited to see how he goes throughout the rest of this heat. But that was a really, really great wave, and he's challenging for a 4.25 for sure. He got a couple of great connections, so potentially we could see another change in the leaderboard.
And Joe, is that a name that he likes to go by?
Yeah. So I was introduced to him as Joe Kennedy.
Right.
So yeah, that's how I know him. But yeah, as I said before, he's a beautiful human being, biggest smile. So it's good to see him back in the Rashi.
Well, Joe, we'll see where that score goes. if there was any critique on that one, it was no release of the fins. He carried that momentum pretty laterally down the line. But the best thing is that he completed, and he'll build some momentum because he's currently in 4th place. And judges will take their time, use the replay. They do have the advantage of a replay there right now, and they have been using it all day yesterday. I saw every heat. There was an opportunity for them to utilize that replay in a very professional judging panel right now. And Neil moved up into 2nd place, the Filipino surfer who just scored a 3.4 with that fast, spicy floater. And 2nd in priority, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. Lively opening power carve there, back into the pocket. And he's going to try and find a connection on the end, and he sticks with it. Perhaps using that local knowledge. And Nikita on the outside, using his priority. And watching on the inside, so Neil gets the completion. Very busy wave. And some moments of excellence on that small wave. What do you think that'll be locked in at, True?
I think he did really well to move through with that wave. It was a smaller one. That first opening hard carve was, it definitely made an impression. And I think he did well to kind of move through to the inside. I think it'll better his 3.5 in my opinion. But I'm wondering if it will challenge for that 5.9 because it was a smaller wave.
And the camera angles are quite glamorous. They make it look pretty cool.
Yeah, they do for sure, and not taking away from the surf because it looked really beautiful this morning. But you got to take into account that I'm wondering if the judges are going to kind of cap the score because the wave is a little bit smaller. But we'll see where it comes in. Again, it's the 2nd heat of the morning, so the judges are just really finding their feet right now and figuring out where scores are going to land and what surfing they're going to expect to see.
Wasn't a big wave, but it was good surfing, above average surfing. So I won't be surprised if it falls as the best wave of the heat, maybe surpassing that 5.9 he requires. But the other end of the spectrum, if it goes under, say in the mid-5s, 5, I'm not going to be surprised either because of the size of that wave.
Yeah.
Opening turn, majority of points will come from.
Yeah, I think so. It just locked in a 4.75, so... Yeah, definitely his best wave of the heat. 2nd best one as well. So he needs that 4.66 to go to first. So I think, the judges liking the surfing but saying, hey, we want to see that on a bigger wave.
And that inside section wouldn't have accounted for much. Although it was good surfing, that downtime and milking the end might have accounted for about a quarter of a point, half a point.
Yeah.
Which can be enough to get you through, as we saw Jo-Marie in that last heat. Snuck through in the 2nd spot. But a 4.75, one judge went 5.5, another one went as low as a 4.4, so they average it out with the 4.75. But Nikita still holding on to that 2nd place. He improved on his total of 4.9 on his last wave. We saw him up on the inset there, so he must have got some work done on his opening 2 turns. And he's scratching and holding on to that 2nd spot. 7 minutes to go. 4-man format, QS... grovel is always very tricky to earn your right to get through to that next heat. What do you prefer, 4 or 2-person heats?
That's a really good question. I like having a 4-person heat because you can kind of catch heaps of waves, but 2-person heats are a luxury when it comes to priority. And I think, especially in conditions like this, 2-person heats can really play into your favour. But I'm also kind of old school. I grew up competing surfing in the sense where there was no priority. It was hassle. And I love hassling. I love getting that inside, getting a little bit of mongrel out. So for myself, I really enjoyed doing that in 4-person heats in the junior series. But priority has definitely taken all of that out, and it's allowed people to really capitalize on that. And I think 4-person heats up until the round of 16 like we have is great, but that pointy end, the quarterfinals and above, 2-person heats is crucial.
And it allows the judges to really hone in and focus on the intricate details of the performance, I feel, and makes it a little better for the viewer where they can really decipher the replays, and we can go through it and analyze those and really break up the scores. And we want to see good surfing. Sometimes when there is no waves, you wish there was, 2 people out there because 4 people are just waiting and scrapping for something. But also when it's super pumping, you're seeing waves go by. That's for a viewer, it's very painful to watch. And Nikita on the left here and snapping that one off, and that end section providing a little bit of oomph there. So it's going against the grain that first turn, a little caught up.
Yeah, kind of cut it a little bit short maybe to try and make more of a moment on that last one. But that previous right that he got was actually a 4.9. So he's moved himself into second. No one's really been nudging for that first spot. Key is still holding that with a 5 and a 4.4. And I think, you know, Neil Sanchez, he's down in third. He needs a 4.16. And Joe Kennedy, a 4.9. His last wave was a 4. This is the replay of it as well. Nice first turn. Maybe a bit more of a foam climb. And then this is where he starts to really light it up with these steeper sections. You can see him racing along here straight up into the lip, throwing a bit of spray. And again, for another one here. So this was the 4 of Joe Kennedy's, and I think the judges liked the surfing, but would have been cool to see a couple of more steeper sections on that wave. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers.
And a 4.75 for that. And I'm going to say the majority of points just came from that opening turn.
Absolutely.
Not much scoring opportunity through the inside section, but good surfing nonetheless. Yeah,
really good surfing. And I think, you know, great determination to make it through to this inside and get 2 steep snaps. But yeah, I agree. A bulk of that score is off the back of that first turn. And I think even if he pulled off, he probably would have got something close to that.
Well, now needing a 4.16, Sanchez down into third spot, and Joe needing a 4.91. So both these surfers, third and second in priority. They've got an interesting 3 minutes left on the clock. See who plays that chess match better than each other. So Nikita keeping really busy under priority. Goes for a little semi-air fin throw there. Puts his body into that turn. So he's down in a fourth, needing a 4.51. And here he is using his third priority. This is Neil. Goes to the air. Oh, no, and he slides off.
Wow.
So chasing that 4.16, you'd have to say the score would have been right there if you could ride out of that. So it goes incomplete, leaving the door open for Joe and maybe saving Nikita.
Yeah, I think so. I think, I was really surprised. I was thinking, oh, yep, cool, he's a ride out for sure. So just coming unstuck at the end and current heat leader up and riding Key. Nice opening carve, Matt.
Yeah. So he's looking to drop a 4.4, and this wave shouldering out right now, and he's staying with it, pumping down the line. He gets a little bit of an inside ramp, but we haven't seen these scoring too well through the day. And the other end of the spectrum, we see Joe Kennedy with the layback jam. So these surfers with a late flurry, the Chinese surfer and the Madagascan surfer, leaving Nikita in second place out there by himself. So he'll be very keen to hear that exchange, and he'll be listening to that beach announcer very carefully. And it does look like there's a wave on the outside section. And interesting to note, last night we had the opening ceremony. Not too many of these competitors were there to enjoy it because they knew there was going to be waves this morning. Going to be up nice and early. That was a beautiful ceremony at Flotsam and Jetsam, just up the road there.
Yeah, it was. It was nice to be a part of, and embracing the Filipino culture, as well as, there's so many people that have come to, really support this event, whether that's financially or for the surfers. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that. And that's what last night was about. It was to thank everyone that's been here and to acknowledge who's made this event possible.
Yeah, a lot of speeches and a lot of thank yous, and rightfully so, laying the platform for the Philippine surf community and allowing WSL to host this QS 3000 here at La Union and at Belair as well. And that extends over to Cloud9, which is synonymous with professional surfing. Thank you to Jerry Deegan, who's going to be coming up next in the commentary booth, and he'll have a little bit of insight on some of the surfers in the draw, having seen them pop across to Siargao and try their luck at that event throughout the years. But 50 seconds remaining. It is looking like the Russian surfer and the Chinese surfer have been saved by some poor wave selection from Joe Kennedy and just a 1.5 for Neil Sanchez. So the Filipino surfer is out there next to Nikita. You can see blue and red on the right-hand side of the screen. There is a set coming. 30 seconds to go. Might just get here in time. Nikita's hoping that it doesn't, and Neil is hoping that it does. And Nikita's not keeping his eye on Neil. You see him on the inside there.
Yeah, I think that's an error. I think that's an error from Nikita if this wave does something, but looks like Neil's just paddled himself too far in, and Nikita is going to get this one anyway. And
he's up before the hooter. And strategic move there, but this could be one of his best waves yet if he can go complete. And he doesn't, but that's okay. He was in second place. Wow. So fireworks to round out these first two heats of the day. But at the end of the day, it was Kizu from China and Nikita Avdiv, the Russian Balinese surfer, who's progressing through that next round. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we're going to bring in Jerry Deegan next.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Welcome back to the QS 3000. We're with Jerry Deegan right now, the Union International Pro.
Presented by WSL. How are you this morning, Jerry?
I'm great. The wax head. Don't mind that I call you the wax head.
Absolutely fine.
That's your tag. Yeah, very happy. The surf's pumping. It's glassy. I don't know what more we could ask for, really. The quality of the surf's really high, and I imagine it'll get higher as the thing progresses. Hopefully the wind will stave off and we won't have to worry too much about that. But, I mean, look at that. It's just beautiful. And there's John Carby, one of our fellow commentators who's chosen to get out there and have a slash. I kind of think we should have done the same thing, but Carby's probably a bit more competent than I am, and it's probably not a terrible way for him to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Quick start. He's getting the arms moving as he gets back out there, and we'll be pretty light on him throughout this heat.
I think we'll be harsh on him.
Okay.
So John's living in Shargo. He's lived there, I would say, 10 to 12 years. His wife has a school there. They do charitable work. They're the kind of people you want, they come in, they're very generous to everyone. They like I said, she's built up a school, which is one of the best schools there. And John is also the coach of the national team and just a genuine all-round good guy. And now, instead of getting paid to be a commentator, he's out there surfing. So I'm feeling kind of ripped off.
Yeah, he may be just pushing some of the other surfers in the heat. So we have Aileen Magos in the Philippines, and John's actually surfing under that Philippine flag. We have Aoi Aguri from Japan and Ming Jiang Liu. So, wow, the Japanese surfer Aoi starting off with a bang there. You can see strong carve on the inside section too. And the judges are looking for that speed, power and flow, but commitment to major sections has been scoring throughout the morning so far. And with a right-hand point break like this, there is some sections a little bit tricky to keep that momentum flowing throughout.
Definitely. There's certainly flat sections there, and they need to decide whether it's worth staying on the wave, having a lot of downtime. Is there going to be that inside section? Because I find at this tide, there's a little less than there will be later in the day. But there are certainly still some inside sections in there, and they've just got to look down the line and make their decisions. It's hard for us with this angle. Same as the people at home don't really get to see down the line, so it's difficult for us to predict what they're going to do. So I guess we've got to just see what they're doing. If they're hanging on, we're going to assume there's going to be an inside section.
And with the thousands of people tuning in right now, that is where we are right now. Mona Lisa Point, La Union, and we're on the west coast of the Philippines. You can see that's our commentary booth up there, and that's the check-in tower and where the judges are located, or that white building, the Escape Hotel, which is where we are now. And here goes John, Sunshine Coast surfer via the Philippines, and a nice tempo on this wave, and you can see it's ramping up for a big power gouge, and he leans back into that one, so showcasing that rail power connecting the flow and keeping that momentum through. So that's going to be a great score.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, we're going to go to an interview, the last heat winner.
With Q Zuo from China, but we can call him Alex. Congratulations, Alex. You are cleared and you're advancing to the next round. How was the heat? How were the waves during your heat? You showed a really strong backhand out there.
I feel a little bit nervous in the front, but it's all right, actually. I caught my first wave because I did return, I completed, and I built a little bit confident. And I was trying a couple of hours wave, but I didn't complete it like the first wave. So just wake up in the morning, you know, it's a little bit still sleepy. So just like trying to do my best, you know. And everybody's giving a good vibe. And, you know, just trying to join to this vibe is good.
You and me both. I think I'm also still feeling a little sleepy. Maybe some coffee after this. But is this the first time in the Philippines?
Yeah, this is my first time in Philippines. So, and it's my first QS actually for 3 years already. Because it's been coronavirus, I cannot come out. But yeah, I make it out right now. And trying to back to this flow, to trying to compete, everything like this. And yeah, I got my family supporting me, my friends supporting me, so that's pretty nice.
Okay, so you're off to a great start. Do you want to thank a couple of sponsors or your friends, people supporting you?
Yeah, thanks for my family and thanks for my friend and thanks for Vans trying to push me into this limit, trying me to be better. Thank you, guys.
Okay, looking forward to seeing more from Alex with a strong backhand. So yeah, see you in the next few rounds. And back to the live stream. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. That's some great insight there from Alex, who had a strong, committed performance, taking out Neil Sanchez, and it came right down to the end. Nikita Avdiv, the Russian surfer who progressed through in that last heat. And interesting to note, the coronavirus halting his progress, and I find that a lot with these QS surfers.
Look, I think it's kind of robbed them of a few years. And it's not just them, it's everyone around the world, really. It robbed them of their travel and their some aspirations. And, you know, I guess really there's some kids out there that were maybe turning 18 or 19 ready to travel the world, and they didn't get to do it at all. So, and then you've got 3 years or 2.5 years of really not getting that experience. And as you get older, you know, I wonder if it's dashed the hopes of many a surfer. I mean, that was a very honest interview. I liked that.
Yeah, and we see back to this heat now, and this is our surfer in blue. Oh, unfortunately goes incomplete on that. So that was our surfer Jiang there. But John Carby, off to a flying start, a 5 and a 3.2. So you'd have to say, John, with that momentum, with pretty much just one maneuver, getting a really good, solid score.
It's funny, you know, they are paying the one maneuver. Yesterday, True Starling got a 6.5 on one maneuver, which is interesting. So the 2 times I've seen the big high scores on the one maneuvers, they've both been commentators.
Well, there you go. And Eileen making his way through the inside section. So it was this inside. We saw some in the last heat. Didn't get rewarded too heavily. Good surfing nonetheless, and good wave IQ to identify that inside section. But back to the judging, identifying major sections. As Ty, head judge, said last night, big surfing on bigger waves and in the big sections.
Yeah, well, that's what they're paying them for, and that's good. And today, you know, it probably was lining up a little bit better yesterday. It seems a little more sectiony today. Hopefully it'll change with an incoming tide. But, yeah, they need to do those big manoeuvres. You know, you don't want to miss any sections there. And you miss the section, you've missed the wave because you're not going to get around it. There will be some that line up all the way through because I was watching it. I've been watching it. They are. But not all of them, obviously. And while they're duck diving that wave, I'd just like to say hello to my brother John, who just got out of hospital with a little bit of a back operation. I guess he's on the couch watching, so I hope you're doing all right, Johnny boy.
And that's a shout out to anyone out there on YouTube and Facebook tuning in right now. Tell us where you're from and who you're supporting right now. And out in the water right now, this is Aoi. Nice power carve back in, the Japanese surfer. He's got a nice tempo, nice flow on this wave. He's working way through the inside. He's identified something there, and he snaps that one off the lip and carries that momentum through to this inside track. So that flow looking nice and staying really busy, engaging the rail. That sharp eye surfboard looking great under his feet right now. So that'll be perhaps one of his best waves yet.
Yeah, I'd like to think that was probably the best wave. linked it all the way through and linked his manoeuvres as well, particularly towards the back end of that wave. So that was a really nice wave. One of the ones that did line up that we were just talking about.
I mean, talk about inside sections not being what the judges are looking for, but if you're not pumping and hunting that inside section, if you're carrying that momentum rail to rail, that's part of that flow and the criteria that the judges appreciate, not flapping and trying to manufacture the score.
Exactly, and everyone out there knows what flapping and trying to manufacture a score means, and it's not a good look.
The Huntington hop, for a better word, is what is identified with a lot of the QS surfers over there at Huntington. There's a big dead section in between the shore break and the outside, and you have to hop and pop forward on your board to try and gab that momentum. It doesn't feel good, doesn't look good,
but you've got to get in there
to get that last turn.
Is that always the way it is at Huntington? Because the last few times I've seen it, that's what it is. It's a bank out the back, then a deep section, then a bank on the inside, which happens when we lived on the Gold Coast years ago. It happens a lot, particularly at surfers, places
big
like
long
on
stretches
Sunshine
of sand.
Coast.
Huntington, the last year has been good, the best it's been in many years. 2023 actually had continual momentum on the left, so you could surf all the way to shore, do 4 or 5 turns, same with the right. So it was actually a pretty decent wave. And we see a 5.05, so just a little higher than John Carby's wave there for AOA. So he's gone into the lead with that 3.7. And we will go back to a replay very shortly of that 5.05. And this is it. So talk us through this one.
Yeah, okay, so just an elongated bottom turn, a nice swoop off the top, and here it lines up for him. Nice little slash there, not massive, but nice. Here he's just trying to link it up to the inside, and it's, a couple of manoeuvres to keep going there. I don't think it's what was the flap? I forgot what the word was.
The Huntington hop.
It wasn't the Huntington hop, and here he links it up really well. And I think it's this next one. He does a cutty straight into and off the top.
Yeah.
No downtime there at all. Didn't quite finish that with momentum, but nonetheless, he got the highest score of the heat so far. So, I really like that wave, and I hope we see a few more like that.
And some of the Japanese surfers, clinical in their approach across all categories of the short and longboard surfing. We saw Kai Hamasi, one of the highest heat totals of the day, the final heat of the longboard surfing, also in the red singlet, really drawing those clean lines, identifying waves that showcase that potential, and seems to be a common denominator with the precision that the Japanese surfers have. You've definitely seen that in the female competitors too.
Oh, look, like I said, I was discussing it yesterday, I think with yourself, that the female Japanese competitors have really come up in leaps and bounds, and I'm loving watching them. It's not, I don't know if it's PC to say, but I'm the least PC guy on the panel, but it's like watching the boys, and to me that's a compliment. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but I say all kinds of stuff I'm not allowed to say online.
Well, you said it, and in terms of the progression of where women's surfing's at, I guess it's a testament to the equality and the moving in the right direction of the training for these ladies. When you offer that prize money, when you offer the equal opportunity, what you do see is progression. And
100%.
that's what these surfers are capitalized on, and it's a great performance and showcase. I'm looking forward to seeing coming up next after the men's round, and they're going to have probably the best waves of the day when you consider the tide.
As long as that wind's good, yeah. So what do we got? We got 8 rounds of the men.
Yep, 8 rounds. This is the third heat
this is
of round 1, so we'll see the women's round 1 coming up very shortly after this.
Okay, this is the round of 40. Okay, so this is to make up the round of 30.
Yeah, so this is like a seeding style heat. John Carby up on his third wave. He was just looking to drop 3.75. I don't know if that will be it. Behind him, our surfer in white, Aileen, who is chasing a 4.31, and Lu Ming Jiang looking for the 4.76. So these surfers holding the priority. He's going to be waiting for a set wave of substance.
It's a bit of a flat period at the moment. I mean, when I woke up this morning, there was some pretty decent sets, and I was thinking that prediction was going to be spot on. But, as we look at it now, it doesn't look a great deal different size-wise than yesterday. The predictions were that it was going to be pretty solid. I might just drag my phone out here and see what they're going to tell us about the next day or two. But, yeah, as up to the last couple of days, it was going to be 6 to 8 foot today. Old school 6 to 8 foot, 10
yeah,
or plus
I
foot
noticed.
faces.
I did notice yesterday afternoon where it really ramped up. Perhaps that swell was 12 hours early, where it really jacked up. And
yesterday, yeah,
it was a true 4 feet from behind yesterday afternoon. And this morning, surprised me. I thought it was going to be bigger.
Yeah, me too. we went for a swim yesterday afternoon after work, and a lot of people get in trouble here. It's a pretty dangerous beach to swim at when it's big, and we had the lifesavers whistling and yelling at us, trying to get in. I mean, we kind of know the ocean, so we didn't come in, but they were pretty worried about us.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what they were going to do had something gone wrong, but they were worried about us.
So this is the right-hand point break, and it filters into a sand beach to the left-hand side. But as soon as there's any swell, it gets really turbulent, some rips. So anyone looking at coming here for a holiday, just be mindful that beach break is dangerous. And here we have Lou there snapping that one off, a little tail slide, and unable to ride out of that. You'd have to say, chasing a 4.76, that won't be the score.
No, you need to finish those off. I mean, it was a one manoeuvre wave, and he needed to make that big. Unfortunately, he didn't, but he has loads of time. It's still 10 minutes to go. I mean, we say loads of time. It's going pretty quick, the time, actually.
And we have an international affair there, and it is amazing to see. We have seen with the equality in women's surfing an increase in performance, but with these regional qualifying events, I've personally witnessed a lot of these nations producing fantastic surfers. To see them traveling around and really not just making up the numbers, but putting in consolidated performances. And out there now with Chinese Taipei, Japan, and the two Filipinos, it's such an international affair here at the qualifiers, and you don't really see that too often at some of those regional events. And Aileen there riding out of that. So that is going to be one of his best waves yet so far. So an air reverse, that single take, well, listening to the criteria, listening to what the judges are putting out, and that was good heat IQ.
And he landed cleanly, rode out of it really nicely. I think he'll get rewarded for that. Yeah, look, and there has been there's no one making up the numbers here. Everyone's, been a fantastic surfer. I know we've had a few events over the years that, just randoms have joined and I guess just to have fun and say they were in a comp, but everyone here is capable of
where do you think that progression's come from? Obviously, surfing being inducted into the Olympics, but do you think social media and the access to technology has opened up the...
Well, not only that, I think it's also... Well, it is that, but it just means everyone wants to surf. And so... if you've got 100 surfers in a country, you might have 3 really good ones. If you have 10,000 surfers in a country, you might have 300 really good ones. And I think it's just the volume of surfers. And then on top of that, yes, the Olympics, now they've got coaching systems. You've got a bunch of politicians in this country, both from up here and in Chargau, that are really supporting surfing. Surfing has become legitimised. It's on, it's an Olympic sport. So and some people probably don't like that, our beloved sports become mainstream, but that's just the way it is, and it's good for these kids, it's good for the Groms, and it's a super healthy sport that we want people to take up anyway.
It is, and there's nothing bad that can come from a day in the ocean, and Lu Ming Jiang from Chinese Taipei snapping that one off the top, so that will be one of his best waves yet. And we have a score locked in for Aileen. He's gone to the lead with a 4.9 to go, that 3.9. So the Filipino surfer out into the lead. And Aoi from Japan with just that marginal 3.7 as his backup. He's gone into second. John Carby now needing a 3.76. The Australian surfer via the Philippines, one of our fellow commentators. Thinking back to one of the first waves of that heat, the big power gouge, getting that flat 5-point ride. And well awarded too.
Well, I think he needs another one of those. And just looking at this prediction now, looking at tomorrow, it's looking like maybe it's a day late. Not that it came a day early.
Sure.
This is now looking a day late. So I'm still pretty confident.
It has moved, It's getting bigger. And here he goes. This is Aoi here, pulling out of that, using his priority, which was very interesting that he didn't stick with that.
7 minutes remaining. He saw something down the line that wasn't there and chose to get right out of there. Aileen here again. Nice little off the top there. Is he going to get around the section? No, he's given it up. One manoeuvre. What does he need? He's leading anyway.
So all three surfers making poor decisions on their wave selection there. And here he goes again. This is Aileen Aoi again. So rapid fire, 3 turns. And that's what he was after. Looking to drop that 3.7. Smooth surfing there. And that flow.
Yeah, that was really nice, and I'm suspecting he will drop that thing. It's going to make it harder for John and Lou with 6.5 minutes to go. And, I secretly want John to win this one. He's a mate. He sits up here with us. He's a funny guy. I think he this isn't the surf for him. You know, if it was 8 foot and round, you'd give John every chance every day of the week. This makes it harder for him, so he needs those bigger waves and the big gouge like he did previously. And he only needs a 3.76. He got a 5 on his gouge before, so he's still in the game.
Yeah, he knows the criteria, obviously, and being a coach and being familiar with the contest scenarios, he won't be feeling any nerves. He's just looking for one of those big single turns and perhaps setting the precedent for what we might see coming up in the next few heats as that onshore starts to feather throughout the middle of the day. We might see some aerials and some more progressive surfing.
Yeah, and yesterday the onshore didn't come up as badly as it did the day before. So hopefully today will be similar to yesterday and not blow it out, but just give some capping waves and some spots for airs and the things you want to see on a slightly onshore day. Because these guys, they're young and light, and that's what they do. You know, they fly.
And last night, Flotsam and Jetsam, we had the opening ceremony with a lot of speeches. You had a fantastic, eloquent speech as well as part of your role as a representative for the WSL and commentator here and being involved with the development of professional surfing in the Philippines. What was your take on last night?
I really liked last night. You know, sometimes you go to those opening ceremonies and the speeches are long and long-winded and everyone thanks the same people. Actually, it was well done, well put together. Everyone's speech was fairly short and sharp, and everyone enjoyed it. You know, I liked the night. I probably had, one too many beers before I got up there, so it made me a little more nervous than I should have been. But I thought it went really well. The food was nice. We really appreciated what Flotsam and Jetsam did for us. As you mentioned before, not a lot of the surfers were there, but that happens. They want to get up early. They want to surf. They don't want to be out partying on the night before they surf. So it was a good night. We dipped out of there at about 9:30 and we're in bed fairly early.
I was a little before you.
Yeah. Well, of course, I was with the head judge and Rico, which is another Shargow guy, and a couple of guys, and one more beer. But no, we still got to bed quite early, which is good, which need to be.
Save our voices for today, and those surfers were saving their legs for this morning, knowing that the surf was going to pick up. You can see that low tide there drawing off the inside section, and they'll be surfing on top of that in just a few hours. As we look to we have our surfer out there, Aoi on the left-hand side, fourth in priority, wondering what his requirement was with a 4.45 on his last wave, so he's gone to the lead, and this is our surfer down in second now, Eileen, who got that air reverse before. He's looking for another one. He goes to the air and incomplete. So only looking to drop a 3.9. You have to say with a mid-sized wave, he kind of needed to go to the air.
He did. I'd be struggling to think that he's going to top that 3.9. I mean, again, I seem to get the prediction wrong every single time. I think I'm a judge. So we'll see what happens there. But he's still sitting in second place. It's where you want to be. I guess you want to be in first place. But with 3 minutes to go, I'd rather be there than in third. So Carby's sitting out the back with priority, and Lou is there waiting just inside. Those two desperately need another decent wave. Looks like one's semi-standing up there for John. He's not going to turn around and take it. It's not big enough. So
here's the replay here of that air reverse. A small wave. He needed to go to the air to get that score, and he is ramping up down the line, and he identifies the section, pumping. And he gets there and unfortunately just falls off the back of the wave. It dissipates underneath him. The technique was good. The rotation was good. And
I wonder if he left it a bit late. He was just off the end of that wave and it wasn't steep enough takeoff. And again, I'm not an aficionado of air, but I do watch a lot. And I think he maybe should have gone a little earlier.
Yeah, perhaps that section just was a little more downwinded than he would have preferred.
Yeah, and here's Lou. Okay, this is probably not his last hurrah, but he really needs to do something. He needs a 5.35 to move on into second place, and he started fairly well. Will it line up for him?
Oh,
no,
it doesn't. Great technique and some moments of flashy brilliance there, but unable to convert with any good wave selection today, and he's been falling on his end turns. And that one there just coming in now, so it looks like it will not be the requirement, the early indications. Some judges appreciating the turn, but one judge as high as a 3.4 and as low as a 2.3, so it just evens out at 2.8. Wasn't enough. 1 minute 40 remaining. John Carby, third place, holding priority in green and needing a 3.8. And Lou on the inside section. Nothing to lose, a 5.35 required. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything coming in. We still have a minute and a half, so what's that about? 8 waves. There is something coming in. John, there's maybe one behind it as well. So what's he going to do? He's got to go. It looks like he's definitely going.
And there he
All
is.
right.
He's identified it. And Red's having a look at this one. Oh, and interference.
Oh, why would Red do that?
So he will get an interference. John will move up into second or first, and we'll see that as a priority interference from Aoi. They cross paths.
He must not have realised who had priority. Maybe
Yeah.
he can't see the board. I realise they're looking sort of towards the sun, but that just makes no sense at all to me.
That wasn't even pushed by John either.
No, and he saw John going, so he
Yeah.
must have been thinking, okay, maybe this isn't the right thing to do, and he just kept going and going. So,
Wow.
yeah, no, that's blowing me away, to be quite
So
honest.
the Japanese surfer, we'll have to see where that goes now, but a absolute strategic error there from the heat leader in the last 30 seconds with John Carby into third, who was on a good wave.
Well, the other thing
and
is
was
Carby
interrupted.
could have only moved into second or first, so he didn't need to go anyway.
So 10 seconds remaining. We'll update that situation as it falls, but
here we go.
Here we go. So look, green with priority, looking for the wave, and Aoi just takes off and gets in the line of John. So green with priority.
And there
needs
we go.
the right of way, and Aoi came and crossed, so he goes down into fourth place. John Carby moves up into second, so we have the Filipino surfer Aileen taking the win. Australian-Filipino John Carby in a second, and heat leader Aoi in Japan down into fourth with that priority interference. We're going to catch up with that heat interview afterwards, but we're going to go to a break right now, and we'll be seeing you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
Welcome back. Here we are. We're I can hear something in my ears. I'm not sure if we're talking, but there we go. Hello. Hey, True, welcome back. We just watched John Carby, one of our fellow commentators, get through with a kind of an odd interference at the end there. That didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I'm really disappointed for the Japanese lad, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be disappointed as well.
Yeah, I was talking with Matt before, and I was saying that at Oi last year, he had a really great run, and he made very few mistakes. So to see that from him, it's really uncharacteristic.
Yeah, I'm still blown away by it, and I guess he's going to be kicking himself. Anyway, so round of 40, we're up to heat 4. We have Jayad Alciso, Toby Esquion. Why can't I say that? I know that name very well. I even know the kid. He's a real good kid. His dad's Dodo Espion from Shargau, so hello to his parents down there. Clifford Lumasak and Kieran Smith. So, again, I can't get my head around that last heat.
Yeah.
So a big shout out to those guys in Shargau. I think they'll all be watching Toby with bated breath. And Toby's a really good young surfer. He been coming to all the events lately and getting some pretty good results. He's a surfer of the future. I'm not exactly sure how old he is. I think he's about 18 now. But I guess someone's going to text me pretty quickly and tell me exactly how old he is. So I'll be a little bit biased here, but looking forward to the heat. What do you think of the swell? It hasn't really done what they said it was going to do at this stage.
I don't think it's as big as what we expected it to be, but it still looks super fun. Wow, Toby getting a couple of really nice turns on this one. We'll stick with this live action quickly as he lines it up for a nice connection there, driving through this one. And this wave just starts to fatten out a little bit for Toby, but a really nice way to start off this heat as it starts to line up on the inside, gets a good finish. And it looks like we'll go down and speak with Aylin Margos, the heat winner of the last heat. He's down there with Camille.
Okay, we are here with the boy from Balair, Alan Magos. Congratulations. You breezed through that round, pulling out your very famous in the Philippines, your air reverses. How do you feel about your heat this morning?
I'm feeling so happy right now because I'm advancing to the next round, and I hope
Yeah, you hope that more Filipino surfers could surf in this kind of global platform. Is that what you wanted to say?
yes.
Yeah, and during your heat, there was a major priority error with a surfer from Japan dropping in on the wave that was supposed to be for the surfer in green. So this highlights the importance of the athletes' briefings during the national tour and perhaps even in the regional contests brought on by the local surf clubs, because that's where these rules are explained the most. So you've attended a lot of athletes' briefings, right? You know how priority works. Is that in your head when you're out there? Do you think of priority, or do you just want to go after the waves you want?
Yes, always look up the priority board, and yeah, just wait for the waves and don't drop the.
Yeah, don't make mistakes like that one. It's very crucial, especially if you're starting up your qualifying career. So I know you're running on a high from winning that last heat. You're very happy right now. So yeah, give a shout out to your friends, your sponsors, people watching you from all over the world.
I would like to thank to my sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, right? Mayoret Angara, Senator Sani Angara, and also Congressman Robel Angara, and also sa major sponsor ko sa Cemento Surf Hardware, sa Vida Local, sa Alia Surf Camp, sa Nilbaler Beachfront, and sa Don Vito, and also sa mga friends ko, sa family. Thank you all. Love you.
Okay, thank you so much, Alan. And we'll head to Balair right after this leg in La Union. So thank you once again, and we'll head back to the commentary booth. Thank you.
Thanks, Camille. That was a really cute interview.
It was.
He didn't have much to say, but he thanked his sponsors, thanked everyone. That was pretty funny.
Wow.
Young bloke that's not used to getting interviewed.
Yes.
And look at this amazing wave from Jayard Alciso.
Yeah, they were two really nice turns to start that one off. I like the star under his foot there. I'm wondering if that's kind of an eye thing to know where to place that front foot.
I'm not sure, but Jayard is also a Shargout boy. These guys are used to surfing Cloud 9. Him and Toby are mates. So, yeah, they can dominate down there sometimes. You know, they're the new breed of the surfer at Cloud 9, and second generation of surfers. They both have uncles and dads that used to dominate Cloud 9, and now they're relegated to the second set wave, you know. And there's Toby again. Toby is ripping. His dad was one of the best goofy footers really ever to surf there in Shargout. Dodo Espion. Donicio is his real name. Again, we talked about it before, the funny nicknames in the Philippines. But Dodo is one of the best backhand tube riders, and he's just got superpower. One of the best surfers ever down there. So hope you're watching, Dodo. I'm sure you are. And his son's doing very, very well.
Yeah, there's been some really nice hard calves being thrown down in this heat. And I feel like, you know, a lot of the Filipino surfers, they kind of really push the boundaries in heats especially. And this is the Great Britain surfer, Kieran Smith. Just tags that section there and kicks out.
Yeah, two manoeuvres there. You know, he didn't land very well from his floater. I don't think the judges are going to really like that first manoeuvre. It looked like it was going to be great. He kind of landed sideways, was a little bit clunky. So with 18 minutes to go, he's got plenty of time to get back out there and improve on what he's got. There haven't been a lot of waves ridden. We're waiting for some scores to come in still here. So we'll see what the judges thought of all those other waves. We haven't got a score for Jayard as yet. We're waiting for one also for Toby and, of course, Kieran as well. So 3 scores to come in. We'll see what the judges think. So they sit out there and feverishly go over the replays. They've got a big TV out there, and they take their time to make sure they get it right.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, that's one of the good things about having that big screen there and kind of, analysing each wave and seeing, where it fits in. Obviously, you don't want to get too deep down that rabbit hole because then you can spend a lot of time, watching the same wave over and over again, and it can lose its spark. But I think the judges
not to
know
mention
that.
if you're watching that and there's 3 more waves coming, and
Yes.
I remember in the early days of Cloud 9, you might have a set come in with 4 waves and 4 blokes are catching it. We're writing stuff on paper trying to remember what that wave was, then trying to think back on it. And I always was glad I was never a head judge, and I never did a lot of judging, but really difficult to remember back to each individual wave and then separate them. The surfers know the waves; they know what they got, But for the judges to have to remember back, and back in those days, we didn't always use qualified judges. And a shout out to Gary Yealand, who used to come in those days and judge for us. So. Yeah, it was kind of difficult. Now with the TVs and the replays, it's epic.
Yeah. Oh, wow. JR, nice release of the fins on that turn there. Straight up into a nice carve. Kind of a little bit slow on this one, but regains a little bit of speed. This one's starting to fatten out, so he has to get out. But nice opening turn on that wave.
Really nice turn. Not much happened after that, but it'll certainly give him a backup score from his 4.9. Toby got a 6.25 on his previous one. Oh, that was really smooth.
Wow, Toby. Straight up for a solid finish.
And he's happy. He's a happy boy.
Love the passion.
Yeah, so a 6.25 for his last one, and hopefully he'll throw away his 4.75, which was his first wave. I mean, he's going to have 3 really nice waves to start with. It's a terrific way to start the heat and exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think if you're getting in the 6s, you're kind of setting yourself up for a good position to
Which is what you did yesterday, by the way. You got that 6 straight off the bat.
Thank you.
And zipped straight through that heat. It was good. So I don't know what we're going to do later on in the competition with you and Carby making it through. It'll be myself and Waxhead and Luke doing all the commentary.
I know. So let's have a look at the replay of the last couple of waves. I think we've got those lined up. But Toby, that 6.25 is looking really solid. So this is his last one of JR with that big fin throw. Bit of a smaller wave as he's paddling into it, but you can see it just start to grow here. And so that was, a really nice turn, just really getting that rotation.
Yeah, not much happened after that. And he got a lot of speed out of nothing then. So that was a really nice turn.
Yeah.
And I guess we're going to maybe see Toby's wave after that. I'm not sure. We are. Here we go. Look at this. This is a really nicely lined up wave. And top turn there, super clean floater. It's a bit of a turn back into the source and bam, just a lip line glide there. That was perfect, and he landed perfectly. He knew it was good.
And he timed it well. He projected out in front of the whitewash, whereas earlier this morning, especially those first 2 heats I was watching with Matt, people weren't coming out in front. They were kind of going down with the lip and then getting
exploded out.
Exploded, incomplete.
Yeah. No, that was perfect. That was the kid knows what to do, and he can transfer his ability at Cloud 9 to a softer wave, which this definitely is. You don't get to do that at Cloud 9 because generally it doesn't close out anyway, and if it does, then that's a 1 foot thick lip, and it is going to explode on a 2 foot shallow reef. So what he's done, he's learnt not just to be a Cloud 9 surfer. They're surfing everywhere. And that was what the deal was, and I think I talked with someone about it yesterday. If you surf the one spot all the time, you can be an expert at that spot and you can win at that spot. In the early days, sometimes the guys won at Cloud 9 because they were just so good at it. And I remember Usut and those guys, they just had Cloud 9 wide like no one else, and Peso. But it was hard then to travel to a left and get good results. Once things changed, the roads got better in Shargau, and more waves were discovered. These guys started travelling to other waves, and they really learned how to go left, and they really learned how to ride a slower wave, and it changed the ability. It allowed them to be a great surfer at every wave they went to, rather than just Cloud 9 specialist.
Yeah, and I think that's important to be a professional surfer as well. You can't just surf that one wave. Unfortunately, that was Kieran going
unless
down.
that one wave is where every single competition is.
Exactly.
And which says a lot about wave pools, I mean.
Yes.
So I wonder if in the future there'll be a separate wave pool tour because, if people will eventually grow up in a place that only has a wave pool, and they'll be the wave pool expert, and maybe not be able to go on a beach break or on a super hollow wave. It's interesting to see where that's all going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Clifford. We'll come back to that because this is a nice looking wave. Wow, gets a finish. Gets a little fist bump in there, like the feel of it. We still have those scores to lock in, even for that last one of Toby. But yeah, a lot of the Korean surfers that are in this draw grew up surfing at the wave pool in Sihum.
Yeah, well, that's interesting. And so we'll see how they go here. Kieran just fell off one there, but yeah, I don't know what the future holds there. I can't predict the future, and it's very interesting to see. Now, how long has that wave pool been there in Korea?
I actually don't know off the top of my head. I want to say like about 2 years, maybe operating.
And so there's some people that just somehow get to go there every day, and they become really, really good at it.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like a full theme park.
Yeah, okay.
So there's slides for the kids. Wow, nice looking wave for Toby. This is definitely going to increase his scoreline for this one. 2 good looking turns. This wave starts to get fat and unfortunately goes over the handlebars, but that was solid surfing from Toby. But yeah, back to the wave pool. It's got like a little play park or a little play pen for the kids to go in, a little pool. So it's more than just the wave pool.
Yeah, which is what Melbourne
is. It's a family
just a
attraction.
Pool. Yeah.
Like
he's Kieran up and riding. He doesn't manage to pull that one off. Yeah, that's interesting. And do you know, is it expensive to go in the wave pool? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I did get the luxury of going there with the WSL, so that was taken out of the equation, which was good.
Yeah.
But I'd say maybe similar to the one in Melbourne. Because it's the same, I think we were talking yesterday, it's the same technology, it's just a little bit longer.
And what about, for slides and things like that? You tell me it was snowing there. I can't picture a 5-year-old wanting to slide in the snow. Or does everyone wear a wetsuit? Like the little kids have all got wetsuits on?
I'd say so, yeah. But they actually close the wave pool over winter because it gets too cold.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I was like, that's good because it was really cold there.
I wonder how many wave pools there are. I know there's a few in the States. I'd like to have a go of Slater's wave pool one day, but I don't think I'm going to get a chance there. Andrew Stark, if you're listening, I know you're involved in that, so sort me out with you.
Yeah.
There was just a non-finished wave by Clifford there. So Clifford and Kieran have got some work to do in the last 10 minutes to catch up to these Shargo boys. It's looking like hard work because the young guys from Shargo are just really, really surfing well at the moment, and they seem pretty dominant.
Yeah, they do, and I think this wave suits them as well, getting used to all those different waves around Shargao. I think we went on a boat out the front of Greenhouse the last time I was there, and there were so many waves that you could just literally...
There's a shout-out to James from Greenhouse,
yes.
James and Marja. Look, James likes to zip off to other waves that aren't crowded, which is good because Cloud 9 can get pretty busy these days, and Tuason and Rock Island, so he knows where to go, which is pretty nice. And there is a huge variety of waves in Shargao.
That was a nice opening turn there for Kieran. Straight up, wow, into the lip there, and he gets a bit of a dramatic finish.
He does. We'll see what the judges think of that, but I think it's definitely going to be his best wave. He only needs a 5.5, although we are still lacking a few scores here. We're just waiting for the judges to sort out all those scores. And that third wave of Toby, the one we really loved, was a 6.35, so that bettered his position up in the lead.
Yeah.
JR still waiting for one wave, but he needs a 7.7. We're going to get a replay there of that last wave, I believe.
Yeah, so this is this last one of Kieran's, Jerry.
Yeah, okay, so it's a smaller wave. It's a nice little cut back there, back off the white water, and here's his big move. Yeah, no, it was sort of a Rio/floater. It was a bit of an unusual move, but he landed nicely, and pretty keen to see what the judges are going to offer him there. I don't know if they're going to love it or hate it. It was a big manoeuvre. It was his biggest mover and his best wave, but... they're obviously debating at the moment because there's no score in as yet.
Yeah. In the the Gold Coast, they had the Usher Cup event over the weekend, and there was actually a team for England.
Oh, was there?
And they
Okay.
came. It was Stanley Norman Surfer was there, who spent a little bit of time in Australia. I say Stanley Norman Surfer. It's actually Stanley Norman, but that's his Instagram, which
okay.
I'm used to knowing him by.
Yeah.
But there's so much talent from England, and I think it's cool to see Kieran here representing Great Britain, and this is Toby once again getting another nice wave. He can't really put a foot wrong right now.
No, he can't. And there's surfer in red also,
Wow.
JR, and another wave. So, yeah, they're just powering those guys. So we're still waiting for some more scores. 7.5 minutes remaining. Clifford going for a paddle. That was a really small one. Probably wouldn't have been worth using his priority right there. Yeah, I've got a couple of mates that used to live in Shargow from England that are pretty keen surfers. Justin and his bro, they're down there in the south, surfing as much as possible. Okay, that was a nice wave, and he was very, very happy with that, Clifford. And a couple of nice linked together turns, so hopefully he can make a move forward. He needs a 4.81 to move into first. We still haven't seen that score from Kieran either, so there's going to be a bit of change up here maybe on the scoreboard. Here comes Kieran's wave now. Looks like it's not going to be enough to move him into second place. It's enough to move him into third place, but it doesn't really count at the end of the day, does it?
No, yeah, first and second move through, third and fourth, you're out. And this is the first round. So round of 40, there's only 4 heats, and then we move to the round of 32. Kieran had a little look at that one. He won't lose priority, I don't think.
Well, if he's the only one out the back there, I guess he won't,
Yeah.
So he can hang on, and he's got a chance, and it looks like there's a couple of things stacking up there on the horizon, so fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, 4.41, it's not a big score, but it is going to be his best wave of the heat if he wants to really nudge for that. So he needs to find something with maybe 3 turns.
Well, here it is. Is he too deep? That's the question. I think he is.
Yeah, it looks like Jayard was almost in position, just maybe a little bit too far in. And it's real funny, the lineup here, you know, we don't get to see the full lineup. It looks like we're maybe trying to go out, and you can see to the right of screen, that's kind of where a few waves come through, and then to the left it's a bit wider and probably lines up.
And
a
I've
bit
mentioned it
better.
a couple of times. Last year we were actually in a different spot for the commentary. This is a beautiful room. I mean, we're super comfy in here. But last year we actually could turn around and look over our shoulder and see what was going on and see the whole expanse of this point break.
Yeah.
You could see the waves stacking up further out, and here we go with a wider shot, which is pretty nice. So you get a bit more of an indication, and I've got to go over there and take that weird sticker off the TV that we're looking at, because it looks like a pillar or a post or something. Every time I look at it, I think they're going to crash into that. So as soon as this heat finishes, I'm going to rip whatever that is off that TV. I know you can't see that at home, folks, but it's driving me crazy. It's been driving me crazy for a day and a half.
Yeah, ready to get it off there. Well, coming down to the 5-minute mark. And Toby, 6.4 and a 6.35. He still has a score to lock in as well. So he's just getting better and better throughout this heat. As I said before, can't really put a foot wrong.
No.
JR living in the 4-point range, 4.9 and a 4.6. But Clifford getting that 5.45 on that last wave.
Okay, so that changes everything. He only needs a 4.5. So JR needs to be careful. He's in a bit of danger here. I think Toby's looking relatively safe.
Yep.
Anything can happen. But, yeah, that was a great wave from Clifford. One of the better waves of the event, of the heat. So he's back in the game.
He is. Yep, he's in a position where he can really nudge for that 4.05. Kieran looking for a 5.25 right now. Nice opening carve. A little bit of a fumble there. Gets a nice snap. Fumbles again, but recovers well. Driving through this turn straight up into the lip, but unfortunately his foot just sliding off the front of his board, so it doesn't get a finish. So we'll see where that comes in as, but I don't think it'll be that 5.25.
No, it's looking to me like Kieran just hasn't got the feel of the wave as yet. You know, he probably hasn't had enough hours out here, hasn't had enough waves, and he's just sort of struggling a bit. Looks like he's got the ability, he's just struggling a bit on the actual wave out there.
Yeah, it is kind of a hard wave to read as well, because especially, I think I was saying to Matt yesterday, when it's so clean like this, sometimes you can misjudge the sections because it looks so good and you're like, wait, is that actually a carve section or a hit section?
Yeah, okay, or a flat section.
Yeah, what have I got to deal with? So spending a lot of time out here and that intuition, really trusting your gut and what's going on.
What happens also with the Shargo guys, they generally try to get here a week or so in advance, so they will have done some surfing. If you only got here 2 days in advance, it was flat for the first 2 days before the event. So, I'm not sure when Kieran got here, but unless he's been here for a while, he certainly takes a long time to get used to this kind of wave.
Yeah. And this is Jayard trying to better a 4.6. That was a nice drop wallet there. Unfortunately, doesn't get a completion. He was on his way to a good-looking score.
He was on his way to a huge score. Now, so I guess that's almost a one manoeuvre wave, but it was a pretty nice manoeuvre.
Yeah, it was solid. Driving really hard through it. Drops that back on.
What's your home break, by the way?
So I'm originally from North Narrabeen.
Okay.
But I live at Cabarita.
Cabarita, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
But
a shout out to Ross Robinson, a friend of mine from North Narrabeen.
He's actually good friends with my uncle.
Oh, nice. Okay, Ross is living in Shargo. He's been there for a long time. Oh, okay. Here's Clifford's big chance. He only needs a 4.05. Oh, nice manoeuvre. Okay, he's happy. He's happy, and I think he's got a chance there.
Oh, yeah, he does have a chance. There were 2 good sections, committed well.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy, but the score's not that big. He doesn't need to go crazy.
And Jayard is going to get scored for his big manoeuvre. So he's made it a little harder. 4.85 Clifford needs now. Jayard came with a 5.4 on that one manoeuvre, on what you called the drop wallet, which was a really, really slashing manoeuvre. Here comes John Carby into the room with his hands in the air, cheering, signing autographs. You champion. So what's Clifford?
Wow. 4.05 scores 2 say yes. I reckon we'll see a situation change.
I do think you're right. And with 1.5 minutes to go, it's going to be now very difficult for Jayard.
Kieran Smith right now.
I think taking that wave almost looks like he's given up, or he's going to go for the air.
Okay. So Clifford got the score, 4.45, but Jayard bettered his position of 5.4 in his last wave. So with 1 minute to go, Clifford needs a 4.85. We just saw Kieran finish one off. He needs a 6.05. And I think, wow, that is really, really close stuff between Jayard and Clifford. Jayard having a look at this one with priority. Maybe trying to keep Clifford off. I'm not too sure. That was a nice turn to start this one off, and we'll catch up with him right now. Getting a little bit caught behind, so I think that was Clifford paddling out with 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think, unless something stands up right now for Clifford, I think sadly it's game over because it takes 30 seconds to paddle out there. That's some of the competitors in the next heat there, but I think Clifford's still further inside there, so... I sadly think it's going to be lights out for poor Clifford. And he did such a good job to come back there, so it's a little disappointing, or probably very disappointing. But it looks to me like Toby and Jayard will be moving through to the next round.
Yep.
So it makes me quite happy, the Shargo lads.
Yes.
So there we have it. That's the end of Heat 4, Round 40. So that's the end of Round 40 as well. There was only 4 heats in that. And we will now... move on to an ad break before we head on to the next heats.
Children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine. Bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark. Hold us up and we'll do something that will change the world. We lit the fire.
Well, welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We have the women's round of 16 for the QS 3000. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with John Carby. And John, you were just out in the surf.
I was out in the surf not so long ago. It's actually good fun out there.
Yeah.
A little bit tricky.
Oh, wow. Sumomo Sato getting a nice completion on that one. We just saw Toby Espion and Jayard Alciso progressing through that last heat. That was Logan Dalton from Newcastle pulling off that one. Logan actually does a little bit of work with Terry McKenna. So Tezza, if you're watching,
And hopefully we'll
hello.
get Logan in here a little bit later to have a chat.
Yep. Logan
Sort of pick
Logan
her-
loves a chat. She's awesome.
Pick her brain about why she's come to this event and
Yeah.
how she's finding this beautiful La Union.
Yeah, she was also at Shargau for the
I
last
believe
event.
that might be the reason. So, Department of Tourism, if you are listening, the system is working.
Yeah.
We've got a returning customer.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a couple of replays lined up for the first few waves. This is Nanaho Suzuki. Straight up, I believe this is live action, so nice connection there for Nanaho. Straight up into the lip. Nanaho spends a lot of time in Hawaii, so she's not afraid of a critical section. And she's also not afraid of a bit of airtime as well, so Nanaho getting a start.
That'd be exciting to see. A little bit hard to get the ramps out there.
Yeah, this is the replays of Sumomo's first wave, John.
Samoa. A little bit later on the take-up, but you can see she's got that fluffy section. She chose not to hit that one. That's more just a one turn. So she's hit that critical section. Maybe just finding her feet in the wax this morning. A little bit different to yesterday. And there we go, Logan with her third one. So it'd be interesting to see. I don't think she got too much happening here. As I found as I was out there, it's sort of hard. And also, Im out there.
Yeah.
Just that was a bit of live action there, so Im getting opening as well. So all 3-4 women now with an opener. Let's wait for the judges to lock it in. It's not taking too long. So Momo already has a 4.25. Logan a 2.10. Nanaho, that'll be an interesting one to drop in.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good score. Nanaho is coming off a bunch of really consistent results. And it looks like we have Toby Espion down there with Camille. He had a great performance. Camille, take it away.
Espejon, the overall champion of the 2023 Pilipinas Surfing Nationals Juniors Division. So what a way to kickstart your 2024 season. You're starting it really strong here in the La Union International Pro, and then in a couple of days we'll be heading over to your home break for the very first Belair Pro. No, not your home break. To Belair for the very first Belair Pro. Okay, so how do you feel about that? That there are more events in the Philippines coming?
So good, cause like this is it. WSL in Philippines was that's my this is my dream to compete this event. So good. So.
And what have you been doing to prepare for this moment?
Preparing, stretching, practice every morning. Then, you know.
Did you go out to Flotsam and Jetsam last night, or did you sleep early?
Sleep early.
Okay, so preparation is key, because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So I remember you had a different hair color the last time I was interviewing you for the Nationals. Are we going to be expecting a surprise change perhaps in the quarter?
No.
You're sticking to this?
Yeah.
Okay, so normally this kind of lineup, you know, Jayard Alciso, Toby Espejon, we are seeing them compete up into the quarterfinal rounds of the national tours, and here they are in the elimination rounds, early elimination rounds. So the level of surfing that we are seeing here, we normally see only up to the quarters of the nationals. So we are leveling up the game here in the Philippines, and if you come here, there are 2 QS 3000 events. So that's 6,000 points that you can collect if you fly on over for events for WSL here. So, anyone you want to thank?
Nagpapasalamat ako sa sponsor ko, si Coach Pilmar, Ate Andy. Sa pamilya ko na sumusuporta palagi, mama ko, papa ko, salamat. Auntie ko, basta lahat pamilya ko, thank you. Troy, see you in Baler. Hi.
Okay, thank you so much, Toby. Good luck in the next few rounds, and back to the commentary.
Yeah, thank you, Camille. Toby was absolutely lighting it up out there, as well as JR. They were just going tit for tat, really. They were just back to back, and it was awesome to watch.
Exactly. If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
I know, that was a good one from Camille.
What a keeper! What
Yeah.
a little pitch perfect line, and it's so true. I feel my preparation was horrible. We sit in the booth all day, and there's been a lot of work and a lot of lead up.
Yep.
I hopped on a board I've never surfed before. I hadn't even waxed it until this morning.
Yep.
So thank you to True. She was going to offer me some wax and a little leg rope, also known
Yes.
as a ropey rope. So I did sort of plan to fail, and I just got through, luckily. But as we were talking, that number did drop for Nanaho, 6.50.
Yeah, good score for Nanaho. Samomo also got a wave 3.5, or Momo as her nickname. I don't know, that's
Momo.
what Jessie and I call her, Momo. But Nanaho, nice connection and straight in for a hard carve. Wow, it looks really fun out there. Was it kind of similar to yesterday in the sense that there was a deeper peak and a wider one?
That was a part of my problem. I didn't search the lineup enough this morning. I was actually struggling to find the ones that sort of ran down the line. I opened up with a nice sort of stand up, and then I couldn't find that same thing again. It's a shifty lineup. It's really sort of hard to pick those ones that are going to run. You really have to commit to where you're going to sit, and the preparation, the watching it and figuring it out. It's definitely key out in this event, because I'm sure we're supposed to see an increase in swell today too. So just keeping an eye on those little small changes in the way it's acting out there. I know the bigger ones, even at the moment, are coming a little bit wider, but they're running a little bit fuller. As the tide sort of fills in throughout the day and it gets bigger, we should see it maybe moving in a little bit still, but those big ones are still going to freight train out the back somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's going to be an interesting lineup if it does get bigger. I'm actually going to go into the surf forecast as
I
we
hope
sort of
it
look
does.
at it.
I'm looking forward to a little bit of swell and seeing what that brings with the surfing.
Absolutely, and it is a strange little wave. Even though we're surfing sort of head height waves out there at the moment, the energy is not really intimidating or menacing. So if you've got a lip, you're definitely going towards it. If you have a foam section, you're not going to buckle your knees or anything by trying to send it out there. So it's exciting, as we saw in that men's division, and we're seeing now with Nanaho. There's plenty of open face to absolutely carve up, and there's also going to be a few lip lines that no one's going to be too intimidated to punch through, even as the size increases. So let's hope it sort of gets there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I know Nanaho and Sarah Wakita, they've spent a lot of time in Hawaii, surfing those bigger waves, a little bit more consequence. So both Nanaho and Sarah are quite happy they're quite comfortable in the bigger stuff. Sarah actually leading, from memory, leading the Asia rankings right now. She is on fire. And Amuro, we saw she's coming up in heat number 4. We saw her take out the South Korea event as well.
Yep.
And she is just surfing so incredibly at the moment.
If I had to say there was the strongest, we'll say category, I'd say Japan women's surfing is in probably one of the strongest places of any nation around the world at the moment.
100%.
What's coming through with them is just incredible. They're clinical, they're polished, they just go through the motions probably better than anyone at the moment. And now we're starting to see a few airs getting thrown from a lot of the crew too. So they're historically just rail-to-rail surfers, and they do it so well. So terrifying to think that they're going to start throwing the air game amongst it too. So.
Yeah, I know. They're really pushing the boundaries. They're really, striving to progress female Japanese surfing and female surfing in general as well.
Yeah, and they're doing really well. And and even when we get to the more consequence waves like Cloud 9, they're not scared.
No.
You think they're spending most of their time on a 2-foot beach break, and then they get put into a 5 to 6 foot reef break. It's not an issue.
They're happy about it.
They're happy about it. So
we saw a name who's not in the draw that really stands out for me is Shino Matsuda. She's actually in Hawaii right now. She qualified for the Olympics in Chopu, and she's been there a couple of times. I know that she's stayed with Aylin Vast, who is Corley Vast's sister, trying to just get used to the wave at Chopu and really, perform well for the Japanese Olympic team. And I think a lot of these surfers, I was speaking to Anon Matsuoka, she's going to go to Hawaii after this event to get comfortable in the bigger stuff. So they really want to push and strive for betterness, and I think it's really cool to see that. But this swell, what are we going to see?
So it is still going to bump up, but it's coming in a little bit later than what it was, and we're going to be looking at 29-kilometre-hour winds. So from about 3 o'clock, we might start notice this thing starting to jump up quite substantially. Until then, we're sort of going to hang around and slowly increase, even drop off a little bit. So interesting sort of forecast here, and it's all about the way it's going to wrap into these little bays and coves on this west coast.
Yep.
And then it's going to hit like a freight train by this afternoon. They're calling it to be about 10 foot. So
wow.
10 foot and 29-kilometre-hour winds. I don't think we're going to be out there this afternoon if that comes in. But the best thing about surfing is we play what's in front of us. It's like golf, play it where it lies.
Yep. Yep.
And see what comes in. Because
Exactly.
we do have a great day of surfing ahead of us up until then. And Nanaho, she got her backup score of a 5.75 for that quick 2-turn combo. And that's experience. She was looking for that quick backup. I'm sure she would have loved that to race down a bit further. But she put herself in a pretty strong position already with a 6.5 and a 5.75.
Yep.
And that's only on 2 waves, so now she's quite comfortable. Here we go. We're going to get to see Nanaho's 2 waves now.
Yeah, I love this wave. I believe this is a 6.5. Just a bit of a connection here, straight up into the lip, and then this is where we see her just go again. She just seems to be really, excited to be surfing out there and to be surfing another heat. As I said, I feel like she's one of the most consistent Japanese surfers. That's live action of Logan Dalton finishing one off. And also Im, who I spent a bit of time with in Korea. She's a Korean surfer. Let's have a replay of green. We'll get back to that though. This is Logan Dalton's last wave. Just going straight up into the lip. Gets a bit of release there for Logan. She needs a 4.9 to go up into second. So we'll see where that lies.
Yep, and we had a little chat on the beach before. Looking for that one big manoeuvre. She knows that's an option out there. She's quite a powerful surfer.
Yeah.
So she's going to look for that one big hack if the opportunity comes up. And I think she got herself into that situation there where she sort of did throw it. She did a nice little gouge up there into the lip.
Yeah.
The score has dropped in at a 3.25. So maybe not quite as critical as the judges would like. She was sort of 3/4 of the way up the face there. They would love to see those fins get through that lip, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think, the judges like the surfing, but they want to see a bit more. And first round of the women's first heat, they've got a reset from the men's to the women's.
Yep, the scale does change quite a bit.
Yeah, changes a lot. And I think, I agree. I feel like women's Japanese surfing and Asian surfing in general is in a really good place right now. And I think everyone gets excited to sit down and watch it. I know I do.
Yep.
But Im, who I know as Sue, I spent a lot of time with her in Korea. She actually came into the booth and had a really great conversation. She just loves surfing. She loves being able to compete. She loves being, out in the water and learning and kind of, progressing through. And she's always got a smile on her face. So hopefully we can get a chat with her soon.
Let's make it happen. Hopefully she gets through first place so they can get to her down on the beach.
Yes, exactly. So it's cool. It's cool to see her here out of a wetsuit and a beanie and a million layers.
She's probably looser in the surf than she's ever been.
Yes, yeah, more than likely, that's for sure. So 11 minutes and Nanaho is in the lead. Samomo Sato in second with that 4.25 and a 3.5.
Looks like that wind might be coming up a little bit earlier this
Yeah.
morning than what it did yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit. You can see a bit of texture.
Yeah, it does help a little bit of texture sometimes. Sometimes when it's uber glassy and you have that sun coming over the hill behind us here, it can be a little bit tricky to see and actually read what the wave's going to do because you don't get that little bit of colour differentiation when you're trying to see what's coming at you.
Yeah.
So having a little bit of texture, I don't mind.
Yeah, looks like Samomo having a look at this freight train right coming through straight up for a nice hard carve and again for another turn. That was a good combination, maybe hitting that second turn a bit late if I'm being hypercritical.
But you can see where her brain was at straight away.
Oh,
there we go.
Wow.
And she didn't run over a friend.
Yep.
That's nice. That noise that we both sort of made on that turn, that's that wow factor that you see in surfing. And if we're doing it, the judges are doing it.
Yeah.
So if you're in a competition, you can do a turn that make the judges go, ha ha. That's what you want. And it is an amazing thing. And I'm sure we're going to get that turn on replay.
Yeah.
Because that's crisp surfing. That's critical. That's in the pocket. That's the money turn right there. We love it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well,
Here we
let's
go.
have a look at this last one of Nanaho's. talk about making a moment. Takes off late and then just puts her in a perfect position. Huge turn there for Nanaho and straight back around it for another one. She was thinking of a third, but maybe just wanting to leave on a high note and not run a friend.
Definitely. And just the critical nature of that. She was right in the pocket. It was critical. She didn't pull out at any point of that turn. She saw the whole thing through. Her board would have got a little bit of redirection back towards the whitewash, just enough. And then she just scooped it back out and it made it look so crisp and beautiful. That's surfing.
Yeah.
That is surfing 101.
Yeah, absolutely.
From Natsumo.
She's
Nanaho, sorry. I combined some names there.
All right, here we go. Logan Dalton, the lone Australian in this heat. Nice opening carve. She's got a good wall ahead of her. Straight up for a second turn, but doesn't quite find a finish. How important is it to complete the waves out there?
We know that. We know that's what the judges love. Historically, they love it. It's not necessarily a part of the criteria, but it leaves that taste in the mouth. When you're standing tall, you've completed a wave. It makes all the other work look good. And it's just that exclamation mark on the end of it. It's usually going to be one of the big turns too, because usually you've built yourself down the line, so you want to have that finish. You know, as a surfer, you see that end section coming at you, it's already in your head before you get there that, I know I need this. There's a danger of going a little bit soft on it sometimes for that reason, because you get into that case of I need to finish the wave. Whereas if you throw a big hit at it, then your score's going to go through the roof. So
I think as well, you know, if you can kind of find one of those decent end section turns that you can really keep in your back pocket, like just projecting out and kind of throwing a heap of spray, like that's a good one for the first couple of minutes of a heat, and then you can really let loose.
Absolutely, and you keep that momentum while you maybe look back at the judges and give them the
challenge
stink eye.
that. Come on, I know you liked it.
Here we go. We've got 3 numbers to drop in. It looks like Sumomo on her last wave, definitely a great score also. She dropped her high score of a 6.10. That was also a beautiful, well-surfed wave. Smooth, bigger wave also. Nice drop, and she just set that thing up and paced it really well. Yeah,
and we're seeing first indications of Nanaho's excellent scores be locked in. Sumomo straight up into a hard carve down there, trying to get around this section as she wraps it back to the pocket. And wow, universal huge scores to come through for last of Nanaho Suzuki.
Body language. She liked that one too.
Yeah.
I think she's feeling it.
Yeah.
She's having a good time. That's what you want to see.
Absolutely.
We weren't wrong with that turn, I don't think. Those numbers that look like they're dropping in.
Yeah.
This is exciting.
Judges are definitely rewarding committed surfing. We heard from Ty, head judge, last night. Big turns, big sections, big scores. And I think that's going to reflect this one of Nanaho's. A 9.0 locks in. Best wave of the event so far.
We're getting excellent out here. How exciting is that?
Wow.
And that turn, and that's what we're saying. We made that noise.
Yep.
We instantly made that noise, and that's just a sign of that's what we want to see. We know surfing. If you don't know surfing, you look at that. That's incredibly hard to do to make it look that good and that smooth. So that's exciting. That's definitely going to be one for the highlights reel at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, 100%. She's just really finding her groove out there.
It's always good when you're talking about a wave like that in the booth, and it does reflect in the judges.
Yeah, absolutely.
It gives us a bit of street cred.
Yeah.
But you can't deny that sort of surfing was. And I'd say 8.5 of those points came from that score. Here we go. Let's look at it again just because it was so good. Late takeoff too. She's just got herself into the perfect spot. Look at that.
Wow.
That second turn was literally just, Yeah.
I just did that.
Yeah, she's asking for a situation. I'm sure she's just letting the other competitors know that she's in a pretty commanding place now. Almost everyone out there, apart from Sumomo, is in combination to catch her, that's for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I think Nanaho, this heat just really sums up who she is as a competitive surfer. She's not scared to hit the lip, risk. She goes for it, and, you know, more often than not, she gets rewarded with really big scores. In Taiwan, she was one of the standouts, and seeing her on that final day was, you know, super exciting. But it was Sarah Wakita who actually got the win in that event, putting on some solid surfing against Amuro, actually.
Yep, like I said, strong field.
Yeah.
Such a strong field coming out of Japan.
Yeah. And that was a co-sanctioned event with Australia as well, I think.
It was.
I think maybe from the semi-finals or even the quarterfinals up, there was more Japanese and Australian surfers.
Wow. Wow. There's some good co-sanctioned events coming up too, so it's great to get that mixing pot. New Zealanders, Australians, and all of the Asian region that we have at this event. We have, I think, Evoca's coming up. What else is on the cards? Newcastle, is that on this year?
Yeah, Evoca and Newcastle, both co-sanctioned
And
events.
then we'll probably have some events in Indonesia, hopefully.
Yeah.
Then possibly down towards Shargau for another one later in the year.
Hope I'm there for that one.
But that will probably fall into the next qualifying series of the regional WSL.
That'll be 2025?
No, it'll be 2024, but it'll be by the end of the Challenger Series.
Yes.
So that'll be actually the start of the new, we'll call it calendar year for the surf events qualifying series.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like the school year, financial year, and everything else that goes on. We have our own surfing year for the surfing events. So
yes,
these competitors need to stay very up to date. The point system is incredibly complex.
It is, yeah. You need to know the ins and out of it all, and even I'm still trying to figure it all out. But, you know, at the end of the day, good surfing is good surfing, and that's what we've seen in this heat so far.
And that's right. And another highlight of this event is our presenters, the Department of Tourism Region 1. We had a great opening ceremony last night with Jeff Ortega, and we also had represented from the National Office of Ma'am Christina Francisco of Department of Tourism across the Philippines was also represented, which is pretty good for surfing. We have the Tingog party list, who have been huge supporters of surfing, and the Honourable Speaker Martin Romualdez, great man who's supporting surfing, and not possible without him. So that's my highlight reel for the people who help make these things possible.
Yep.
And we've got a few more on the highlights I'll get to in a moment.
Well, Nanaho using her priority on this one, lets the fins go, but doesn't get a finish. And this is where we see Nanaho.
Yeah. I did that to you. I'm sorry.
My goodness, you did.
That to you, yeah.
It's where we see Nanaho get really progressive. When she's in a commanding lead, she kind of lets loose. And this is my favourite Nanaho to see.
and this is what it is. There's nothing better than a confident surfer who's in front.
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's a dangerous position for everyone else.
Absolutely. If I'm looking at her for my next heat, I'm a little bit worried by now, because I know that she's got all the confidence in the world, and she knows the formula to throw a 9.0.
Yeah.
And just out of our pocket a 6.5 out of 2 turns. So she's knowing how to do it, and she's actually that 6.5 was a bit longer. The 9.0 was actually a 2-turn combo.
Yeah.
So
yeah, 9 on 2 turns is a huge ask, and that commitment was just really showing that, you know,
it was.
It's what everyone wants to see. And this is Im or Sue from Korea, just up and out on that one on her belly, deciding she doesn't really like too much of that.
Didn't give the judges anything to have to do there either. So one of the criteria rules is your hands have to leave the rail to be up on your feet before it's actually judged. That known, if you get knocked off your board or you lay down at any point during your wave and you pop back up, you're actually going to get scored for 2 waves.
Wow.
So it's going to break your wave up, and it's not a great strategy. If you get knocked down, just concede and hop off unless you do something amazing on the end, because that's technically 2 waves. Here we go. Im's got something on the inside after that sort of priority error.
Yeah, unfortunately coming off the back of that one, but 40 seconds to go. Im needs a 7.55. Logan looking for a 7.45. So they're big scores that are required with 30 seconds to go. Nanaho looking at this one right now, the current heat leader, just enjoying her time out there. A bit of a victory lap on this one. She's like, yep, I'm good. I'll go and have a chat with Camille.
How's the competitor? She's still looking back at the lineup.
I know.
She's 13 seconds in, unreachable, and she's still looking back at the competitors to see if anyone's sliding in on anything behind her.
Yeah.
And I love that. It's the never turn off game, so it's really good.
She's one of those surfers where it's not over till the hooter goes.
It's not over. I love when a competitor will come in with 10 seconds and still turn and face the lineup and start heading back out. And you're like,
yeah,
I get the gesture,
Yeah.
At my age, I think I came in with 30 seconds to go. I think it was 50 seconds actually. In my defence,
Yeah.
I heard 15.
Yeah. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Heat 2 of the La Union International Pro for the QS 3000 of the women.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back. Waxhead back in the booth with John Carby. The Union International Pro. We're straight into heat number 2 of round 16 of the women's. We have some big names in the draw right now. And there's the photographers, the check-in area, the judges, and the commentators just above there at the Escape Hotel. We have Amy Gore out there in the green, Manami Nonaka in red, Sarah Wakita and Daisy Valdez. A stacked heat out there, John.
Exciting. Australia, Japan, and local girl Daisy Valdez. She'll be riding for her people down on the beach. I'm sure they're gathering. There's the last heat moving through there. Wow, is all I can say about that. Nanaho, wow, it was a clinic out there. Great surfing.
In their surfing, but they've really added a power element I've noticed in the last 5 years. Where do you think that's come from?
Going around, basically going around and surfing everything. They've got small beach breaks dialed in, and there's something about surfing small beach breaks that you learn to get speed. You learn to make small waves carry through section to section, and you become this really intelligent surfer. The way you can read waves because
your wave IQ.
Something in you. Yeah. But you're right. You sort of miss that. You miss that power because more of it is more that zippy, high twitch muscle. You're not throwing too much rail to rail stuff. You're just throwing tails and all that sort of stuff. So the more that they've sort of ventured out of their playground and into other parts of the world, into those reef breaks, the more consequence waves. I know a lot of them spend a lot of time in Hawaii now. You have no choice but take power to Hawaii. If you go with a beach break mentality in Hawaii, you're going to be sitting on the beach very scared and very afraid and very alone, I think.
And the Wakita surname synonymous with Pipeline and the North Shore. And we have a look. I was just at Sunset Beach a few weeks ago. The only shortboarders out there in generic shortboards were actually Japanese kids.
Yep.
And it was 10 feet plus. They were copying roll-ins, the West Peak roll-ins on their head. It was a joke. They were literally on 4'10" surfboards, but their coaches obviously said, go out there and learn what it's like to be vulnerable in the ocean and try and get a wave bonus, getting onto it. Everyone else is on 7, 8, 9, 10 feet boards. And I thought that's probably the best thing a coach could have done for those kids.
I love it. Sign the waivers and get out there, kids.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they must have some pretty good insurance for sure. But it was impressive because those kids will learn from that. And when they do crack their regional tours, when they get onto the Challenge Series and eventually on the Championship Tour, they'll be lining up at places like Sunset, like Chopu, Pipeline, Cloudbreak, and they'll need to, at Margaret River, Solid Bells Beach, all spots that you really need to have your power game down pat.
And that's it. And they won't necessarily be comfortable out there, but they'll be comfortable with being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Which is the point of those sort of exercises. And I recommend any of you kids listening out there at the moment, if you're in a place where there's a wave that you're terrified of, get out there. Feel it out. Paddle up to that. Here we go. We've got live action going on right now.
Sarah, 2-turn combo there. Nice opening carve and a snap off the top. And she's going to hop through the inside and hope there is an inside section so she can finish cleanly. And there we have some precision, lightweight surfing there. And unfortunately, Boggs on that chop we talk about on the inside section.
There we go. As that tide fills in, and that's that beach break style that she knows. So she can get through a section It doesn't necessarily look great with that hop. They like to see it a little bit smoother, but that is the standard beach break style right there.
And on the opening wave, at least trying to get a completion, which you didn't get, but just trying to
Absolutely.
milk the most out of that wave.
But I'm sure she will readjust her strategy, and she may not be heading towards that far down the line again. Here we go.
We're going to go down to the beach for the winner of that last heat and get some insight.
Here's a little secret about the Mona Lisa Point. If we start the day with low tide and tides building the whole day, it's actually it's better to surf around this time when more water is filling in. As you can see, the waves provide more opportunities for our surfers to get the scores that they need, and that's exactly what happened with Nanaho Suzuki, who scored the highest single wave score of the day so far, a whopping 9.0. So congratulations, Nanaho. You told me you were surprised you got that score.
Yeah, I was so surprised, but waves are pretty perfect, right? And then so I have the good score, so I'm happy.
This is your second time in La Union, right?
Yeah, second time.
Thank you for coming back. How are you liking the Philippines so far?
Yeah, I'm like Philippines, so the weather, the people, food, I love it.
What Filipino food do you like the most?
I like adobo, like chicken, rice. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, chicken adobo. So maybe you can head to one of the eateries out here and celebrate your win. But right now, do you want to thank your sponsors? Tell us about the stickers on your board.
Can I say Japanese? Yeah. いつも応援ありがとうございます。今回、今年初めての QS で、ちょっと緊張してたんですけど、いい波でやることができて楽しかったです。次も応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, showing full commitment and determination is Nanaho Suzuki from Japan. And thank you so much. Good luck on the upcoming rounds. And back to the commentary, guys.
Great insight there from Camille down on the beach. Some pressing questions, and always nice to hear if they've been to the Philippines and in that sense what their favourite food is.
Side note, chicken adobo, go get some.
Okay, where can we get it nearby? Lunch?
Anywhere. We can get it from Surrey stores to fine dining restaurants. And we have Surfer in White up and riding. Daisy Valdez, local girl, knows this point. Getting unstuck on that one. We saw her in the longboard, and we got Surfer in Red behind her. Girl's getting busier. There's a nice little connection off the lip. Nice and lofty. She's going to have to go around Daisy. And that was just a statement to Daisy that here I am. I know it's your point, but I'm here too.
Really accentuating that body language there for Minami Nonaka. But Bukita opening up with that 5-point ride, so a nice opener. She's regained that priority. And you can see that tide slowly filling in. That reef was fully exposed just an hour or two ago. And tell me, John, when you paddled out for your heat, did you walk out and behind the point, or did you paddle out in the bay?
We've got replays on the go. Take us through it.
Yeah, so this one is Amy Gore here. Smaller wave. You can see the set on the outside, so she displaces a lot of water on that first turn and lose a little bit of momentum through the midsection and unable to capitalize on that inside. And this is a replay of Minami's wave. So you can see eyeing up this first section, that was nice technique, and sees Daisy, snaps that around and really accentuating that body language and kicks out of that wave. So it'll be an opener, 4.35 to go with the 0.65. So puts her in second place, but it'll be the local girl Daisy who needs to start building momentum.
She does. And same thing. She's historically a longboarder, queen of the point on the longboard. She has been on the national team on both disciplines, both shortboard and longboard, for quite a long time now. She's always around the top of the rankings in both. But longboard is her specialty, but she's also a weapon on the shortboard. So she'll settle down. The nerves, the family, the pressure, it can get to these people. She's moving. She's a little bit older than a lot of the competitors out there too. Start to lose that competitive spirit a little bit, but I know she's still passionate and cares a lot about what's going on out there. I just hope she can sort of relax and settle in a little bit to a home break.
And interesting, she must have caught a wave, or she's out of the inset of the screen there right now. So she hasn't caught a wave. She must be over to the far right or far left. That onshore wind, that westerly, starting to breathe its way onto the lineup. But that may not necessarily be a bad thing.
No, we were talking about the texture out there before. Just having that little visual as you look down the line. That little bit of wind can sort of gives you a little look at what's coming a little bit better than the clean stuff.
And Nonaka here, unable to find any clean face that's going to offer any scoring opportunity. And we talk about that criteria and the Japanese and the power surfing there. You threw down a single turn that got you a 5. And is that something that you'd identified?
Absolutely. I just couldn't find another wave the same.
Oh, wow. 2-turn combo for Wakita, backing up that opening 5. So she's looking lively right now. But it's the Australian surfer Gore here throwing a bit of spray on that wave and wiggling her way through the inside section. She's going to try and find the inside reform. The judges haven't appreciated downtime today, so good option, kicking out of that wave, and she'll get out the back, and she'll add to that 3-wave total she's got so far.
There's Daisy Valdez, much better on that opening turn. She got nice and lofty through that one. That's definitely going to be her start that she was wanting to get that momentum. So let's see if we can. Plenty of scores to drop in now. They're going to be across the board. Let's see who's going to get the best of that little exchange.
Wow, very neutral stance on the shortboard, Daisy, as well. She has that on the longboard where she's not necessarily back or front-footed, which is interesting because when you do commit to a turn, when you've got that neutral stance, it usually makes for some massive spray.
Absolutely. The thing about Daisy, hard to tell on camera. She's stands about maybe 5 foot tall at the most.
Maybe less.
Yep, maybe less. So she's quite a short person. That might have something to do with the neutral stance because she just doesn't have that pivoting part of the hip as I don't know, your standard taller person would do. So generally she doesn't need to really. She's got that low stance inherently. So
that's a really, really good point because unless she's on a board that is, 4'10", which I'm sure she's not. She'd be on something a little bigger, maybe 5'5" or something, which would be considered like a step up.
Absolutely. So and for Daisy, that paddling, because smaller frame means smaller arms, so she does still need to keep that length to get into the wave. So
interesting analysis there, and you've dealt with Daisy. You've travelled with her.
I've travelled with Daisy. We love Daisy. So we have this thing in the Philippines called Artis, which is an older sister here in the Philippines, and you always look to and respect your Artis. Whenever we travel, she is Artis. She's the one who helps prepare food and organise stuff and look after the team. She's always nominated team captain. An absolute pleasure. Her and her husband, Jefferson De La Torre, they are staples here in La Union, and whenever we travel, they're also stepping into coaching themselves. They're in with Congressman Ronald Singsong from up north. Lucas El Norte has sort of taken them on board because of their knowledge, skill, and longevity in the sport. And they're starting to get a little band of Groms from up north in and involved in the sport also, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's nice to see that sustainable surf industry that you're contributing to down in Siargao and seeing the tourism boom. And what's the one take you've seen in the last decade of your time over here? What's the biggest improvement with the Philippine surf community?
It's spreading. That's the number one thing.
Not isolated.
Not isolated anymore. It's spreading. Siargao was known of. That's where we had events. It was just where events were held. This year we have 3 events: Siargao, La Union, and Belair, which is coming up next. Not only have we got 3 events, we're making it easy with back-to-back events. So it's starting to spread out, and my sample size, basically the sample size is getting bigger. Once we get a bigger sample size of Philippine surfers, we've got a bigger portion. We've got a small sample size and we're producing JR and John Mark de Kong. When we get bigger, imagine what we'll produce.
Yeah, and that's a testament to these grassroots events and the regional qualification tours, and you've got the UPSA tour. It's the same in Japan, Korea, Australia. They have their regional domestic tours. And it breeds a competition atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we want to get into the part of surfing life where we move into board riders and all that sort of stuff. So surfing becomes a normal.
And then we have live action there. So this is Nonaka down into 4th, looking for just a marginal score. Beautiful carve there, really opening up the wingspan. And great technique, snapping that one up for a little foam climb to finish. So she's going to get that score, no doubt, and move up into that 2nd place. But Daisy, with her 3 and the 2.8, she's going to be looking for something more substantial to start building upon that total.
So she's going to have to look at why she got that 3 for that manoeuvre. She's going to be sort of sorting that in her head. She's either going to like that score or she's going to go, okay, I didn't quite hit it hard or critical enough, which is, I'm pretty sure, what the judges did. See, it looked impressive with the quick glimpse that we got, but I think it was lacking a little bit of power and authority on that turn.
And even perhaps eyeing off a closeout, a dynamic turn, single turn,
exactly,
which we've seen being rewarded very heavily.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Daisy actually one time up north in Kabuga. We had maybe 6 to 8 foot, and she absolutely sent it into the lip. She was on her way to a 10 if she had ridden out of it, so she knows how to commit. It was one of the most committed waves I'd seen from Philippine surfing, actually, and it was amazing. We were all in the judges' tower blown away, wondering if she was going to attack that lip, and she went at it full force. So she's a viper out there. She knows how to hit a lip, and I hope she can get that opportunity to sort of show that.
And Daisy Valdez on Instagram as well. You can search her up and follow her travels throughout the regional tour, and she'll be aiming to get through to the longboard. Next round of longboard, she had a great showing yesterday, so multidisciplinary, which is phenomenal
and get down here and check out their surf school. They do offer surf school, surf coaching down here in La Union, so check them out because they know what they're doing. Girls sort of just biding a bit of time here, filling in some gaps, not quite finding what they're looking for out there, but they're staying busy.
Now back down in the fourth. This is Gore needing a 5.65, big opening turn, and a second one. A lot of spray displacing there. And she's like looking for the end section here, staying busy. And does she ride out? She does. Gets caught up in the foam.
I don't know if they'll give it to her. Oh, she's
going
to give it to her.
Yeah, well,
she'll give it to her. I don't know if the judge will say. There wasn't much on that turn anyway. I don't think that's really going to factor towards that score. There wasn't anything really critical other than a small sort of lip climb. So she did a lot of work and maybe lost a bit of time on that paddle back out just by getting that finish or not quite finish.
That's a good point. Yeah, if you are going to commit to that inside, you really need to make sure it's dynamic, and needing a 5.65, it was the wave to do it. But she just needed a cleaner end section, and I'm sensing just a lack of flow in between those movements as well. So the judges will identify that. So
yeah, great opening combination, and then it's sort of a shame that sort of ran away from her.
We saw that even on the smaller sized waves throughout the morning so far, the surfers that are maintaining that connection between maneuvers. And here goes Daisy. Wow, leaning back into that first turn. Local girl Valdez snapping, layback, and unable to ride out of that. So she has an interesting style. I've seen it on the longboards as well, where she actually goes straight-legged halfway through the turn and pulls her frame around. Very unique, and it reminds me of a Dimity Stoyle, also from the Sunshine Coast, who was on the World Championship Tour.
An absolute champion. Her, amazing server. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You know that turn where they push up?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and also India Robinson as well. They use their frame and they push their legs out in front of them. And it's Wakita out in the lead right now. Nanaka down into second. And just seeing that connection of maneuvers. So Blue with that 5.25. That best wave of the heat so far. I'd have to say Valdez, pretty dramatic first turn on that wave. But this is Blue's connection. This is that flow we talk about. See, just straight into that two-turn combo. No downtime.
If she had got that connection on that second turn, just a little bit higher, a little bit crisper, it would have doubled almost, I think. Doubled.
And you see here, not a lot of pumping through here. Just keeping the fins engaged. Nice, clean, wrapping turn. And you see there, not a lot of power through these maneuvers, but the technique on point, placing the board perfectly into the lip.
And you can see what the judges are liking right there. They're loving those combos. They're loving the flow.
The connection.
Sarah's, if she had got that connection on that second hit, she would have gone, I reckon, into the very good range. Here she goes again.
A bit foamy this wave, looking to drop a 5, and that wave getting the best of her now, opting for the round tail out there, which a lot of the Japanese surfers do prefer, despite coming from a beach break orientated background. The round tails offer power surfing opportunities, and you're riding a round tail out there too.
I just bring my board from Cloud9, and
perfect.
That's what I'm going to bring.
And you can really step on a round tail and know that it's going to hold you in behind, not
you
slide
know
out.
where and how to push that thing.
And this is Nanaka right now. Goes straight off the top, and that wind wreaking havoc on the conditions right now. But Minami going up and down. Not sure if it's going to better that 4.2. Chasing a 5.9 to go into the lead. What are your thoughts, John?
We've got a paddle battle going right on now for priority. It looks like Amy's already conceived it to Sarah there. What was that? What was my thoughts on what? Sorry,
on that turn there.
That turn there, again, it's that power. It was a good connection with the lip. Be good if we can get a little hit of that one. A good replay of that one. She knows where to put the board. She really does. Being a lighter frame, she does lack that power a little bit, and you can really notice that, particularly from some of the other Japanese surfers, like we saw, like Nanaho in the last heat. They're a bit bigger, more powerful frames. So she is a little bit lighter, and you can really see it in the surfing. This is where competitors, in my mind, need to build their legs, the core strength. It's 100% legs and core. And the shoulders and arms will build themselves as you paddle and spend 58 hours in the water.
Yeah, well, the surfers have generally got great shoulder muscles, if not a little bit underutilized because of the tiredness that we have.
Yeah,
they wear out. So a lot of the surfers have got big shoulders, but then they're underutilized because of lack of mobility sometimes.
Yep.
And the paddling all day long will get it. Swimmers, on the other hand, really build their wingspan, and because they're swimming doing different strokes and they're able to actually get a full stroke through, they're not having that bad posture laying on a surfboard. Same thing with
back,
surfing.
crocked necks. We've got all sorts of bad things going
on.
on.
It's when you think about the damage we do paddling, it's the complete opposite of what we do on the wave.
Yeah, absolutely.
Where we're swiveling and where we have to be mobile. We're using ankles, knees, hips, combining with an upper body rotation. But when we're paddling, we're actually arching the back and pulling the posture down. It can be a horrible affair if you don't look after yourself. And these surfers know what it takes to be Olympians, to move on to that Challenger Series, and they are here on this QS3000 Asian Tour. And
the pathway, the pathway is good for these girls, and it's already showing fruit, which is exciting. These competitors hitting the Challenger Series already last year, huge tour, world class too, which is exciting. It's not like they're going to step onto the CT one day and be overwhelmed by cultures and waves and different types of reefs, because without costing them a fortune, they're going to be exposed to 7 or 8 breaks around the world.
And staying on that regional tour for a little while will help save their money as well. Instead of turning up to a QS 10,000, which would it used to be in, say, the US Open in California, having 160 competitors and battling from round one all the way through in 4-person heats.
And that's why it sort of became the rich kids tour, because the people who couldn't afford to go to it couldn't go and scrounge for these points.
Yeah.
So it's a stroke of genius, this regional, for developing countries like this. It is literally a stroke of genius, and it also puts the level up in places like Australia and America and Europe, because
pushes the status quo.
Yeah, and it's now they're battling against each other a lot harder, because they know they have to push because
the limited spots.
So I think it's working across the board. I really enjoy this new format of the regional qualifying series. I think it's brilliant.
That's it. Props to
and I'm
the
not just
WSL.
keeping the bosses happy. I think this is great for surfing.
Oh, I think so too, and that's why we're here to celebrate that. And Daisy Valdez commits to the turn and unable to ride out of that one, but that was the commitment needed. Needing a 5.55, I'd have to say that would have been really close if she could ride out of that. And
that's what I was waiting for from Daisy. That's exactly what I was talking about. She knows how to hit the lip. She knows how to time it. It's just that getting out of that explosion part for her.
And down in a third, Gore, who on her last wave got that 3.95, and this wave, she didn't get that end completion. So now needing a 4.6, this would be the best wave of her heat so far, and unable to get that completion. So a minute 26, getting dragged across the inside section. This could be all that she wrote in this heat, but leaving the two winners, well, first and second at the moment out there right now. So Wakita answering back. Yeah, using her priority. Snapping that one off the top. Strategic move?
For sure. Sitting on priority. She wants to keep that first place. Being in first gives that layer of protection, basically. No, we'll keep moving through. We've got 1 minute to go in this competition. These last few scores dropping in for Amy, and this last one dropping in for Sarah. I think that was, as you said, defense more than anything else. And I don't think Amy, it's going to be a hard 4.6 to get for her. She's got a 3.95. I think it might be on par with that. 3.80 dropped in. So, yeah, around that level. just getting a little bit sort of getting stuck in those similar waves every wave she gets. It's one of those things as a competitor. You can get out there and you can sort of get stuck, and you get stuck in the 3s or the 4s, and you know you need to get out of it, but you keep subconsciously.
It's almost like if she'd just straighten out after those first 2 turns, she may even get more points.
Yeah, without doing the extra work, or she may have given herself more time, more opportunity to get back out and actually go again.
And get another opportunity. So it's the 2 Japanese moving through in this heat, following the pattern from Heat 1. We're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be straight back very shortly.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Welcome back. We're at the La Union International Pro presented by WSL. We've got Jerry Deegan in the booth right now, and we're going to be commentating one of our fellow panelists, True Starling, who's out in the water right now. And we've also got a mixture of surfers right now. We have Anon Matsuaka from Japan, Kana Nakashio, and we have Shelame Ajona from the Philippines, and of course True Starling from Australia, Narrabeen by the Gold Coast, and the International Affair.
Thanks, Waxhead. Yeah, I don't believe Sheila May is here, and as we zoom in there, I'm wondering if we're only going to see 3 surfers. We noticed that Sheila May's from Shargau, really lovely girl and a really good surfer. Not entirely sure why she hasn't shown up. I have a feeling she's in Bali, to be honest. So, Sheila May, if you're watching, we're missing you. We wish you were here. And you're missing some pretty solid waves. But I guess that your absence makes it a little easier for the other 3.
Well, they'll be stoked to have, 3 people out in the water. And it does appear that your analysis is correct. So, seeded into this round of 16, a difficult heat. And we have some international experience. All these surfers in the water having travelled, competed in junior and QS events around the world. But here we are at La Union, Mona Lisa Point for the QS 3000. This is stop 1 of the Philippines tour, because we'll be going to Belair after this next week. This event window running till the 28th. But given the swell window, it seems like we could be run and done in a relatively short
time. I always like to do it. If there's swell, let's run it, let's do it. I mean, I'm known as the guy, certainly on my event in Shargau, that I want to get it done in a day.
Yeah.
I'll run it all night if I have to. But, yeah, it's nice to start with swell and a bird in the hand sort of thing. You don't give it away. So if it's there, we surf it.
Yeah, if there's waves, you have to surf because it's the ocean. It's a changing variable, and that's what makes it, the competitive surfing, so interesting and intriguing to watch. We had Nazare yesterday evening, the WSL presenting the Big Wave World Tour last night, and that was an amazing viewing. And kicking off this heat right now is Kana. Will she get the inside reform? A bigger set wave, a lot of downtime, but she's used her priority, so she may as well just capitalize, and she does. Little snap there, and here, ramps up, nice in the pocket jam, and she pulls out of that. So a bit of a shaky wave, maybe getting rid of some of the nerves, but she's out into an early lead.
Yeah, look, it was a long wait for that last manoeuvre, which was a nice one. I think it's getting a little more tricky out there as the day progresses. The wind's coming up a little bit. Unlike yesterday, it came up more from the east. It's a little bit more from the northeast today. Hopefully it won't be too strong, but it's causing the sections to be a little trickier. So, just to get a score on the board right in early days is a really good thing to do. So I think that was probably a pretty good move from Kana. And I've watched Anon over the last couple of years in the Shargau event and this event last year, and Anon is a powerhouse. I just got a little bit in trouble with her actually just a few minutes ago. She was sitting on the veranda psyching out. But unfortunately, she was on the wrong veranda where the judges are, and I got asked if I could go and ask her to move to a different veranda, and I sort of hassled her in the middle of a psych out. So unfortunately, yeah, she's probably off me now.
Wow.
But hopefully it doesn't
So
affect
disrupted her preheat preparation, but you can't be doing that in an official area. We're going to go down and catch up with our Japanese competitor who took out that last heat, Sarah Wakita, with Camille on the beach.
Looking to improve, her 5th place finish here last year is current number 1 in the ranking, Sarah Wakita. So congratulations. How do you feel good about winning that heat, getting it out of the way?
Thank you. Yeah, I got the round 1 nerves out of the way, so I'm feeling really good. The waves actually kind of changed from my heat, so I was kind of lost out there, but it was good to get a couple waves and yeah, start my debut here.
Yes, the wind did pick up during your heat, but with that, it also brought in more sizable sets. So how did you find or regain your rhythm? You said you were a little lost, but you still managed to post some really good scores.
Yeah, for sure. I've been here last year, so I kind of know how the wave breaks, and I had a really bad loss last year, and I'm hoping to get farther here this year, so I try to just manage to get a couple good ones and start off with and get some good rhythm.
That's a really great mindset to have. I admire that. And just a couple of days before the comps, you posted 9.0 from last year, so that's kind of what's setting the tone, setting the bar here, and we're looking forward to seeing more of that from you. We know you have it, you can do it, and you have what it takes to perhaps take the event win here. So with that, do you want to thank sponsors, say hi to anyone back home?
応援ありがとうございます。とりあえず1ラウンド目を勝てて緊張がほどけたので、次はクォーターでマンオーマンになってくるので、去年はクォーターで負けてしまっているので、そこを塗り替えれるように1ヒート1ヒート頑張りたいと思ってます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, that's current number 1, Sarah Wakita. So congratulations again and good luck in the quarterfinals up next.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the commentary.
Arigato gozaimasu to Sarah Wakita. That was a great interview, and I'm loving that LA Dodgers hat too. A sports fan from around the world obviously spends a lot of time in Los Angeles, and I can relate to that. And we saw in the inset there, True Starling opening up her account with just that 2-point ride. Changing conditions, as we said before, Jerry. Very different lineup to half an hour ago.
Yeah, very different. I had a chat with True before she went out there as well, and her plan is big manoeuvres. You know, we saw some big scores on some big manoeuvres earlier, and so the discussion I had with her just before she went out was find the sections and hit them hard. So, you know, hopefully she can do that. She can find some clean green water and, you know, not some more crumbly waves. But she has a plan. She knows where to sit. She's been watching it as much as anyone. So, you know, I'm feeling like she's got a pretty good chance. Again, I think Anon would probably be the favourite in this particular heat. She's a true powerhouse, and like I said previously, I hope I didn't put her off in the middle of a psych out. And just quickly while I'm there, I know my wife wasn't watching before, but she's watching now, so I'd love to say hi to Susan. I think she's with my niece Jazz watching and listening, so I hope I sound kind of cool, honey. I hope you think I'm cool.
And Jerry is synonymous with Philippine surf culture, having really built the foundations for what you have now over in Siargao, along with John Carby as well, setting up one of the first surf resorts over there. And you delivered a fantastic, eloquent speech last night at the introduction ceremony amongst all the other speeches. And what was your first introduction to contest organisation?
Well, you know, I've been part of the Cronulla Point Board Riders since its inception in 1985. We sat around in a room. There were a couple of board riders already in Cronulla, but we were point surfers, and at that stage there was no point board riders. So I guess right back then, you know, there were 5 or 6 of us that got together and started the point board riders, which is still going today. But as far as a little more professional, it was in Siargao, and it was, I mean, I've been there essentially for every single one, and I've watched them go from an event with, you know, 10 foreigners, because that was all that was there, to, you know, hopefully this year of 5,000 QS. So I've seen it go all the way up. And we've had a lot of help over the years. Well, Mayor Resilient, he was the, you know, he's the godfather of Philippine surfing, rest his soul. He's a super lovely guy and really pushed surfing. And without him, I don't know that surfing in the Philippines would be what it is. And then over the years, you know, we had Andrew Stark come in and bring in Surfing Queensland when he was with them, and then Surfing Australia, and then WSL, and we've had a lot of help, you know, with Ty and Will and and Robbo and all those guys that have really come over and helped make it far more professional. And I've learnt from those guys.
Well, that's it's phenomenal to hear the Australians having their input over there at Cloud9 and identifying the region as somewhere that could really be a stepping stone for the Asian region surfers. And here's True Starling from Australia, one of our fellow commentators, with a nice upright style, just engaging the fins there, and that'll just be her best wave yet. That'll be a backup. And Anon, power carve there, really putting some body language and accentuating that turn on her backside. We'll wait to see the replay of that, hopefully.
Yeah, we didn't see the start of the wave, so I'm not sure whether there were more manoeuvres happening before we saw that, but yeah, it'd be great to see a replay. And I really need to stand up and do what I said I was going to do before and take that ridiculous sticker off the edge of the TV there. It's driving me batty. I'll be back in 1 sec.
So we're sitting here in the commentary booth right now, and we have a great setup. Everything's brand new. It's so brand new, there's actually still some plastic covering, the protective covering on top of the TV, so Jerry's just attending to that right now. But a fantastic event run by the WSL in collaboration with UPSA and the Department of Tourism, and we had government officials at the opening ceremony last night delivering their thanks and their speeches, and it was really nice to see their collaboration with surfing and surf culture in general.
Absolutely, and there we go. That's a 9 up and running
second
again.
Wave, yeah. Wow,
Big
goes
off the
vertical
top.
on that first one, comes around the section. This one, a little more of a setup, and driving that wave, driving back into the power pocket on that wave, and here, lining up the inside, gets the inside connection. So very busy on that wave, and that'll be a quick 2-turn combo that will put her straight into the lead.
Yeah, without question. That was the best wave so far. And yeah, it was good last night. And, the governor of La Union, Rafael Ortega, these guys really help. Without these guys, we just can't do it. And I know people on the other end don't necessarily want to listen to names they don't know, but I mean, without these guys, it just doesn't happen. So we'd like to say to him, to Rafi, thanks very much, and to Jeff Ortega from the DOT, Department of Tourism, and of course the local mayor, Arturo Valdriz. So, these people make it happen. Our sponsors make it happen as well. We need them. They don't get a lot of love. Hopefully they get some mileage, so they do it. They, generally sponsors either do it out of the goodness of their heart or they do it because they want to get something back, and that's about media mileage and all the rest of it. So at some stage we have a little talk about them, and we got San Miguel and Vans and Alima, Clean Canteen, MVP Sports Foundation, and Bagon Filipinos, which is part of Vinny's group. Thank you guys, and down the track we'll get on to our more minor sponsors, but without them it's really difficult.
And it's all the people in the background, and the time of social media, we all know and we're privy to how difficult it is to run certain events at different places around the world. We've seen a lot of different World Tour events be spiced up over the years, and the government is crucial in making those decisions, and the collaboration from the Philippines and the Philippine Sports Commission and everybody involved in the back end is you're sitting at home watching YouTube, you're watching the webcast right now. It is because of those officials. We're here now because of the WSL presenting a 3,000 event, which is crucial for these surfers vying for that opportunity to jump on that Challenger Series. They had an event in Korea just before the new year, and they'll have another event in Belair on the other side of the coast next week. And then the Australian tour will be kicking off very shortly. We'll have events on urban surf down in Victoria, up in the Gold Coast, and right down the east coast of Australia as well, and some of them are multi-sanctioned.
Can't wait for all that. And I think they're going to replay the last wave of Anon. Hopefully we can get a look at that. Here we go.
So this is the 5.3 for this wave. So it goes vertical on that and comes around the section here. A little power carve and gets that rail engaged. And we thought it was over. She waited for it. And this one here, a little double up on the inside, and she pulled out. So majority of points coming from that first turn. You can see a jumbled lineup right now, and this is a bigger wave. And using her priority this will be Kana, and getting low, springing into that turn there, opening up the shoulders and finding a clean face, power gouge on the inside. So a 2-turn combo. She gets the inside section as well and sets his rail up and lining up the inside track. Will it give her anything? And it doesn't. So a nice clean wave. That will be her best wave yet, one of the longest waves of the heat so far.
I love that wave. And when she was taking off on it, it looked like it was going to shut down, but she had the nous to know it wasn't going to. So she took it anyway, and it paid off for her. That was really good wave choice there.
So the pressure will be on True, who does have priority. Her last wave was the 3-2-5, an experienced competitor, and she'll be chancing her hand. And down the line, you can see just 10 feet over to the left-hand side. Anon didn't take that wave, but not as clean an entry. So this one could be a dynamic single-turn wave. Both surfers not opting for it. You see that section almost looking like a beach break out there now.
Yeah, it's starting to get quite messy.
And bigger.
Big and messy, yeah. It's exactly what I don't like to surf. I've got a lovely friend at home, Speg, Dave McKinley. He's probably not watching. Who came here and won the event here, actually, many, many years ago. Not here in Shargau, and this is what he loves. So we'll have a quick look at this wave. We'll have a look at True's wave, and then we'll have a look at a replay of the previous wave.
And True, foamy one, so using her priority on that. So that one, conditions changing rapidly. She's seen the waves closely more than any other competitor. So just testament to just how difficult it is there to identify the good ones. But it was Kana who's got the wave of the heat, a 6.5. Great opening turn there, which sets her up for this next one here. Drives off the bottom and really engages the rail. Big wave and commitment on these maneuvers. Just when we thought it was over, she had a little bit more on the end section to give. And nice, clean, precise surfing there from Kana.
Yeah, well-deserved 6.5 there. She did really well. And it is getting more and more difficult, so any big score is something really to be treasured. And, that's something to keep in the bank. And it may well serve her well at the end of the day. And here goes Anon. She's chosen not to go. That one, bit of a shutdown. Yeah, you're right. It does look like a beach break. I was just going to say my friend Speg, who's one of Cronulla's best surfers, he only ever surfs now when it's big and onshore and there's no one out.
Wow.
Apart from that, he's on the golf course. He says, I'm off surfing. He said, I don't like crowds. So if it's 6 foot and onshore and there's no one out, he's out the beach.
Well, hey, you can surf most premier waves in the world onshore and big, and you'll have it to yourself. Think of known locations. I mean, for a barrel, it doesn't really work like that. For Cloud9 or Pipeline, it doesn't barrel when it's onshore. It just crumbles. It's relatively dangerous, but if you want to go surf outer reefs, if you want to surf beach breaks and points onshore, there's plenty of options out there for you. I think of Lennox Head and Snapper. You go onshore, no one's there.
I'm a fair weather surfer myself. I'm a fair weather surfer that does gentleman's hours. I wake up at 8:30 and head out there at 9 o'clock when the school kids and the workers are going to do their thing.
Well, easy to say when you've been in a surfing and tropical paradise with almost no surfers for the maybe for the first decade of your...
First decade or so was epic. And I got to say, and I guess I got a couple of mates listening, so I won't say too much, but there are some other waves, particularly on Shargau, that aren't overly busy still, and 1,000 waves in this country that aren't busy. You just need to be prepared to search
How many
them out.
islands are there in the Philippines?
7,107.
Wow.
And not all of them have waves, obviously, but a lot of them do. And he goes Anon on a sizable wave and a big section there.
Committed vertical re-entry there for Anon. Currently heat leader. And we see True on the outside as well on the inset screen on the left. And her section not as diverse as Anon's, but she's going to get an inside track as well. So True in the green singlet, snapping that one around and catching a rail. So 7 minutes 20 left to go. We might have missed an opening turn from True, but she was looking for a pretty hefty 6.26 on that exchange. But Anon.
Well, Anon did nothing but that one massive turn, and I think she's going to get a fantastic score from it. She hung on and hung on. The section didn't happen for her, but that was, for me, the turn
of the heat,
turn
for
of
sure.
Heat, without question.
And actually, when the judges can see somebody change their vision and get their board completely vertical and connect it cleanly, you're definitely going to be getting good scores. It's basically open the checkbook and how much money do you want to throw at it, because it's hard to get those connections on a point break. And if you can stop surfing lateral and straighten up, we'll watch that replay of that vertical re-entry. And this is True's on the outside. We'll see what it got done. So where Anon's opened up, True's ran away.
It did, yeah, sadly. And then she just, nice little turn back into the power source, and I think she made a little error somewhere just here. She just went a bit too far out. She should have been cutting back further into the power source. But here we go. This turn from Anon is she's almost upside down.
Oh, incredible surfing there. Just her vision and her shoulders pointed directly vertical and really getting that board changing direction. So the judges will eat that one up. And just for the single turn, a 6.15. So the premier wave of the heat so far, but Kana's actually got the 6.5 and a 6.15, sorry. So Anon furthering her lead, and it's Kana with a 6.5. So True now needing a 6.26. That last wave was her best at a second best 2.5. It goes into a top 2. And you can see a jumbled lineup there, resembling a Bells Beach Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily what we want to look at, but I'd much rather see that than flat, you know. They're out there, they're getting points, they're still getting sixes and, more than 1 6, so there's no real complaints. Not a lot of waves ridden because it's hard work to get back out. As a matter of fact, they got smashed paddling out there, and I didn't quite think they were going to make the buzzer, but they just got out there. Yeah.
Great
well,
insight.
so what happens is sometimes they paddle out from here, where you can see True paddling now. They'll come around it from the south, but you can paddle out from the north of the wave and just punch through. It's far quicker, far closer, but when those sets crash onto your head, it's not actually quicker.
So you're actually walking off the reef behind the section and coming around, and that could be because of the tide coming in and new swell?
Yeah, I think with the short boards, you know, with the ability to duck dive and all the rest of it, it's just generally quicker to take a straight path out there. And there's a current, so paddling around it just makes for hard work. You know, by the time you're out there, you've paddled 150 to 200 metres against a bit of a current and you're knackered already.
Yeah.
So they generally, most of the short boarders will choose to paddle out from the northern side of the wave.
And 4 minutes 30 remaining, so pretty hefty score from True Starling. Required a 6.26 down into third. We don't have Sheila, our surfer in white, competing at the moment. She's overchasing other waves, but True's going to be looking for something, perhaps a big single turn.
She got a 6.5 on a single turn yesterday, so she's well and truly capable. She has got second priority. 4 minutes to go. There's plenty of waves, so let's see what she can do. She knows what she has to do. That was her plan in the first place.
And it would be almost a clean sweep. The Japanese, this would be the third heat where the two Japanese have progressed through.
Well, this is what we discussed with the Japanese women before, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dynamite and second place Kana at the moment. That 6.5 and a scoreline, a nice off the top there, managing the chop really well, keeping that momentum forward and smacks that section again. So two major maneuvers and keeping everything really critical back into the power source and lining up the inside section power carve. And she's going to surf this one through. Looks like a bonus on the end, ramping up, and she doesn't hit that nice and shallow in there. A great exchange.
Yeah, that was a great wave. Like the two turns out the back are just money there. So she's, again, she's only getting rid of a 3.0, and that for sure is going. And I'd be surprised if it's not up by her 6.5, to be honest.
Yeah, that's
it's going to make it really, really difficult for True at this stage.
That won't be surprised if it even nudges excellent based on the size of that wave, and it really kept its speed and momentum through and stayed big. It didn't get smaller.
It was a bomb. And she's fearless, you know. She's smacking that lip. And again, I think on TV it's a little misleading. It's a little bigger out there than it looks on here.
It is, absolutely. And a lot of the longboarders opting for leg ropes yesterday was a testament to that. You put them in most right-hand point breaks and they won't wear a leg rope. But just that section being a little unpredictable, I saw a lot of them opt for those leashes. And you can see Anon waiting to hear that situation. And something I have noticed...
Oh, you were spot on, by the way, up into the excellent range. We're waiting for one more score there, but this is going to be by far the wave of the heat and push her into first place. That was a good call there, Waxhead.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of surfing in the last few years, and I feel like this one will go excellent. And 8.25 locks in for Kana, the best wave of the women's heat today. We had in that previous heat, we did have...
Yeah, well, there's 1.9 previously.
Yeah, we had Naneo with her 9-point ride and a great performance. And True answering back, needing 8.2. Excellent. So she's on a good wave here. Comes around. Nice opening snap. And here, a bit more critical here. Goes vertical.
Oh, yeah.
And she rides out too. So she's got some more left. Beautiful open face carve. Does she have anything left on the inside section? It does. Nice roundhouse carve there. She's looking for the lip line and not going to give it to 1:30. She's going to need to get back out the back really quickly and see if she can eclipse that 2.5, because I think that 3.25's...
Well, the 2.5's gone, yeah. So that big manoeuvre she did there, the full fins free, that was a really solid, powerful manoeuvre. You know, is it going to get her the 8.6? We think not, but with a minute left, she needs to race out there. And we're going to have a look at the replay of the previous wave from Kana. Okay, so she takes off here. It's a nice solid wall there, and bam, straight up, no fear. Semi-floater slash, I'm not really sure what it was, but then she does it again. You know, the whole board was almost out of the air. She gets round the section. So, you know, even just getting around that section was amazing, and she just doesn't give up. Finds another little section here for a slash, and she's just power. She looks clean. She's smooth. Just no hesitation. We thought maybe she was going to get a bonus on the end there, but she didn't need it, that's for sure. So that was by far the best waves. You know, she could probably paddle in. Actually, I don't see her in the lineup there. Maybe she has paddled in.
And a 6-1-5 for True. Now only needing a 5-3-1, 25 seconds remaining. And she'll hear that come through right now. Can't see her in the screen. That's the next heat paddling out right now. And there she is. Oh, well, there they are on the left-hand side. 10 seconds to go. No waves coming. So it does look like the two Japanese surfers moving through. It'll be Kana Nakashio and Anon Matsuoka with a convincing performance. Excellent surfing there from Kana. And we're going to go to a break. And we'll be back for Heat 4 very shortly.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
Welcome back. We are in to heat number 4 of the La Union International Pro, presented by WSL. I'm the Waxhead with Jerry Deegan. We're watching some sets rolling through right now, and 13-year-old Mara Lopez opened up her account with a marginal score, but you can see the size of these waves, that new swell really settling in, Jerry, and making life a little bit harder for these surfers.
Really difficult, really difficult. And, you know, getting caught inside is no fun. Paddling out is no fun. But certainly there's still some pretty good scores to be had. Sure what's going on the screen there. It's frozen a little bit. We've got a little bit of a beach. Okay, there's Mara paddling out again. Yeah, it is getting difficult. That wind's coming up. I assume we're going to carry on through. Luke Landrigan just stuck his head in here to have a look, and he'll have a chat with the head judge and our WSL representatives to just figure out if this is the last heat of the round of 16 for the women. And I mean, I think the men will eat this up, to be honest. So I'm thinking we're going to head straight on through to the men. It's a nice day out there, a bit of breeze, but it is picking up. The prediction said starting this afternoon it was going to pick up, and it's going to be solid.
We've had some amazing surfing so far this morning, and it's the Japanese, all the Japanese this morning. Right now in this heat, we have Amuro Suzuki, Challenger Series competitor experience, and here she is up and riding. A nice crisp opening turn there and a power gouge in the pocket, and just trying to open up her heat with some confidence. And in that last, well, so far in that top 10 of the rankings, everyone has made it through on the women's side of the Asian QS. Down into 8th, Amuro at the moment. She'll be looking to climb up the rankings. She took the event out in Korea and finaled in Taiwan. So she's got some great momentum, and she'll be looking to really have a good finish here to jump up on top of the rankings and get that spot back on the Challenger Series.
Correct, and she has an advantage. Like the previous heat, there is only 3 competitors in this, so it makes it, marginally easier. You still have to come first or second, but I think it's probably a little bit of a relief when you look at the draw and see that you're the only one person's getting knocked out of this particular
for sure
heat. Certainly helpful, but she still needs to get the waves and get the score.
And Kaidi Inui and Mara Lopez. So Kaidi out there from Japan, also in white. She's her sister and her brother also competing, and they're very talented. Both the Inui sisters are on SUPs, stand-up paddleboards, and I will find out which one is world champion on the SUP. I don't know if it's Kaidi or Sakura.
Okay.
One is world champion SUP rider and very competitive longboard surfers as well. So water women.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going downstairs for an interview with the previous heat's winner.
Before anything else, I would like to greet you Otanjobi Omedito, or happy birthday, because it's Kana's birthday this Monday. She's turning 19. So also, congratulations. You made it through that heat. You are also starting the 2023-2024 season really well. Last year, you won the event in Chiba and also in Indonesia with Westernhurst. Yes, so off to a great start. Is it your first time in La Union?
Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah, La Union is first time. Yeah, La Union is so beautiful and good food. Yeah.
Did you arrive early, or did you arrive when it was flat, no waves?
Flat.
Was it flat when you arrived? Did you get time to practice?
No. Sleep, eat, sleep, eat, sleep, eat.
Okay, so with barely any practice in, she still posts some really awesome scores. You got an 8.25, and also wind is very strong right now. So how do you approach, or how do you surf when it's windy?
Yeah, it was so tough condition. Yeah, and wave choice is difficult. Yeah, but yeah, I catch the good wave. Yeah.
So let's give Kana a wonderful birthday. Maybe your result here will be your best one yet, and that could be a great birthday gift for you. So do you want to say thank you? You can say it in Japanese.
Okay. 応援ありがとうございます。結構海入ったらタフなコンディションですごい難しかったんですけど、ちゃんとハイエストを出して勝ったのでよかったです。次のラウンドも頑張ります。
Okay, nice to meet you, and congratulations, and good luck on the next rounds. Thank you. Okay.
Well, thanks, Kana, and happy birthday to you for Monday, and hopefully you will get a great birthday present.
Well, she's off to a flying start right now, and she's just catapulted herself into the quarterfinals. Some great surfing, excellent surfing there with that 8.25, but it's Suzuki off to an early start, 2.9 with the 5.25, and showing that Challenger Series experience. Mara Lopez local 2.15, but Kaidi hasn't opened up her account. The Inui's been going down at a rapid pace. Taka knocked out of the shortboard in the dying seconds this morning by Jo-Marie, the local Filipino surfer, and out of the longboard, surprisingly, and his sister yesterday and today also knocked out last night by True, one of our fellow commentators.
Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles in surfing, isn't it? And it's a brutal sport. It's hard. You get knocked out, you go home, you re-evaluate and see what you can do the next time.
Let's see, she can flip the script. As you can see there, she's got the deck grip there on the front and the back, and then wow, snapping that one out. So that is something you do see on stand-up paddleboards a lot, the double deck grip. And Mara Lopez, the local girl there, and kicking out, smart surfing. And this was the heat yesterday that we were watching with Mara, who had a longboard heat with Sujin Park from Korea, holding priority nice and strong the last few minutes. Did paddle for the last wave, holding priority, but let Sujin go, the more experienced Korean competitor.
Correct,
lost
yes.
the heat in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, that was a little sad to watch, that one. I think we were singing her praises about hanging on to the priority, and then she actually didn't take the wave she needed to take. But that's, again, all experience.
And showing some more experience here, kicking out.
Yeah, getting back out, getting priority back, or at least second priority. I'm not a big fan of the all-deck grip. I find you certainly can't surf out there without a rash vest on or something. But I also find you drag your knees across it and a bunch of stuff. I don't.
You would have seen that in the 80s, a little bit in the early 90s.
I remember back in the 80s, I knew guys that had full deck grips and webbed gloves.
Yeah.
So
Fluoro wetsuits too.
Fluoro wetsuits. My brother Paul had a yellow wetsuit. They used to call him Banana Man.
Classic. If it wasn't yellow, it was pink, orange, red, green, yellow.
I was never overly flamboyant, to be honest, with the wetsuits. Look, and if they get knocked out in this heat, they still are receiving points. So this is the round of 16. So if you came third in this heat, you would still get 796 points and $400. So it's still valuable to get third over fourth, and here we don't have a fourth, so fourth would have got 480 points and $250. So there's quite a bit of difference between between third and fourth in these heats.
Yeah.
And here goes Amiro.
Beautiful opening turn there, and that low center of gravity, keeping that board activated through the turn, ramping up this end section and snapping that one, and she finds that green face in the end and kicks out with control. So that'll be a fantastic settler for her, and no doubt secretly stoked that she's in a less competitive heat than what we've seen in the last three.
Yeah, definitely. And in this position she wants to be. She's certainly going to throw away her 2.9 there, so I think she'll be very happy to be where she is. And they do want the points. They do want to move forward. They do want to get to the Challenger Series. I mean, that's what it's all about. If you win this event, you get 3,000 points. As it's a QS 3,000, you get $5,600. And there's quite a bit of difference. If you look between the first and the second, the prize money is only half, and the points are, 660 less points. So it's a big thing. Every position you come in, every time you beat one person, whether you're coming third against fourth or first against second.
And at the end of the year, it could just be those points that separate. And for those of you wondering how it's all tabulated, I'll think back to an event. It was a longboard event last year where it was actually Natsumi Teoka and Hiroko Yoshikawa who were tying on points. And had Hiroko have won the final, they would have had to have gone back to, not just to count back, because their results were almost similar throughout their career. They went back onto highest wave totals, highest wave scores.
At the end of the year,
yeah,
that's insane.
And it turned into 13. They were both in the 13s, and it was like 13.2 versus 13.1, and that's how crucial points can be. You come third, fourth, it does make all of the difference. Obviously, with more events on these tours, it becomes a little bit more expansive. At longboarding, traditionally only had 1 or 2 qualifying events per year. But here's Kairi Inui and gets a snap under the lip. Nice, strong, stable surfing there. You can see her just that safety hands up, pumping through the inside section. Gets a little reform. And snapping that one back a little bit into the power source. And gets a little inside jam there. And stays really busy, so she gets a connection. It was worth her connecting through. Wow, 3 turns on the inside. That one, a little more round, a bit of a roundhouse cutback. Length of ride.
Shallow water there.
Yeah, you can see just how sharp and shallow that is. In fact, she's actually on the reef there. It's a smaller wave, but given that she's only needing a pretty marginal 1.6 worth the inside connection.
I was wondering what she was doing there. I was kind of wondering why she was carrying on, and, she was way smarter than I am.
And Mara, foamy wave. And she's out of there. Smart decision. That wave not offering anything of substance. She'll get back out straight into second at priority. And we'll wait to see what that score comes in from Kairi.
And Amiro's going to take a small one as well.
So hands down, good body language. And one thing I've noticed about the Japanese surfers today is their strength, but just what I like to call the economy of movement. Just being very smart with the way they move their body. No unnecessary movements, no unnecessarily hops and pops, just placing the board in that power source.
Yep, the improvement there is incredible. I don't know whether there's a Japanese national program. I'm not really sure what goes on there, but whatever's happening there, it's working. And one question I did want to ask you, I'm not sure if you know, is every result counted towards the end of the year when you're in the QS
That's
series?
that's some clarification that I will need to get to about, because there is the multi-sanction events in Australia. So no, not every. I don't believe every event is counted. There is a lot of events, when including some of those ones in Australia as well. So we'll get some clarification on that, and it certainly would be financially and also logistically impossible for them to make all the events, because some of these surfers are surfing in the ISA World Tour teams as well, and some of them are even on the Challenger Series, and they're here right now just to gain some experience.
Okay, if you're surfing in the QS and the ISA clashes, but you're close to qualification, would you bail is the real goal the Challenger Series?
Well, that's why they do make the WSL pathway and a different tier to the ISA as well. So you can qualify for the Olympics through the WSL as well, based on your rankings.
Yep.
And they don't want to dissolve any of those tours, because the regional qualification tour right now, what we're doing right here, the QS 3000, is a pathway program. It's a gateway to the Challenger Series and eventually the World Tour. So Olympics comes around every 4 years, and it's a little bit elusive to spend your time focusing on that when you have a self-sustainable World Tour, Challenger Series, and regional tour. So I personally would be just trying to do my best surfing and aiming to do the best in all these QS big events, the 3000s, the 5000s, and increase your seed. So when you go into some of those bigger events, the 5000s, you're not surfing against, for example, like in that last heat, we had Kana and we had Anon surfing against each other. I mean, true, you could class her as a top seed, but she's not.
Yeah,
life would have been a little bit easier for her if her seed was a bit higher, not coming from this region.
Yeah.
So chasing that regional tour, I think, is a great advantage.
And I guess in the long run, if you get to the Challenger and then you get to the CT, that's a pathway straight to the Olympics.
Oh, yeah,
anyway,
100%. Exactly right. It's the ultimate pathway.
Yeah.
And a lot less, and you're making prize money along the way.
Yeah, exactly. Which, there's very few that don't need that prize money. Surely there are some kids here whose parents are really supporting them and have sponsors that support them. But, making the prize money really helps.
So to basically distinguish and summarize what we're talking about, the goal of the Olympics, but these surfers want to be world champion as well. And the only way you can be that world champion on the WSL side of things and go onto that list of proven world champions from 1976 to now is to compete here at the regionals, make it through the Challenger Series. Right now, California, they've got in Pismo Beach, the QS 3000 over there in Central California. You've got surfers like Zeke, and you have Kolohe Andino competing over there with some of the World Juniors, like Jet Schilling, who just won the World Junior Champion. They're competing for an opportunity right now. And Amuro Suzuki lining this end section up here, explosive layback and able to ride out with a low center of gravity. So fantastic surfing there from Amuro. And she's well on her way to extending that lead. And Mara Lopez back into third, looking for a 4.35, because it was Kaidi Anui who locked in that long 4.10, majority of those points coming from the end section.
Yeah, which we didn't expect. And back onto that other subject, you have a lot more access to the young pro surfers, or any pro surfers, than of course I do. Do you think if you had the dream and you could offer them a world championship or a gold medal, what do you think most would say?
That really is an interesting prospect. I would say a world championship, given that Olympics have just been it's been so new and they've just grown up with it. And the Olympics perhaps don't mean the same thing as what they once did to people 40 years ago, being the major televised sport event in the world. Growing up in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, of course, your major impact of sport and opening up to a lot of those sports was, I know the only time I ever watched personally athletics was during the Olympics, for example. So the gold medal, so elusive, but professional events in a lot of those sports doesn't exist.
Correct.
It's all amateur based. So
well, I remember when they started to bring the basketballers and people like them that were actually professionals. Traditionally, you had to be an amateur, and the Olympics was everything when you were a kid.
Absolutely, and I don't think it's. And here we go, Kaidi Anui trying to get rid of a 2.4 in her scoreline right now, and she's well on her way. She's identified that inside section and carving this one through. She has a good knack for wave knowledge, and here there's a bit more of a committed turn there as it gets steep on the inside. She's really one of the few. Mara on the outside as well, really getting going. The 13-year-old, 12-year-old, just about to turn 13 next month, carving that one around. Very similar wave to Kaidi, and maybe not as dramatic as what we saw with the suck-up section from Inui, and finishing strong on the inside. So a great exchange from both surfers.
Yeah, and they both saw that the inside was where they were going to get their points, and they hung on. And that's the second time Kaidi's done that, and it's been well worth her while. So she's figured it out to a certain extent, and I'm pretty sure she's going to throw away her 2.40.
Yeah, so the stakes will rise there for Mara, but we'll see if she can use some of those glimpses of brilliance that we've seen in terms of the strategy and go out there and secure another wave, because she's just got to get rid of a 2.15 and a 1.85, and I think she'll do that. And
the only issue with that going all the way through to the inside is, of course, it's a long paddle back out at the moment, and particularly if sets come through. So you're really wasting probably solidly 2 minutes paddling back out, maybe a little more.
And a little bit of current too.
And current, yeah. And the wind's against you also paddling out now. So we'll see how long it takes her to get back out and see what they give those scores. Okay, so Katie's come in as a 4.65. That's her best score. Moves her up, and we'll wait for Mara's score to see what she actually needs now to move into second place, because Katie's made it a little bit harder for her.
And I think if you ask any world champion, would they like to take another WSL world title or an Olympic title, that's probably where the desire lies because of that gold medal status. But a lot of these surfers are just content to jump onto that. Well, it's goal by goal. You're thinking, obviously they have a long-term goal, but at the moment they need to go heat by heat. You hear that so often in post-heat scenarios, especially with junior surfers who are developing. Of course, they have those aspirations and they're training with their national teams. But at the same time, they can't get ahead of themselves. They've got to work on their body, their board. And the ocean is just one of the few sports, Jerry, as you know, where on Sunday, win or lose, the first thing we do Monday is check the surf.
Without question, yeah. I guess if you're playing football, you probably don't want to go to training on Monday morning.
You don't want to check the blades of grass the next morning or check out the grip on the football or how the posts are looking. There's no variable. It's the same. And Suzuki on a bigger set wave, she's just having fun out there with a 11.65 heat total. Kaidi now needing a 7-point ride to go into first, and a 5.4 Mara needs, because she just got a 3.35, so her best wave. And she'll have heard that. She'll get priority back. Kaidi behind her.
And they're not even quite out.
No, she's got to be careful here.
So it's going to be fully 3 minutes paddle out at this stage. So
the priority hasn't been awarded yet. So if Kaidi was to perhaps paddle on that inside, well, that's actually one of the male competitors I can see on the left-hand side paddling out for that next heat. So
right,
yeah, that one will be coming up next. We'll jump into that men's round. And I think there's just such a good time for competitive surfing right now with these pathways. John Carby and I were speaking about it before, just how good it is to see the opportunity that these surfers are getting. And also, traditionally, surfers at local board riders clubs having now that opportunity to do really well on a regional event in Australia and starting to gain that experience instead of being chucked straight into the cauldron from pro juniors into major events.
Yeah, pretty hardcore that is.
And unless you were a child prodigy, it was really difficult for all surfers of all generations.
Even a child prodigy, I mean, it's hard. I saw, who was it? Jarvis Earl. You know, he just smashed the World Juniors, went to the Challenger Series, and just found it a little bit tough. Now, I think he's got the ability to get back anywhere, to be honest.
Sure.
I think he's one of the greatest young surfers around. But, yeah, he went from there straight into the Challenger Series and struggled, to be honest. And hopefully that was a good experience for him, and he can come back through the QS and get to where he needs to be. But that sort of illustrates the point you were saying.
Yeah, and that Challenger Series experience we see, I mean, it's soul crushing to jump onto that championship tour and you see surfers get bumped straight off with that mid-season cut, and they go back to the CS and sometimes get relegated back to their regional tours. See Kalohe Andino in that situation right now, earning those spots. And you have to just follow the game, reinvent yourself, and that's what it is right now. Regional qualifiers, Challenger Series, and CTs, World Champion, Olympics.
Yep. Yeah. Your other option is, of course, win the lotto, and then you can do whatever. You can go surf
professional
wherever you
free
want.
surfer paid by yourself.
Yeah, that's my only hope, by the way.
Yeah, win the lotto.
Yeah.
Well, watching these surfers like Mara Lopez and from La Union right now, she's Surftown La Union. She's representing not just her family, but she's representing her town and her country on an international level. And at such a young age of 12, you can see her paddling around. I've been super impressed with her strategy throughout the event and her surfing. And I would have to say the professionalism and the coaching that she's got in the background is really showing right now, and a testament to whoever's in her corner.
Absolutely, absolutely. And look, she's got decades and decades to go. So, real early in the piece, and I think she has a huge future with 47 seconds. She's going to go for it anyway right here. It's a really small one. She needs a 7, and it's a real white watery wave. She's realised straight away that's not the go. But without priority and without a wave, then she probably had no choice.
And it's Muro Suzuki and the 2 Japanese surfers continuing the trend. So it's an all-Japanese affair. All heats of round 16, the Japanese progressing through to the quarterfinals. And we're going to round this heat out very shortly. But congratulations to Team Japan. A phenomenal showing of clinical, critical, powerful surfing. And I look forward to seeing some of those matchups in the quarterfinals. We're winding this one down. We're going to go to a commercial break very shortly, and we're going to bring in John Carby and True Starling, fresh out of the surf.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organised by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognised by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan. 124 to be exact. Each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Yeah, welcome back to the WSL La Union International Pro. We have moved on through to the round of 32 for the men. And I'm True Starling, joining the booth with John Carby. And John, you have a heat to prepare for soon.
Yeah, I accidentally went through my heat. Tough luck to you for just missing out there on your one. Tricky conditions. Let's talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
While we introduce this heat, actually, we've got Roger J.R. Esquivel, Kian Martin, Takuto Otta, and Petra Hermawan. I always get caught on that one because there's lots of W's and M's and A's upside down all together put together.
Yes, exactly.
Exciting heat in the water here. Kian Martin, an absolute rock star when it comes to surfing. You never know what he's going to throw at anything. Same with Putra, and also it's just exciting. It's a good heat, so I can't wait to see what these guys throw out there.
Yeah.
Especially with this little bit of onshore, and if they see a ramp, I know there's going to be a few taking advantage of it.
Yeah, there will be for sure. The conditions have definitely changed since this morning.
There we go. How was it?
It was fun. It was tricky to kind of find one that had like that steeper bowly wall. The Kana and Anon both found those waves. I just couldn't buy one, but there's definitely good waves out there.
There we go. There's Kim.
Dang.
Little lofty on that little tail slide there, and another little finish. Strong finish. That's him feeling it out. I think he's going to be happy with that start.
Yeah.
Judges are going to have to adjust that scale again for these guys. What was I going to say? Something important, I'm sure. Having that disadvantage of not watching the lineup, we get to see it here on TV on the screens a lot, but not actually seeing it from the vantage point of the beach, or it does change things up. So that preparation is hugely important. Might have been why you couldn't quite get that lineup sorted.
Yeah.
Because we look at it from TV and we sort of have an idea of what's coming in and what the good ones are, but without looking at it in reality in person, it's actually hard to know where to sit and which ones are doing what.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to figure out which waves are the best ones to go, but I tell you what, these men and the women lately have been making it look pretty insane. And speaking of, there is Amuro Suzuki down there with Camille. She just put on an absolute clinic in that last heat, so let's hear what she has to say.
So priority.
Okay, Amuro Suzuki is advancing to the quarterfinals of the QS for the women's. And you were also the winner of the recently concluded wave pool event in Korea. Okay, so it must be very different surfing windy conditions like this versus something that's always perfect and mechanical like a wave pool. So as an athlete, how do you adjust your strategy?
I was just trying to catch many waves and out there, and it was kind of getting onshore, but it's still fun waves, and I'm happy to win, and I hope to keep going. Yeah.
And you also have a bronze medal from the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. So are you also looking to qualify for the Paris Olympics?
Yeah, I'm going to ISA to Puerto Rico. I'm so excited and can't wait.
Okay, so we can't wait either. We want to see more tremendous surfing from you at this point. Do you want to thank your sponsors, say hi to anyone back home? You can say it in Nihongo.
応援ありがとうございます。また次、自分のサーフィンできるように頑張ります。Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Amuro. And with that, back to the commentary.
20 minutes.
Thank you, Camille, and thank you, Amuro. I am a huge fan of Amuro's surfing, and I'm a huge fan of Amuro just in general. She's got such a good heart. We saw Kian take one off screen there. His first wave was a 7 locked in, so that's a pretty decent score to start off.
He's here. I know Kian's hungry. He's a hungry surfer. He wants Challenger Series.
Yep.
Oh, there goes JR, local guy. He just opened up with a massive vertical backhand snap.
Oh, wow.
Put it at 12 o'clock. I think that was the Morgan Siblick
Special.
quote. Put it at 12 o'clock and let the judges figure it out.
Yep. Wow, that was huge committed surfing from JR. I think I was saying to Matt this morning, I've actually never seen him on a shortboard.
and if we can get a replay of that, hopefully we can lock that in, because that opening turn, I think he's gonna push it up pretty high too. With that crisp nature of that opening turn was beautiful. And JR is, we know him for the longboard, his Gracie style. He's a quick, zippy, strong power surfer.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who can throw a quality air game also.
Wow, full waterman, able to make the most of all crafts.
Absolutely, I can't wait till they end up on foils and goodness knows what else.
Yeah, let's have a look at this 7 for last of red. Kian Martin, the Swedish surfer, choosing the Asia region to get his points for the QS. Just come off his first Challenger Series year, and here he is straight off the bottom. Wow, really nice first turn, John.
And straight up, look at this one. That combination got a little bit lifty. This is a nice combination there. That fin drift, 3 quick turns in succession. A little bit of variation across all 3 turns. And there wasn't much downtime in between them. Everything was critical. Everything was composed. And everything looked good. So judges liking that. I think the weak point in that turn might have been that second turn. He didn't quite follow through with the shoulders and get everything going on that second turn. But judges liked it a 7. And JR dropping a 6.75 for that last one. So the boys are bringing it.
Yeah, they sure are. They're definitely showing what they can do. It seems like, it's kind of gotten a little bit bumpy out there. The winds actually, when I was out there, it didn't feel too strong. I'm used to pretty strong winds up at home. But, yeah, it was just more maybe the tide or the swell that's coming in that's made it a little bit bumpy. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of way things react down here, isn't
it?
Because it has, and that's the fun about surfing, is you'll never find 2 breaks the same, And even you'll find across conditions, the wave can act completely different on wind, swell, tide, and I guess we're experiencing that down here at La Union. So very looks like a point break, but now it's acting almost more like a beach break. So very fun.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what the rest of this round is. Next up, we have Asia Series rankings number 1 and number 2. Keijiro Nishi coming in number 1 and Rinta Uto number 2, and then Filma Alapeo from Shagao. Filma?
Yes, Filma. Filma, absolute legend
He is.
of the ground. Him and his wife Andy
Yep.
are here. Filma's not just a great surfer. He peaked back in the day. I won't say peaked because he might win this one. He went to Indo and pulled off I think it was a 6,000 event back then.
Wow.
Back then it was huge. Amazing surfer, king of Cloud 9. He hit a rodeo flip.
That's right. That's right.
Here we go. Look at. Let's watch JR's.
We'll come back to that. for
Yeah.
sure.
I think it was his first turn. I think we missed most of that wave there. It was that
a
first
big turn,
turn, and that was about his third turn along that wave. And then the patience of him just to wait for this, just a little setup there, and I think he sort of loses the inside there. So if he had got that little tail flick moving, maybe he might have crept into that 7 and joined Kian.
Yeah, I agree.
Speaking of the man.
Wow, nice first connection to start this one off. Up and over. Bit of a foamy wave, but really making the most of it. And he gets off the back of that one, kind of fattening out. It's hard to choose the ones, like the bigger sets out there kind of roll out to sea, and then sometimes the medium-sized ones, and maybe every now and then a couple of those inside sets, they do roll, I guess, on the reef.
Yeah,
It's
it's the way it's sort of bending and folding and wrapping, and it's a strange, sort of hard to explain of how it is, but those waves really need to sort of hold through until they hit that shallow reef section. And when they don't, they tend to wrap away from it. So you're almost surfing uphill, waiting for something to happen that's never actually going to happen. So you'd almost prefer to get a closeout section as opposed to something that's running away from you and not actually going to stand up.
Yeah.
Because there's just a flat dance floor in front of you and nothing to do on it.
Yeah, exactly. You're better off getting one big turn as opposed to 4 half calves. This is JR up and riding. Wow, up and over that section. Releases the fins. Fast whippy one for that last turn as well.
Yep. So next heat we were talking about Filmar.
Yes.
So Filmar now, he's also moving to a coaching role and mentor role for a lot of the young surfers. He's got his brand, the Happy Islanders Surf Club there in Shagao. A few of his surfers. You'll see some stickers on the boards here. A nice a bright pink Happy Islanders across the top of their board.
Already,
That's Filmar and Andy's brand club, and they're making some dents in the Philippines. They're really helping a lot of young surfers. So
amazing.
Huge passion for young surfing, and they're doing wonderful things.
That's awesome to see. Well, Putra had a great heat this morning. Out behind him, that is Takuto Ota making his campaign in this heat, but he's already got a 3. That one didn't really do too much, and Putra taking this one all the way through to the inside. We saw him do pretty much the exact same turn this morning. That was a nice way to finish off that wave.
And Putra knows how to put a score together also. He's one of those really intelligent surfers. If he needs that 6, he can get that 6.
Yep.
If he needs that 8, he can go for the 8. He knows sort of exactly what the judges are going to throw at what he needs, and at the moment, this will be his first wave of consequence, so he's going to start to build that for sure. We're about halfway through this heat at the moment, so I think he's going to hit the go button and start to build up on what he's got.
Yeah, I agree. I think, he seems like one of those surfers where momentum is a big thing, to just keep catching waves, and then the more waves he catches, the better he gets. That's how I kind of saw him in that last heat. But those scores, a 4.4 for that last one of JR and a 4.5 for that last one of Kian. So 2 average scores for the current heat leader and second place getter.
Just backups, I believe.
Yeah.
When you get anything above that 5, even past that 6 level, you start to feel a little bit better, and you just want something in the reserves to sort of just give you that level of safety, and then you start working on getting above that 7 or that high score. You want to throw away your low score, and you want to improve on that high score.
Absolutely, and it seems like they kind of setting the foundations, and then they'll get better from there. Last wave of Putra, 4.45. So he's getting himself in the heat, but he needs a 6.71 right now. And it looks like Takuto needing an 8.15 at the moment. Is my eyes correct? Yep, 8.15. So Takuto is a great surfer, but he just needs to kind of get the ball rolling in this heat. Here he is, right on cue, up and riding.
Nice drawn out bottom turn. I love that from the Japanese surfers.
Ooh.
Even though they didn't come off for him,
Mm.
you saw the way he was just locked and loaded and waited at the bottom. So patient in a bottom turn. It's amazing to see.
Here we go, Kian just using his priority here. Racing down the line, straight up and over that section. He's got a good-looking wall ahead of him, but unfortunately can't find a ride out.
He has a great ability to make it never look like too much.
Mm.
It's sort of that Joel Parkinson mentality
Yeah.
that it looks
Effortless.
so smooth and effortless. And what he's doing out there isn't easy.
Yeah.
He's getting up into the foam. The judges know that, and they like the way it's done so smooth. You'll see the surfers like someone like maybe Italo or Toledo or even Slater will exaggerate some small things to make it look a little bit harder to get the extra points from the judges because it looks
Yes.
so much harder.
Yeah.
Slater's got this he'll drop into a squat after a floater even, and it just makes it look a little bit more dramatic, and he's just an IQ genius when it comes to surfing, and he's figured out all these little things. And then you see the other guys who make it look really smooth and graceful. Sometimes it can go against them because it doesn't look as big as what it actually is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, like, it's kind of crazy to watch, as you said, the difference in IQ between the surfers. Like, you can be a really good surfer, but some surfers have really good surfing IQ.
Yeah.
One that springs to mind that I know well is Kobe Clements from the northern beaches of Sydney. He has the most insane surfer's IQ, and I remember being in Taiwan and having a few heats, and he goes, "What are you going to do, True?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm thinking about sitting here and doing this." And he goes, "Yeah, nah, you're not doing that." And I was like, "Oh, okay, no worries." And then I followed kind of what he said. He's like, "I think you should do this and do that." And I did that, and I was like, "Okay, well, you're hired. Thanks so much."
And it is, and that's the boldness of, and it's also putting the onus on you also then to make that decision. So here's the information. You can make the choice, which is a great way to go about it.
Yeah, 100%.
And then you can sit there and go, maybe he's onto something.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to relook at my strategies and my IQ and how I approach a heat in the future. There's JR again saying busy. This one's not quite as clean as the rest of them. I don't think that's going to go towards anything he's going to need to get into the first place. Definitely not going to be a 4.76, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think he probably needs to get a better open face wave to kind of really nudge for that score. But look at these sets rolling through. It's kind of...
It is picking up. It's definitely picking up. It was scheduled to, and once again, some of these forecasting apps are getting really good. They do use amazing amount of data to back up their forecasts. It's so easy to point fun and have a bit of a laugh and a bit of a joke about how wrong they are, but the ocean is the ocean. Sometimes it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, and sometimes it does. So the more that they learn about their art, the better for our craft.
Yeah,
I'm from the old school. We used to have to go down and have a look at it every day. Watch the weather maps the night before and learn a little bit about synoptic charts and low and high pressures and everything like that, so we knew where to go surf in the morning.
Yeah.
It was very fun. It's a dying art, but it's also a lot easier just to scroll through the phone and check the cams at night time.
Yeah, I do that. I check the cams in the morning, and then I go down and check how it is in person. I definitely make the most of that.
Absolutely. It's good on those winter mornings when you just don't want to get out of bed.
Yeah, I get delivered my coffee in bed, and then I'm looking at the cams and I'm going, is it worth getting out of bed at 6:30 in the morning? Or All right, well, 8 minutes to go in this heat. Kian's still in the lead. Best wave of the heat so far with that 7. And JR, 6.75, needs a 4.76 to go to first. And Putra and Takuto. Putra looking for that 6.71, sitting in third, and Takuto hasn't really had a good wave just yet. An 8.15 is what he needs, but he can break that down into 2 with that 11.15 combination. That's a 6 and a 5.5.
And that can be the part where that time starts to squeeze in on you.
Yes.
And that 8.15 becomes the number you need to get. It can get really overwhelming, so I'm sure, and he's sitting quite deep down there. You see him deep down the point.
especially with that paddle out as well. It
Yeah.
kind of takes a couple of minutes. So
You can see he's trying to be busy here.
Yeah.
He's in second priority, and he's away from the group. So he's thinking maybe he can get something from there, maybe hit a section before he even gets to the guys. And then possibly Kean's going to take it, because Kean is also very smart IQ surfer.
Yeah.
He knows how to push the limits also. He knows how to push the rules. I think he got done on the last event in Shargao, paddle interference, blocking interference.
Kian,
Yeah.
he did the same in Taiwan.
It was in Taiwan, sorry. It wasn't
Yeah,
in
yeah.
Sharjah. It was
Oh,
in
yeah.
Taiwan. He sort of just sort of got himself into a area where, and it's one of those things, you sort of push the rules, you push the limits, because there's a lot of strategy, head games, gameplay, especially with now the way the WSL's formatted. It's not just about surfing anymore. You need the whole game.
Yeah.
And the great surfers, and like I think at the moment it's the Game Medina, played one of the best rule games at Pipe,
Yeah.
dropping in on purpose to get an interference call and still win the heat, was one of the biggest strategy games, and it showed that there is there is more to it than surfing these days. So
Yeah.
Kean Martin, one of the guys, sort of pushed the level a little bit far,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
ended up with a blocking interference. So I think that is half of his second wave score. It does make a difference. I don't think he went through the heat for that one too.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he got knocked out. He was, you know what, Kian was actually looking really good to take out that event. And it's unfortunate, you know, sometimes being an aggressive competitor can really come into your favour, and sometimes you can take it a little bit too far. But, you know, he does let his surfing do the talking as well.
He does.
And I think coming off his first year in the Challenger Series, representing Sweden, he was kind of just finding his feet. He ended up doing pretty well. I can't remember what event it was prior to India, but he literally flew from that event to India and got there the day before the contest started, and then got
Yeah.
his boards the day the contest started.
I think I remember that.
Yeah,
But
so
that's the sort of dude he is too.
he is. He's like, oh, it's all good. You know, if it happens, it happens.
I
And
think
I'm
he might
like,
have borrowed a board for the first heat, that one too.
Probably, yeah. And I'm so not like that. I like to have all my ducks in a row and make sure that, you know, everything lines up. But Kian, he just goes with the flow, and I think that sums him up as a person too. So I'm excited to see what he does for the rest of this.
Yeah, and that's the fun of that Challenger Series. We've said it a few times, but the guys come back to their regions with a whole bunch more tools, techniques, and everyone sees it. Everyone gets to learn and grow with it. So it's really cool. I love it. I love
Yeah.
it so much. We get 5 out of Asia, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
We'll have to confirm
Taking
that
away
number.
Rio Waida, who's a requalified. And he was the first fruit of this regional tour. He was the first one to get on the Challenger Series.
Yep.
And he had the best year on the Challenger Series I think anyone could expect. Qualifying first and then straight into the CT and then requalifying.
Yeah.
That's the standard for Asia surfing at the moment is Rio Waida out
Yeah.
of Indonesia. Great work from the Indo crew. Big shout out to all you guys. Love to see them here, and we love what they do back home.
Yeah, he's really paving the way, and I think as well, Marimar paving the way for the Filipino surfers qualifying on the Challenger Series. That was a nice wave from Kian. Bit of a foam climb for his second term, but really solid surfing nonetheless.
He waited a long time for that wave too.
Yeah.
He really did. Judges don't love foam climbs. The risk versus reward also. You're so likely to get buckled off because you can't predict what's going on in that whitewash.
Yeah.
So it is one of those risky moves, and the judges don't really see it as a huge critical move. So it always feels good. Every surfer wants to throw a floater in a foam climb.
Yeah, absolutely. They're actually even though they don't score much, are actually probably the riskiest turn you can do.
Absolutely, and that's sort of what makes them almost pointless
Yeah.
to do in a competition.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Takuto having a paddle there. No waves. He's still sitting a little bit deeper.
He's been very, I think, rattled with these changing conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Once again, the lack of free surf and waves before the event, it's been really telling on a lot of these competitors.
Absolutely.
It's just hard to gauge the lineup when you haven't had any opportunities. You haven't had windy, clean, or anything. It's been flat for the 3 days prior to the event.
Yeah.
Before that, it was pumping. So the people here who were here maybe 1 week out had a great opportunity to free surf. Those who came maybe 3 days out didn't have any opportunity. So pretty cool. But there was plenty of other things to do down here at beautiful La Union.
Yeah.
And now we've got another week or 2 weeks of swell going to stretch into us. So
yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, it's up and down. It's so good over this west coast.
So we're thinking it'll get a little bit bigger tomorrow.
This afternoon.
This afternoon.
It's supposed to really fill in this afternoon.
Okay.
It does tend to change a little bit because, like I said, you can see the coastline just on that screenshot there from the drone. It does weave and wrap all the way up. We're in a sort of a bay that leads into a bigger bay. It's an amazing coastline. The swell's got to do a fair bit of gymnastics to get in here, but that is also the wind does too. So even when it's howling wind, it's definitely contestable and good fun.
Absolutely. Well, coming down to 1:35 to go in this heat, Kian and JR really just dominating this heat. Putra had a little look at that one with his priority. JR also maybe thought he might be able to pick it up on
And
the
this
inside.
is also a note for competitors. Look where JR's sitting.
Yeah. A little bit further in,
A
Kian.
little bit further in, and he's looking for something a little bit different, I think.
Yeah, and I think
Oh.
that shows the local knowledge.
There was that foam climb.
Yeah, flying
I was
through
going to do
this
2
one.
foam climbs.
Trying to get around this section, but not sure if he'll quite do that. Oh, he does. Stays patient, but doesn't really pay off.
Foam climbs, and he got halfway up the climb.
Yes.
I don't think they're going to come in very high at all. I think Luke and Ian, you're going to have to talk to JR about that one.
Yeah. Let's reassess.
Let's reassess your foam climbs, buddy.
Yep.
But it is a transition move. So if you can get something smooth and crisp like JR just did, you can actually boost past and then set up that section. So it is a very vital part, and a foundation's part of of surfing, and it's going to use more to set up either a section or that next part of the wave.
Yeah.
So it is a very active transition move, but that's usually how the judges see it and score it these days.
Yeah, they do. And this is Putra. He needs a score. Nice first turn. Just goes over the rail there. That was unfortunate. He looks like if he could have pulled that off, he might have been pushing for that 6-7-1.
I think he would have been asking a lot from that one single maneuver. He didn't quite get clear of it.
Maybe a little turn at the end. But
Yeah, if he had got that, who knows what might have been next.
yeah, well, looks like heat number 1 for the round of 32 has wrapped up. We'll move on through to the heat number 2 with Keijiro Nishi and Rinta Uta. Asia ranks number 1 and 2. Very shortly, we'll be right back after this commercial break and a very special guest joining us.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time.
We are the keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark. Hold us up and we'll do something that will change the world. We lit the fire, we'll turn shadow to light. We lit the fire,
to the WSL La Union International Pro. We have moved on through to the men's round of 32, heat number 2. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Logan Dalton. Logan, how are you?
I'm amazing, True. Thank you. How are you?
I'm good. You had a heat this morning.
I did.
How
yes.
was it out there?
It was very different to yesterday. So my heat yesterday was onshore and very difficult, but this morning was nice and clean. It just had a bit more power today, which was a bit trickier, but it was definitely worth going out and getting waves to 4 girls, which was unreal.
Yeah, 100%. It's nice to share the lineup with not that many people out there. And speaking of, in this heat, we've got a good one coming up. Keijiro Nishi will be in the red. Rinta Uto from Japan. Both Keijiro and Rinta are ranked number 1 and 2 on the Asia Series rankings. Filma Alapeo from Siargao. And then we've also got Jo Marie Ebueza from the Philippines. I think he might be from here. So potentially a local lad. A couple of small scores to start this one off. And it was a good heat in that last one with Kian and JR. But how have you been enjoying your time here?
Yeah, I've been loving it. So I came to the Philippines for the first time probably 3 months ago for the Siargao comp. And I just fell in love with it. And as soon as I realized there was a comp here again, I just thought I have to get back here and explore a different part of the Philippines.
Yeah, 100%. It's one of those places where I feel like each day it's different and it's more and more beautiful when you find new things. And that beautiful drone shot of La Union showing the trees behind us. And there's a bunch of waves as well along this stretch of coast. Which is super cool. Maybe not that many people have kind of seen, and you can see that is the main strip just there where you can see a bunch of motorbikes and a couple of cars going through. But live action, this is Jo Marie Ebueza up and riding on his backhand, a big looking wall ahead of him, but unfortunately has to pull through. How hard was it to find the waves that kind of allowed you a couple of steep sections out there?
Yeah, it was very difficult because I found you either had to sit wide or a bit deeper, but the deeper ones that would hold up, they would only really give you maybe 3 sections to work with, whereas the wide ones would go all the way to the shore, but they were a bit fat on the outside. So just trying to find those little mid-sizes in between that were going to give you that opening section to hit, but then, might have fattened out a bit till you got to the shorey to get that last end section that the judges wouldn't see.
Yeah, well, Keijiro up and riding on this one. Nice backhand carve to start this one off. Keijiro took out the South Korea wave pool event. Nice finish on that one to get his campaign properly started in this heat. Logan, so you've come here for this event. Are you going to go to Belair after as well?
I can't. I have the wave pool comp back at home in Melbourne.
Oh, yes.
So I need to go home and get some points.
Yep.
Because I don't get points for this, but the Philippines is so wonderful. The people are great. Why wouldn't you want to come here either way?
Yep, exactly. I couldn't agree more. Rinta, nice opening carve to start this one off. Straight off the bottom into another nice carve here. And it looks like he's picked off one of those sets. Hasn't really had a solid section ahead of him yet. He's not going to try and milk that inside section, so he'll get back out there. And it looks like we have someone who put on a pretty good performance in that last heat. Kian Martin is down there with Camille.
Breezing through that last heat is Kian Martin. And speaking of breeze, talk to me about this wind. Is it as bad as it looks, or you could still progress and make good scores out of it?
Yeah, so we woke up this morning. The waves were a lot bigger than every other day. And then it was a different situation. It was a lot glassier, a lot cleaner. So it was a different kind of wave earlier this morning, but the wind came up during lunchtime. And then in a favorite, it helps for airs, but it's going the opposite way. So I was like, just stick to my turns, stay doing turns. And I think that game plan worked out. So for me, the wind was fun. Wind, no matter, we're all good. We're ready.
Wind, no wind, not a problem, huh? Wind is your friend.
Yeah, wind is my friend.
Okay, so you're coming off from your first season in the Challenger Series. Talk to us about your experience, the kind of pressure when you're out there in the bigger leagues.
Yeah, so fortunately, like last year I had my first year on the Challengers, and that was probably my best year yet of like a life experience. I got to travel the world, surf against the best surfers that are trying to like get into the CT. So For me, it was a dream come true. I want to thank everyone that made it possible. But also, like, for me, today I'm just happy because it's the first heat of the year, my first comp of the year. So first heat of the year, heat win, started good, 2024. I want to try keep the ball rolling and hopefully keep giving better heats. You know, that was the first heat. I think we can do better in the next one.
You sound really pumped, and yeah, it's a good decision to come to the Philippines because, as you know, we're running 2 QS 3000s here. So for a total of 6,000 points up for grabs, that's bigger than a QS 5000 single event. So good job, good strategy, and may your game plan keep working.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
And Kian, I love Kian. He's got that real like happy-go-lucky energy, and he was looking good in that last heat.
Yeah, he was 100%, and even just his attitude at the end where he said, we're going to do better in the next heat. That's definitely the mindset you need to have out here because we have some of the best surfers from all over the world, even people like ourselves that aren't going to get points from this but have still come. So it's great that he has that mindset that he can do it and push through. It's tough to have that mentality all the time, even when the conditions aren't amazing, but we're very lucky today.
Yeah, we are. We're very lucky. I was talking with John Carvey just before, and he's saying that he thinks that the swell is going to increase a little bit this afternoon. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll be able to sit and watch the women's quarterfinals if they're called on. I'm not too sure what the call is there yet, if they've made one. I've not checked my phone, honestly.
Yes.
But something about Filmer, who's in the lead with that 5.75, he's actually leading this Happy Islanders surf team. So he's leaning more into a surf coach role and a bit of a surf mentor, which is really cool. And how important do you think that is for, first of all, the Filipino surfers, but as a surfer in general, to have a surf mentor?
Yeah, I think it's amazing. I definitely believe that since I've had a surf mentor and a coach back at home, Tessa McKenna, I haven't surfed nearly as good as what I am now. Just you think you surf and you know, practice makes perfect, obviously, but you do need a coach that shows you those little things that you may not pick up on, like even right down to paddling technique to get into waves faster with more power. So it's great that he's doing this, and it definitely will benefit himself as well because he'll be more aware of what other surfers need to do, and then he might watch his and be like, oh, I'm not doing that as well, and just sort of works in his favour, really.
Yeah, it's cool. You can kind of help people grow as a surfer while also taking things on yourself.
Yeah.
Even commentary, I'm sure you would have noticed doing a bit of commentary back in Australia. You know, you watch a lot of surfing and you watch a lot of heats, and then you go, oh, okay, well that didn't really work in a heat strategy, so maybe I won't implement that into mine, or this is where the best waves are coming from. Especially when you're doing beach announcing or beach commentary, you can kind of see, you know, where the best spot to sit is, what's going on in the lineup, and how it changes throughout the day.
Yeah, 100%. It definitely has its benefits. Since I've done commentary, I didn't realise how much attention you need to pay to where you need to sit. Like, for example, out here today, you need to know where to sit between that wide bank and that inside bank, just finding that sweet spot in between where you can duck left or right depending on where the waves are coming from. It's just a whole nother ball game that you got to pay attention to.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of uncontrollables, but Rinta as well just got that 6.5. He is from Chiba. He got a third at Krui last year, which was a QS 5000. He also got a fifth at the Bonsoi Chiba Open, a QS 3000. So he's sitting second in the Asia rankings at the moment. I believe he got a couple of good results in Taiwan, Xiaoyao, and also South Korea, off the top of my head, which is really cool to see. And Joe Marie Ebueza, he had a good heat this morning to start off in the round of 40. So we both were in round one for the women. Do you think that starting off in round one kind of has its advantages?
Yeah, it does. I definitely feel like, you know, everyone wants to be, look at this wave quickly. Nice little foam climb there. Just unfortunately didn't quite hold up to a section he may have wanted, but still a nice little finishing turn's all you need to get done.
Yeah, absolutely. But starting off in round one.
Yeah, so everyone wants to be seeded into round two, obviously, but I feel like round one sort of keeps you honest in a way because you start right at the very bottom, so you have to earn your way back up. So I enjoy I'd love to be seeded into round 2, but getting through round 1 definitely makes you feel very good and realise that you are worth being here and having a crack at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And as well, you know, like training with Tezza, love Tezza down at Newcastle. You know, what are some things that you found that has really helped you grow as a surfer?
Yeah, so before I came here, I actually had one last training session with him, and we do a quick 5 start where I have 5 minutes to run off the beach and paddle out and get a wave and come back in. And it doesn't matter if it's Shoshori or out the back, I have 5 minutes to get out and in, and if I don't do it, I start again. And so we've been using that in heats. I don't know if you noticed, but my last 2 heats, in the first 5 minutes, I have to get a wave under my belt, no matter how good, bad, just to get the body moving, get in the rhythm, and then just sort of take it from there. So just a lot of heat drills and strategies and working on sitting on the inside, taking advantage.
Absolutely. Getting the feet in the wax is super important. That was just Jo Marie Abueza, unfortunately, not quite getting around that section. It seems like it's maybe picked up a little bit from the last few heats. Those sets just look like they're kind of closing out. And it's funny, sometimes you can get the wide sets that come through and they really go out to sea, or those inside sets, some of them do hit the bank. So it's hard to choose where to sit and what waves are the best ones to come through.
Yeah, 100%. You definitely have to find those, if you want the wide ones, where you see that wedge come through from the inside and get a bit of an A-frame to shoot out. But it is very difficult. Did you find it much different to yesterday in your heat?
Yeah, I did. I found it really tricky to kind of find a place to sit, and somewhere that had, I guess, that sweet spot, like you said before.
Yeah,
I felt like
100%.
I was in between those two kind of areas, but that's poor preparation on my behalf, you know, not spending enough time out there. And it's hard, it's super hard to surf out there with all of the you know, QS surfers, and you're thinking, wow, I'm not going to be able to get a wave. Even I was last heat of the day yesterday, and it took me 20 minutes to get in because I couldn't catch a wave. And I was thinking, wow, I just really want to go in and have a hot shower right now. But yeah, it's, you know, it's cool as well, watching all the surfers, and especially the females, and seeing what they can do. But looks like Rinta is going to use his priority here. He's got a 6.5, best wave of the heat. Wow, he needs a 2.75. I'd say he's got that off the back of that one turn. Really linking this one up through to the inside, trying to find hopefully another vertical connection. This one's starting to maybe wall up a little bit for him here. He's going to try and milk it through to the inside. Just comes over the handlebars on that one, but that was a pretty good wave there.
Yeah, that was a great wave. I've noticed the judges like that old school saying, length of ride, where you can get as many turns as you can, but critical turns as well, not just, you know, cutting back, but throwing a bit of tail into that, which I feel like he did get done.
Yeah, 100%. Started off really strong, backed it up with another nice connection. So I feel like we'll see a situation change, maybe even a lead change.
Yeah, even when you see, or you hear from the judges that you only need a 2.75, you know it's not much, but sometimes that pressure of only having to do 3 turns can be a lot. But no, Rinta maintained his poise and got the job done, hopefully. So wait and see.
Yeah, absolutely. So scores to lock in. Filmar right now in the lead with that 5.75 and a 3.9. We've also got a wave for Jo Marie Abueza to lock in. He needs a 5.16 to go to second place. So we'll see if that comes through, and we can see Keijiro Nishi waving his arms, seeing if he can get a score update. As well, we've been talking about it a little bit for this event, about priority. And, you know, when it's conditions like this, do you think it really comes into play?
Yeah, I definitely do think it comes into play. I know in the last 10 minutes of my heat, I had 3rd and 4th priority, which is annoying for anyone. And I only needed, I think, a 5 or something, which I know you only need a few turns to get done. But having last priority really made that difficult because it was about a 3-wave flurry set. And I had last priority, so I didn't get any, and then it just did not break for the last 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think it's very important out here, especially when there can be such big lulls, to maintain your priority and use it well.
Absolutely. And that comes with a lot of experience as well. You've got to spend a lot of time using priority, figuring out how to do it, watching people use priority. It's not something where you're like, oh, cool, I'm just going to sit here with priority. You know, it changes a lot. And we've got this blues 7, so this last wave of Rinta, which was a 7 with that huge first turn. Talk me through it, Logan.
Yeah, so he definitely lined up really well, just throwing a huge rooster tail and linking this one through the inside. It didn't have much more to give after that first opening section, but he definitely maintained his poise and linked this one through. And we know the judges love their flow and a bit of speed through here. So I definitely feel like after that huge turn out the back, as we know, judges love that big turn out the back, and then if you can get one on the inside and just link it through, it'll always score well.
Yeah, well, we saw Nanaho Suzuki get a 9 in her
Yeah,
heat.
that was insane.
One huge committed turn coming down, and then she got like a quick little carve. It wasn't little, it was still pretty solid. So getting that 9 with that commitment just shows what the judges want to see. So 7 for Rinta takes him into the lead. Keijiro Nishi down into third, needing a 4.16. We saw him waving his arms on screen before. Jo Marie Ebueza needing a 4.61. So Filmar Alapeo kind of needs to better that 3.9 to make it harder.
Yeah, 3.9 in the early stages as a backup score is a nice safe one, but as you come down to this last 5 minutes, you really need to make sure you get above a 5 to secure your place to get through to the next round, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. And Filmar in Shargao, I don't know if you remember in his, I think it might have been his first heat, he was coming second and he just threw this massive rodeo and got like a 9 or something crazy. And he's just one of those surfers where I feel like you never know what you're going to get with him.
Yeah.
And that's what makes him so exciting to watch, and you don't know what's coming next. He's got such good rail surfing, but then the fact that he can go to the air is pretty next level. But hearing Kian speak before, he was saying that the wind's not really blowing properly or in the right directions to do airs. So I think we'll see people just sticking to their rail surfing.
Yeah, I just think one huge turn in the pocket could score well. I was talking to John Carby before his heat, actually, and he was saying that he wanted to go out and look for one big turn because no one was doing it. So if you can just show commitment to that big turn in the big section, you will get points. So hopefully we can see him put that to the test for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming down to that 5-minute mark. It's when the tensions start to rise between the surfers. Filmar holding that first priority. Keijiro sitting in a position where he probably doesn't want to be in third, needing a 4.16, but he does have second priority. He just needs to choose it wisely. We can see a few lumps rolling through, so will they be in position? Looks like everyone except Filmar might be a little bit too far inside. It's hard to know where the positions is because you can be watching it from the beach and you think, okay, straight out the front of the event side is where I need to be sitting. But when you're out there, the direction's kind of a little bit different.
Yeah, I found that. I was sitting on the beach and I was in front of the van's umbrellas and I was sitting there thinking, okay, straight out's where I need to be. No further left, no further right. And then when I got out there, I was like, oh, wow, I really need to be deeper than these flags by about 5-10 meters to get the set. So it's very deceiving from the shore, knowing where you need to sit. I know I've been working on sitting on the shore, lining it up, even maybe drawing a little diagram. So they all, like the old saying, you write your notes for work, you remember better than typing. So write it out, get it stuck in your head. But once you get out there, it's completely different.
Yeah, it is. It's hard, and you know, you've got to really be able to adapt and figure out, you know, is this the spot, or tap into that kind of intuition, which is one of the things you can't control the ocean, so you just got to flow with it. This is Jo Marie Ebueza looking for a 4.61. Lets the fins fly, but unfortunately doesn't get a finish. Keijiro Nishi up and riding on this one. He's the current rankings leader. That wave doesn't really do much. He's not been able to find one that's really linked up since that 5.5 that he got a little bit earlier. And Logan, you know, what's on the cards? What's next for you?
Well, I go back for the whole Australian leg, so I'll be back. When I go back, I'll be doing urban surf, followed by Baribi, then Avoca, and then home to Surfest, which will be unreal. So just giving it a real crack this year. I've been trying to put in a big off-season putting a lot more effort into my surfing this year, which is amazing. And just coming from competing overseas in Chicago and Taiwan to hear that little break I had in between putting in effort, you can see a big difference.
Yeah.
So it's just nice to see as we see White up and riding, just a quick little snap under the lip. Just didn't quite get that timing right. Was just a little bit caught under, but I guess you come down to the last 3 minutes, you got to push it and hope for the best.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those moments where you just roll. You got to roll the dice, especially since he's been waiting for so long. But now K0's in that second priority rotation. So will that come around to kind of haunt him a little bit? We'll see. That last wave didn't go into the top 2 for Filmer. And, you know, do you think you'll go? There could be Cruy and Nias on again.
Yeah, I definitely plan on doing more overseas trips. They're just so amazing. The different parts of the world that you don't even know exist. If this comp wasn't on, I probably never would have come to La Union, but I love it here. I can't wait to come back. It's just unreal.
Yeah.
I do recommend to anyone watching, if you have a chance to do an overseas comp, go do it. It is the best decision you'll ever make.
Yeah, it is. It's good fun. You spend lots of time in... I'm a massive tropical person. I love the warmth, so you spend time in beautiful warm places.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Yeah, so K0 right now, this is live action. Gets a steep section in front of him. Nice connection there. Straight up and into it for a second one. He needs a 4.16. He did that. Looked like probably straight in front of Filmer, the Filipino surfer from Siargao. K0 straight up into that section. And again for another one. I feel like on your backhand out there, you can kind of put it up there in those steeper sections a little bit easier than you can on your forehand.
100%. I definitely prefer my backhand on pretty much any wave, to be fair. I love my backhand, but I've grown up at home on a reef break that's a left, so I've just enjoyed it my whole life. As we see Green just looking for this one, hoping it might line up for him, might get a section here. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with the scores, see if there's a situation change. But this one looks like it might go through to the inside. He's trying to milk it. Just, unfortunately, some of these waves going a bit fat. But there's that little end section we were talking about earlier. That end section is where you're going to get the points right in front of the reef, showing commitment. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That sharp eye looking good under his feet. Maybe having a couple of little fumbles, but a 4.61 is not a big score. 25 seconds. K0 and Joe Marie have numbers to lock in. Filmer sitting in second priority right now, and I feel like it'd be a pretty smart move for him to get a score in the last 15 seconds. This is the current heat leader, Rinta Uto. Bit of a victory lap here. 7 and a 6.5, 2 pretty good scores. So scores to roll through for K0 Nishi and Joe Marie Ebueza. Decent, well not decent, but you know, it's a bit of a task, a 4.16 and a 4.61. I think K0 gets the number. It's just whether or not Joe Marie does as well. So 6.35, for K0 Nishi goes up into second. And Joe Marie's last wave doesn't look like it'll be the 6.8 that he's requiring. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with heat number 3 for the round of 32 right after this quick break.
Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Welcome back to the La Union International Pro. Jerry Deegan with the Wax Ed here. We're here to call heat number 3 of the men's, and as that onshore started to really breathe up, the action's heating up in the water. This is a stacked heat. Hiroto Ohara from Japan, Raya Anua from Japan as well, Robert Magaluna from the Philippines, and Ki Zhu from China. So these guys kicking off with Robert and Ki making their way through from the earlier rounds today. And
that's Robert there, yeah. He's a Shargow boy, really proficient surfer, who gets better and better with age, and a really lovely guy. Like, he's the friendliest guy you'll meet ever.
Does he have that killer instinct?
I guess he does, because he does win a fair bit, but I don't know, it's hard to see it out of the water because he is just incredibly friendly.
Yeah. Well, Hiroto Ohara needs no introduction, especially in this region, having competed on the Challenger Series the last 3 years. He's looking to get back on and earn his spot through the regional qualifying series, and didn't have a great year last year. He has competed in one CT event at the Wave Pool.
Okay.
Gabriel Medina, and a lot of experience all around the world, 27-year-old.
How did he, was that like a sponsor's exemption, or, I mean, do you have any idea how someone gets to do that?
I believe he had a good result on the Challenger Series, which maybe opened up that opportunity for him. And there's Hiroto there, opening up his account there. Usually if you have some good results in your region, or you have some good results in an event, you'll be, or a sponsor wildcard obviously, but if you win your sponsor's event, it's a good chance that you'll have an opportunity to be put into the CT, into a sponsor's event. And there's the drone angle, losing K right there, otherwise known as Max, I believe his abbreviated name is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I won a Cronulla Point Border Riders comp about 35 years ago, but I didn't get an invite anywhere, so I'm a little disappointed. I'm still thinking it might happen.
Yeah, you thought that might have been translated to something down the line.
Yeah,
Alex is Key's colloquial name. So we'll go with Alex. And
I had a big problem with that yesterday. So Pan is one of the Taiwanese guys, Rory, and I know Rory, but I didn't know he had a Taiwanese name.
Sure.
So I started talking about Rory while Pam was surfing as a different person, later on I felt pretty bad about it. Started talking to Neil, his dad, and was apologising about it. It was a bit of a screw up on my behalf.
It's the official names there, and wow, and that's now there, and driving on this inside section, the Volcom team rider snaps that, and he doesn't ride out, which will be crucial today. A few more strategic questions will be answered. Do you pull off before that inside section? Because there's an extra few minutes of paddling. Look at the whitewash, that's so swell. 4 to 6 feet, more so on that 6 feet side right now. That
Definitely.
tide coming in, it's going to keep building throughout the afternoon. We're going to go down and catch up with last heat's winner with Camille on the sand right now.
I am here with Rinta Otto, current number 2 in the Asian rankings, just flying through that last round. And as you can see, we've kind of reconfigured our interview booth because the wind has really picked up tremendously. So yes, how do you like the waves out there?
ここの波すごい今日サイズアップして難しかったんですけど、まあ落ち着いて波選べたんで、まあ試合してて楽しかったですし、この波はまあ好きかなって思います。
So I was having a chat with Rinta before we went live, and he says he actually likes these waves, so he's up for the challenge. So do you want to talk to us about your board, what kind of board you're using for these kinds of conditions? Tell us about the board, size, specs.
これ7ドゥのストラトスというモデルで、まあ長さ58、ちょっと薄めの板にして、まあレール入れやすくて。まあこのサイズある波でもフィットしててすごいボードチョイス良かったかなと思います。
Board choice is very crucial. So you want to say hi to your supporters, friends, family, and your sponsors?
皆さん応援ありがとうございました。今年一発目の試合で、まあちょっと緊張もあったんですけど、本当去年の経験を生かして落ち着いてラウンドアップできました。まだ明日以降試合続くんで気抜かずこのまま進みたいと思います。応援またお願いします。ありがとうございます。
Domo. Thank you, Rita, and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay.
with our last heat winner, put on a convincing performance and riding at Xanadu to victory. Surfers maybe riding a bit of a groveler this morning, maybe looking at perhaps a step up today.
Yeah, it's certainly more size out there, and need some drive power to get around those sections as well. So, yeah, I don't know that your groveler is really what you need out there. I mean, he was on a 5.8 for me.
Yeah, that's a groveler for most people. But I
yeah.
think, once again, smaller frame surfers, as we saw in the first heat of the day, nearly everyone's board's around 5.6. But that just goes with the size of the surfers that we have here as well. Most of them sort of under 6 feet, 5'9", 5'8", being a relatively tall surfer by far as the schedule. And it doesn't always need to be, power surfing doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be a big frame surfer. I see some of the most spray that's released on that world tour generally comes from some of the smaller frame surfers. We mentioned Morgan Siblick earlier, but I think of a surfer called Caio Abelli, a Brazilian guy, short, relatively
He's the blonde
compact.
guy, right?
Yeah,
Caio,
blonde,
yeah.
very compact, throws a lot of spray. On the women's side, Sophie McCulloch is a power surfer. She's from the Sunshine Coast, and the way that she's very small, but the way she's able to rotate through her turns, and we see that with pretty much all the Japanese women this morning making it through their heats. A lot of spray, a lot of power.
We have 8 Japanese women,
in the
quarterfinals. Yeah, okay. Well, that's never happened before in the Philippines. I can tell you that now. I want to say that we talked about that, and I didn't predict it, but I told you that they were the most impressive at this stage. And we are lacking a couple of the Indonesian girls and a couple of the Philippine girls that generally go into these events. But yeah, they're absolute powerhouses, the Japanese ladies.
And the ISA has an event over there in Puerto Rico very shortly, so some of the surfers are training with their national teams. But we talked about Olympics versus WSL aspirations, and this is ground zero in terms of forging your reputation and getting onto that Challenger Series to build those points. And those Japanese surfers are already in the top 10 ranking, so it made sense for them to pursue that opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. When does the rankings cut off? Is that
so the first Challenger Series event? It'll be. I have to have a look at the schedule, but you'd want to hope it'd be a few weeks just before the first Challenger Series event. That would be. We'll get an official call on that, especially with this region as well. We don't want to miss.
No, because I know that the Shargow comp is after the
so that'll go into next year's rankings.
Yeah,
yes.
So I'm thinking it is at a financial year thing, like June 30 or something like that.
I'll tell you very shortly. We'll get confirmation on that with the region. So it is a question a lot of people ask. When is that last cut-off event? How many events can they compete in so they can earn their points? But that regional tour around the world is really just heating up. A lot of those events commenced towards the end of last year, and they'll carry the points over.
Yep.
And that cut-off is crucial. We'll get back
because there's a three-way cut-off. You've got the cut-off for the QS to get into the Challenger, and then cut-off the Challenger to get into the CT. So, the timing is pretty crucial. And I guess your schedule, trying to figure out which events you can get to and whether you need to go to the last events, possibly if you're already there, or if you need to do something else if you're not going to get there.
And
that's Robert Magaluna again.
Nice fan of spray there.
Yeah, if he's going to come inside, if he can get inside and stay on that wave, he may get a section too hard.
How long's Robert been surfing?
He's been surfing at least 10 years, since he was quite a small grommet. He's from Pang Pang, which is right in between General Luna and Katangnan. And he's everybody's friend, He's a funny kid, he likes to dye his hair different colours. He looks like he could be outrageous, but he's just a gentle kid, He's really nice.
And prefers right-handers generally?
He's a pretty good on his forehand as well. He's, he surfs Cloud9. He loves Cloud9, and he wants to go to Cloud9 and just get barreled. But he's hanging out a lot with the Happy Islanders, which is a group of the surfers down there. And they travel a lot more now, so they get in the car. In the old days, they didn't have a car, so now you've got a bunch of the guys that have access to cars, and they go to the different spots around and experience the different spots. They do travel. It's like, I feel like they're a bit like when I was a kid. You'd get in the car with your brother or whoever, and you'd go
have the opportunity to go elsewhere.
Road trip, and that's what they're doing now a lot. So, and they want to get rid of the away from the crowds as much as anyone else does.
And here's the, you'd have to say the favourite in this heat, wearing the red singlet, Hirota. Not off to a great start in this heat, unable to capitalise on some of the bigger, windier walls. And it's our Japanese surfer, Onu, who's out in the lead with that 4.5. And Robert actually taking that lead with that 2.5 to go with his 3. So although no one's really capitalised and taken the bull by the horns, we talked about it before, the logistics of getting back out has changed throughout the day. Wind and a new incoming swell, incoming tide, which is causing havoc for some of these surfers.
Yeah, it certainly is.
If you're out there now, what would be the advice that you give to any of these surfers if you're coaching them?
I would probably say don't be too deep. And I'd probably say, don't wait too long. Take what's coming your way. If it looks like there's some potential, there may be some potential. Because here we are 10 minutes in and there hasn't been a proper score yet. So you don't know at the end of the day whether a 4.5 might end up being the highest score. Yeah. So, I would say don't waste too much time. If you don't have priority, just take waves.
Yeah, exactly right. And also milking that inside section, unless it's really going to offer something of substance, perhaps just the 2-turn combo might be enough just to build your heat total today.
Because the 3 or 4 minute paddle back out is really wasting your time or taking a lot of the time away from the heat. If you get 2 waves in there, you've lost 8 minutes paddling back out. And if you haven't scored the points in there, then that's 8 minutes you really need.
Yeah, exactly right. And when it comes right down to it, we've seen pretty much every single heat have a flurry of waves towards the last minute. But changing conditions, that's what surfing offers us. It's the changing variables. And we've got very consistent waves, a bit of a lull at the moment, but that new swell starting up, and here we are at Mona Lisa Point at La Union.
Yeah, not a big fan of seeing all that, the white caps in the background there. I mean, it could be worse. It could be directly on shore. It is sort of across from the north. Meant to swing around a little bit more, but again, it's pretty surfable. I was speaking to one of the judges who was on a break, who said it's a QS event. This is pumping. People would kill to be in a QS event, regardless of that it's a bit onshore, you know.
Well, it's not necessarily closing out. There's heaps of opportunity. The judging panel's an all-star cast right now, so at least these surfers are getting consistency with their scores, and they know what to expect, which is always encouraging for the surfer and their team as they prepare for events. You really want to make sure that you have that reliability with the scores, and often some events, the scale does change throughout the day pretty drastically, given that I think of a few locations in the world where what it looks like at low tide is completely different to what it looks like at high tide. Mentioned Bells Beach, you're surfing Rincon on the inside rocks at high tide, and low tide you're in the bowl, and it's a big open expansive wave. High tide you're on this small little intricate point break, so if you go look at that wave 3 hours later, it's completely different. It's almost not even worth watching the conditions in the morning.
Yeah, okay. Well, again, I keep harping back to Cloud 9. That's my experience. I mean, we can't even surf it at low tide.
Yeah.
It
so
is
it is
dry.
just a high tide wave, right?
It's a high tide wave. Now, sometimes you'll get those tides that are, a 0.5, which is the lowest you get, and you can surf it during the day. We tend to not do it during the comps because we have a bit of a responsibility as to when we throw people out there, but certainly at a proper low tide, it's just dry. You can't surf it.
Above sea level at times.
Yeah.
Wow, that must be... I'm sure you pulled into a few barrels with a few bit of dry reef in front of you.
Plenty. And there's some other waves there that... Well, the beauty of it is there are other waves there that are actually okay at low tide. So, when the tide's too low, you get Stimpy's and Rock Island, 2 waves very close by that you can head on out there.
Now, 10 minutes to go. Hirota's moved up into 3rd, and we have our Chinese Taipei surfer down into 4th right now. And he did say earlier in his post-heat interview that he had a bit of difficulty finding some momentum throughout the COVID pandemic. And here we go. Onu with that single turn. Looks like he will make it through this inside section right now. So he's currently in 2nd place, looking to drop a marginal score. He just needs to find that open face and show a bit more diversity in there. He's adding to the point total. Won't be nothing major. There was no critical section. What did you make of that, Jerry?
No, I liked it. I liked the first turn. I was thinking he might just bail out after that because that was where the majority of the points were. But, I mean, given the low scores so far, if he gets one more point for what he did on the inside, then it is well worth it.
It was hanging on to a .20, so a 4.55, and that will be the best wave of the heat so far, pushing him up into the lead right now. And Robert in 2nd.
And really, the other 2 surfers don't have a score of any significance at this stage. I mean, Hiroto's only got a 1.85 and a 1.5, so surely he needs to start taking off on anything. And I think we're going to go back and have a replay of the Rinter's wave.
All right, so talk us through this one, Jerry.
So this is the money turn right here. Straight up off the lip, round it. Now he's just pumping to get through. Probably deciding, is this worth it, is this worth it? When he gets there, he sees a little bit of potential, cuts back into the power source there, and I think he comes back with one more little turn, which we didn't get to see, but back out the back. Goofy footer Quay, is it Quay? No, Max, what was it?
Alex.
Alex, yeah. So we didn't see the start of that wave, but it certainly saw a nice backhand hack through the middle of that. With a bit of luck, we'll see the full replay. And there's Robert actually behind him there. So we've had a bit of a flurry of waves. Not entirely sure what the full extent of the second two were, but quite liked the first one there. And it was much needed.
And yeah, COVID really spiking the interest for a lot of these surfers regionally. But before that, that's when we had the regional qualifiers introduced. And before that, it was tough during that COVID era. People were ready to go around to those QSs, build their seeds up, go to a lot of those lower ranked ones, which traditionally you guys had in Asia as well.
Yeah, we did, yeah.
There was an event in Cloud9, lower ranked events in Taiwan, like usually a 3,000 or even a 1,000. Right through some of those NIAS as well.
Yep. We had one cancelled one in Cloud9, that first serious year of COVID.
Yep.
And then there were things like quarantines and whatever, and that sort of really made life difficult. You go to an event, you've got to quarantine for 7 days previous to it.
And that's if you didn't catch it.
Yeah, okay. So I think we can get a replay of those two missed waves. I think I'd like to have a look and see how we went. So here's our surfer in green, Alex, from the start. Is this where his slash was? Certainly is. Okay, so he had two pretty good moves there. So we'll wait and see what his score. And he's hanging on for the inside. And he probably hung a little long, but that's all right. He finished it off nicely. Hiroto.
Oh, nice. So this is his first wave of substance and flowing into that foam climb and incomplete. So the momentum going with our Chinese surfer, Alex. And that will be very interesting to see because Hiroto's now got 7 minutes left. And live action, this is a replay of Robert's wave. So a little bit on the face, but gets a nice snap there. And he's going to look for some more on the inside. He's just looking to drop a 2.5.
Yeah, and we didn't see the start of that. I think both our cameras were on the previous two waves. So one of them panned back there and got the end of Robert's wave. So the scores will tell us everything.
Yeah, 4.8 for Alex in green. So that pushes him up into third, with just that 2.25 as his backup. And into second, down into seconds, Robert. So he had a 4.2 in his last wave. So he's improved his total. But it's Raya with the 4.55 and the 4.5 who's out in the lead right now. But it's only a 3.91 for Hiroto. He's an experienced competitor and he can, get that in one turn, of course. And in fact, he's capable of just getting an excellent range score in one turn with that experience.
Look, yeah, I think any of them are, and I think it's a matter of luck and which wave is going to come their way and who's got priority and how they use it. And just I'll quickly say hello to my lovely daughter Lily, who's just turned it on and sent me a message and said, "Dad, you have to say hello." So
that's nice.
I love you, darling. I miss you, and I'm glad you're watching it. I'll talk to you later in the day. So yeah, anything can happen here. Okay, so up and riding is Hiroto. Let's see what he can do.
Oh wow!
He just ate a bit more than he could chew right there. He sort of lost it right at the top, sadly, and now he's going to lose his priority. We do only have 5.5 minutes to go. 5.5 minutes to go. Oh, he's back up already. Okay, he's not mucking around.
Oh, and again, he can't buy a completion right now. This is starting to be quite the shocker of a heat for Hiroto, but still 5 minutes 30 remaining.
And he doesn't need much, a 3.91 to move into an advancing position.
That's the frustrating thing.
Yeah. And what either of those made turns may have been just that, for the one turn. And he knows it, he's trying it, he's putting it out there.
Marginal scores required, and just making life tough for himself right now. He just needs to get a completion right out of one.
And that's all he needs. And sadly, his fourth priority is going to take him a minute to get back to where they are. So he's going to have 4 minutes to do what he's got to do behind the other three guys. So he might not want to go out and hang with them.
Yeah. But this is the crucial element. Now it's coming down to it. If he's just looking for that simple 3.91, which is all he needs right now, those other surfers have the opportunity to increase on their marginal totals as well.
They do.
So as far as the strategy goes, what do you think is going through Hiroto's mind
Oh,
right now?
look, I hope he's not panicking, but I would be separating myself from those guys personally. By the time he gets out there, the waves haven't been super consistent. You can't take every wave. I think he needs to position somewhere else that he can do one big turn personally. And there he is on the shoulder down there. So he is away from him. He looks like he's paddling back out. It's a long... it's hard for these old eyes to see, but...
Well, he's on the left-hand side of the screen, especially with the white caps. Look at that swell on the outer right. It's almost like an outer bar there on the right-hand side.
standing up.
Yeah, just at the end of where you see that sand formation.
Phantom reef.
Yeah, there we go. Outer reef. And it does look like it's going to cap on that outer reef. So this is one of the biggest waves of the day coming from up the point. And that's another option, to go up the point. And get a
but by the time he paddles up there and without priority, so someone's taking off here. It's Alex.
Yep.
Who does not need much to get into second place at all.
No, 2.4, so you'd have to say he's got it now if he can complete, and he does. So exactly what was required. His family and friends at home, who said Alex said is supporting him very closely, will be very impressed with that. And that was a clutch wave, and exactly what was required.
No, he knew what he needed, and he needs to dash back out there and get back in the lineup, or stay wide and see what he can find on the inside. The insides don't seem to be what they were previous, so I think they're all sitting in the right spot.
Perhaps going back out, put some pressure on some of the surfers. And there's Robert waving his hands, surfer in white, trying to get that indication of what he needs. But Hiroto's third priority, you can see sitting inside, just trying to utilize any information that he can hear or see, or trying to find an access to these little chip shots.
And there, Alex has moved into first position, which is a really nice place to be at this stage of the game.
So 4.9.
Yeah, that's what he needed. So, he's got a little bit of a safety net there. There's only 2 minutes and 2 3/4 minutes to go. So that's far better than moving into second position and having to panic a little more. So he's in a pretty good spot there. So it also means Robert now needs a 4.85, which is a much harder call than what was previously there.
And the 5.75 Hirota, that's tough to do on one turn.
Yep.
So without too many sets on the horizon, it's going to come right down to the end. And you have to feel for Hirota, experienced competitor, going out there and not getting in sync with the waves. And he's had moments, but just nosedived at times. And perhaps he was thinking about doing some ramps or having some sort of opportunity for some radical maneuvers. But
and it just hasn't worked out for him.
That's it. That's that next heat paddling out on the left. And the surfers just getting the feedback from the beach announcer to what their requirements are. And it'd be a huge scalp for the surfer from China right now if he's able to capitalize on this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see Rahiz is hanging on Robert there. He's got priority over him, and he really is going to stick with him, because Robert doesn't need much to move ahead.
I'll have to correct myself too earlier, Jerry. My paperwork and our computer screen is a little different. So he's a Chinese surfer, not from Taiwan, and representing China. He does have that strong American accent, though, and that abbreviated name, the Alex, as well. So our suspicions tell us he spent a lot of time overseas, perhaps in the US, training, and a good sponsorship from bands.
Believe me, if he takes this heat out, you'll be forgiven. Don't worry.
And I think he will. Of course, the judges can't hear us. The crowd can't hear us on the beach right now, but there's people at home that are just on the edge of their seats, just willing this heat to go by. And we can't see him on the screen right now, the Chinese competitor. But he's in a commanding lead right now with Onu from Japan just clutching that second. But he's got the priority, and here he goes. 40 seconds remaining, and he's going to use that priority. And it was a good move. He's just got a 5.15 he needs to get to move up. And this one
running away from him. So it opens it up a little bit for Robert. So he's got priority now. He's got 20 seconds, so it's not impossible. Not much out there. Yeah, is there anything? I mean, I'm really cheering for him to be straight up. I'm hoping a wave just slides his way now, but he's certainly running out of time here. No, I think I don't see enough out there that he's going to be able to paddle under anything in 10 seconds
now. So it was the Chinese surfer and the Japanese surfer Raiha Onu who go through into that next round. We're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll be back shortly with Heat 4.
Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, This paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
Ade and Nikita.
Welcome back. Matt, the Waxhead Chinosky here. And we have Jerry Deegan with us, one of the Filipino expats who spent a lot of time over here and was one of the formidable officials, I guess you could say, at last night's event, welcoming everybody to the official proceedings, and that great speech that you had, thanking the government, thanking UPSA, and thanking everyone who helped lay the foundation for this QS 3000. And up and riding is our Russian surfer via Bali, and that's Nikita, who progressed through from his earlier round today. And Denny Widianto from Bali as well, the Indonesian surfer. He's on a roll this year, nice snap. And he's driving around this section, and another, more of a foam climb there, and another one late to the party, but inverted as well. So some drama on those turns.
Yeah, that was impressive. I just totally was not expecting it. That's the whole point there. I did not expect to see that. He made something out of what was nothing right there.
Absolutely. It was drama, and we talk about training, we talk about cross-training, talk about the surfers being connected to their surfboards and their equipment, but at times, chop with all types of currents, backwash. You don't know what the ocean will throw at you. You need to have your body prepared, and that was someone to me that made what is otherwise a wipeout, as we saw Hiroto Ohara in that last wave.
Exactly.
Not handling the bumps, and Denny overcoming what was popping up on that wave. So
yeah, I mean, there were just two sections there. I just did not expect him to do that. And not only did he do it, he did it with flair and he did it with speed. So he's going to be getting a pretty decent score, I believe, on that one. And again, we talk about the scale. Last heat was a very low-scoring one. I'm wondering if the judges will scale up things at this stage. I'm not, entirely sure whether they can do it halfway through a round or heat by heat. But we'll see.
And Tenchi out there in red as well, and this surfer right now is Imade, and nice strong backhand attack.
Fins free, I like that.
Yeah, committed surfing. He also progressed through from this morning's earlier rounds, and Tenchi was actually surfing at the World Junior Titles just 2 weeks ago back in Oceanside. 17th place finish, but really a lot of the maturity that was coming through with the surfers at that event was surprising. Actually seeing surfers under the age of 20 and under, just the connection between their equipment. It was no longer that traditionally junior surfers had a lack of power, and they were always prodigies.
Yes.
But you'd think if you'd put that surfer up against an Andy Irons, they'd be outclassed. But someone like Tenchi has definitely got and Denny, as we just saw then, they've definitely got that the prowess in their equipment, and they understand their body shape as well at such a young age.
Yep. I mean, there's Nikita with probably what's going to be a throwaway at the end of the day. I hear you, and I hear what you're saying. I wonder when you put those juniors up, if, it's not a realistic situation, but if you put those juniors in there and then all of a sudden, Fanning or someone was there, would they seem to have the same kind of power?
Well, see, they're Tenchi, and that's what I'm talking about. It's that technique combined with their great equipment and that cross-training that we're so used to seeing now with these young athletes. And I think if you compare an under-20 Mick Fanning and you compare it to some of the juniors today, I think you'll see there was a lot less cross-training that happened back then.
Correct,
and the surfers are probably fitter and stronger at a younger age.
And eat healthier and all the rest of it.
Well, they had the awareness of it because it wasn't around then. But we're going to go down to the beach and we're going to interview again. We're going to speak to Alex, our heat winner from heat number 3.
And we are live, surfing really well in these challenging conditions is Alex from China. So congratulations. That's 2 heat wins for the day, and you were very, very patient because you were sitting on the third spot for majority of the heat, and you found that one really nice wave where you got a 4.9, your better score. So tell me about your mindset, or what goes on in your mind when you're out there and it's a tricky position to be in, knowing you're in third and you just need, a good score to advance, and now you emerged first.
I mean, I feel like I got nothing to lose, so like, because it's my first year back to the QS, so I just feel like just losing up, trying to get my vibe back. And when I was in the water, it was pretty challenging, especially the so strong. And when I was in the water, I caught my first wave. I felt like there's a lot of lump on it, so I decided to change up the U board, but it didn't go that well as well. So I got my first wave a little bit musty, but I just need another wave. But I'm just keep waiting it because I just feel like maybe I will got one. And I just find a medium size and this return, it feels pretty okay. But I was pretty surprised myself because I win it, because I felt like I surf pretty suck. Yeah, actually, yeah, it was pretty surprising. And yeah, this competition was super challenging. Like selection of the wave, selection of where you're sitting, and just be humble by yourself. I feel like just sitting and waiting, be patient.
That's true. The ocean always finds a way to put you in your place. And this could be a lesson for a lot of the surfers here in the Philippines, because normally these conditions that you see out here right now, nobody would be out. Nobody would be surfing. And maybe that's the key ingredient that our national team, or like for anyone who wants to make it good in their surfing careers, to surf any kind of conditions, because you just have to change the mindset. Like these waves like these are what we're looking for. It's pumping out here. Yeah. Okay, so where have you been training most of your time?
Actually, I've been in Bali a lot. I just stay in Canggu. Like sometimes Canggu will be the same condition like today, but yeah, same windy and choppy, but it's all right. Most of the time I surf in Bali and sometimes in China. So it's my first time in Philippines, and the wave was pretty intense actually. It was good though.
Okay, so thank you, Alex, and good luck on the next rounds.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Camille. Some great information there, and the key takeaway for me from that was there was nothing to lose, and he was surfing like that.
Yeah, I know he was committed, completely committed, and a couple of the waves came his way, but he was absolutely committed. Good attitude.
Yeah, and carrying that light-hearted, motivated feeling, he's going to be one to watch coming up, and surfing waves like this in Canggu. He's very right. In Bali, onshore comes up pretty aggressively quite early, usually 9, 10 o'clock, and a lot of the beach breaks are blown out, but still lots of clean faces. And we'll see if Nikita out there in green, who calls Canggu home, will be able to capitalize on some of that local feeling. But at the moment, it's the experience of Tenchi and Danny out there right now. Tenchi comes in ranked 10th, and Danny is also in that top 10 of the rankings on the regional QS as well. Actually, 13th, Danny comes in ranked at the moment. So they all had good showings there in Korea, and we're going to go to a replay and check out what that 6.75 from Tenchi.
Yeah, we've missed a good one.
I know this one was Denny's. So this is a second wave for Denny. 6.5. This is the opening wave for Denny's. This is that first one. Nice snap. Comes around the second, and here we thought he was going to go off. And again, one more. So 4 dramatic turns to earn him that 6.5. And still waiting for his second wave, holding that priority. And the Tenchi with that 6.75. And we're going to watch the replay of that right now. And we have just snapping that section, carrying that momentum into this next one, and you can see just exploding 2 major turns, working his way through to the inside section. And I don't think we saw the end of this wave.
No, he hasn't given up. He thinks there's something there.
And
there wasn't. So it was interesting. They were similar turns. Obviously, the judges like Tenchi's a little more than Danny's, and actually Danny did more turns. I like both the waves personally, and I thought they were similar types of turns, real quick turns in critical sections. So
notice both of them actually grew down the line as well. So the swell today, we had that wind swell yesterday morning, which is disjointed, but today, although it's windy, most of this swell's marching down the line, and even some outer peaks that are slingshotting down the point as well. As you can see, those surfers that were Danny and Tenchi were carrying their momentum. down the line. That wave would have looked like a pretty awkward one to take off on, but they
Yeah.
stayed with it.
Yeah, well, again, it's looking at the waves. They just got to commit. They've got to paddle and commit and take waves. You know, sitting out the back is not going to score you any points.
And that's, Imade there out there right now. It's just with that 3 and
I'm wondering if over that interview, Danny did get another wave, or that we only saw 2 of the snaps previously, and then we got the full
caught
replay.
the end of it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So that's even consolidates even more. Thinking that was going to be a mid-range score or below was actually the first turn that we didn't see. So
correct. Yeah.
Off to a great start. Danny Widianto, the Indonesian surfer who's carrying a lot of momentum through on this regional QS. A great longboarder too. He's through to those men's quarterfinals, and he put in a fantastic showing yesterday, and very impressive surfing. Or actually round of 16, I think, the longboarding. And he did well in Korea in the wave pool. First time ever wearing a full suit, wearing booties and a hood, and snow as well. First time seeing snow. So a lot of first times this year and last year. And this is Nikita here.
Standing up a little there on the inside, not quite enough for him. He's going to hang on, see what happens. He's going to have a finishing move. And he's going to keep going. Will it be worth his while? They haven't been of late.
So just trying to build on that total. He's got a 1.8 to get rid of and a 2. So you have to say that will be his best wave yet. Only needing at 4.51. Not sure if that will be enough singularly to get into the placings at this point. But, I mean, one thing these surfers are doing is that they're waiting for waves. And I'm not sure if that's the right idea, because we saw Hirota with a mad scramble the last 10 minutes, catching up to 7 waves. And I think just being too fussy is not the right idea.
Yeah, correct, yeah. I don't think he can be fussy.
It would look horrible out there. It would look hard. It'd be hard to access the good waves. We can see it in the screen, that this clean double up. This is actually a really good wave right now for Imade. And the first opening turn was strong. And the camera angle cuts out of the frame there. Catch up with him there. So completed. Jumps up over the top.
Or at least a couple of decent turns there. And he has nothing. He has a 3.0. So, he'll get something better than that, and he can start building his house, as you would say.
Yes, laying that foundation of the heat, which we didn't see in the previous heat. Everyone was mad scrambling right to the end, and the Japanese surfers in the female side of the draw were building their house.
Yeah,
starting strong.
No, they've been to Tech and learned how to build. They've finished their apprenticeship, and they know exactly what to do.
And this is now, they're at their university. The CT being the masters.
Absolutely. So, looking pretty messy out there. It's windy. It's again, I mean, you and I wouldn't go out if there was no one out there. But given that it is a QS, again, I did say it before that people are saying, look, it's QS. We surf, and this is pretty good compared to some QSs.
If this is a board riders club as well, you're just going out. This is typical.
We're on.
A southerly change on the east coast of Australia, which all those people tuning in right now are well aware. If you live anywhere without any type of headland protection, this is what you're surfing after lunch. In most places in the world, might I add, as well. California, for some of their QS events, they're in Central California right now for the Surfing for Hope QS 3000. That place can turn just the click of a fingers. It's wild up there. So their last event, they had everything from 2 feet up to 20 feet waves.
Oh, wow.
They had to go on hold. And this is
Tenshi. Oh, nice turn.
Vertical turn there. Gets it up into the lip line. And lining this wave up. Hurley surfer, stylish. Oh, goes inverted on that foam climb.
Yeah, he was a bit late to that one, unfortunately. Really could have capped off that wave.
Yeah, and only needed to drop a 3. That first turn was lovely. It may just do it on that first turn, but he would have enjoyed that finish. The judge is really appreciating a strong finish in all forms of surfing. And
I sometimes think the finish is a bit overrated. Not overrated, but overestimated. I mean, if, I don't know, someone has a tiny little tap at the end and they've done a couple of good turns, I wonder sometimes if it's really worth it. But you're told, you got to finish it, you got to finish it, you got to finish it.
I mean, is that foam climb or is that throwaway air worth it in terms of the scoring? Often not. And unless you really need to score, you've got to push that. And where that comes from, finishing the wave, it is an old adage, but traditionally in Polynesian surf culture, the sport of the kings, they call it, or the royal type of sport, you were a waterman or a water person if you could catch the wave the longest. And it was about working with the ocean, hunters, gatherers, going from island to island, searching for food, searching for treasures in the ocean. And if you ventured out into the ocean, you were respected as someone who was a hunter and a gatherer. And ultimately, surfing was something that, well, the ocean was feared among those that didn't utilize it for their communities. And of course, those people who went out into the ocean were hunters and gatherers, but they were the ones who rescued each other as well. And when they caught waves for the entertainment factor, it was actually almost like a sense of hierarchy for whoever could catch the longest wave. Because you guys showed your connection to the ocean. And I have heard as well that some of the women surfers used to settle arguments in the surf for whoever could catch the longest wave.
It's a great way to settle an argument.
Fantastic. It's
not much good if you're having a fight in the pub and you say, hang on, we're pretty drunk. Let's go into the ocean so you can get the longest wave.
That's traditionally where the length of wave comes from, controlling the elements and trying to work with them.
Yeah, okay. And traditionally, length of ride was one of the criteria.
And that's where it stemmed from, that ancient philosophy. And back in our first World Surfing titles, Manly Beach, 1964, Midget Farrelly took that win. But the idea of surfing back then was that you were given a wave from the ocean. That wave has traveled, like in this case, these waves have traveled from a northerly direction down from West Philippine Sea. They've come from weather systems that are hundreds of kilometers, if not thousands of kilometers away. And you could say that that weather system was then formed because of another weather system, another 5,000 kilometers away. And the way that works is you could say this ocean has delivered these waves right here for these surfers. It's a gift from the ocean. You're given it, so surf it all the way to shore and enjoy that energy, because ultimately these are moving. It's moving energy, and we're bringing that energy to the shore. And that's what surfers have got, that vibe. They've got that, oh, you've got such cool energy. Well, it actually
We've got that luck to be part of that,
that connection with that ocean. And the idea in the 60s was that you started off with the perfect wave, so make it look like you've earned it. Be in the critical section. Make it look easy. Get the biggest wave of the heat. And instantly it's about maintaining your score instead of scoring points.
Yeah.
Enter man-on-man surfing. Enter Shortboard Revolution, Michael Peterson, Rabbit Bartholomew, Mark Richards, Reno Abalira. You had turns for points. So it was points given for maneuvers. And that's where you saw the wiggling start. And then the multiple fins started. And that's where Jerry Lopez came in from a heat in the early 70s, thought he absolutely obliterated the competition, came in, got every wave to shore. And his girlfriend said, "You came last." He goes, "What do you mean? I was the most stylish out there." He didn't do anything.
Went straight.
And he just enjoyed the glide. So that's, of course, where surfing's evolved over the years. And here we are at the QS 3000, and we've got a choppy ocean. And I'm being overly optimistic, but at the same time, these waves have been generated thousands of kilometers
Correct.
away.
And, given saying what we've just said, you can actually get the highest score on the shortest ride here.
For sure. And you just have to have that connection to the surfboard, your body, and that criteria, and understand where to place that board in the critical part. The judges are looking for big surfing. And here we have Nikita on a big wave and an interference with the surfer of priority dropping in behind Nikita. So that will end, you'd have to say, Nikita's campaign on the biggest wave of the day.
And it was probably difficult to see him wide or not know whether he was going. But when you're on third priority, you don't do that.
He was in white and as well up in the lip with a white board. So that would end, unfortunately for Nikita, going around the surfer with priority. That will be a priority interference.
Yep.
And
well, that just dashes his chances right there and there. Unfortunately, I can hear in the background they might be saying they're going to replay that one. Yeah, we're going to see that again.
It's unfortunate. We did see it earlier today. So here's green. It's third in priority, but there is white, first in priority. And when you cross the path and don't give way to that surfer, you will be...
Yeah, and you can argue it as much as you want. You could say the surfer in white wasn't making the drop, or you can say whatever you want, but that's the way it works. And the surfer in white actually may well have made the drop if there wasn't someone down there and he could get into it a little earlier, whatever. So, but regardless,
It was one of Kelly Slater at Sunset Beach 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, after he won the Pipeline Masters, the next event, Sunset Beach. Kelly takes off on the west peak, which is on the left-hand side, and somebody was coming through in the right peak. Kelly takes off. The other surfer comes around him and pulls off the wave. Doesn't want the wave. And Kelly continued, but they crossed paths. And
that
it was a mutual, oh, I'm not going. So
Yeah,
if it was a free surf scenario, it was the perfect scenario. Someone pulls out, someone else takes off.
But the letter
They
of the
crossed
law,
over.
yeah, okay.
And
well, sadly, Nikita is going to suffer that consequence there. And so, look, I hope
loses his second score.
Yep.
So
hopefully he goes out and just has a bit of fun and catches a couple of waves.
So he'll lose that second score. So he's now in combination to advance, and here he is on the inside section, off to the left of the screen right now. Nothing left to lose. Perhaps forcing an interference. And there he's got his best turn of the event so far, and that one not giving anything to him. So he'll paddle back out. Look how much bigger it is. That's closing out with the beach break right now, Jerry.
It's breaking pretty wide there. I think we'll have Luke Landrigan in the commentary box next, and he'll be able to discuss what he thinks of the waves and the wind and the future, and he's the guy that knows.
Yeah, a little local surf report from us there. And there is some other waves right now that are breaking around the area. Some of the longboarders and the free surfers are enjoying their time down there. I've had multiple people message me and see if I want to go down there for a surf, borrow a board, shoot some photos. But I said tune into the webcast because we've got action galore right now. But it's Danny Widianto with the 8-point ride out into the lead with a 6.5. So I'd love to get a replay of that. And it is Nikita that did lose that second score. And here he goes again on his third wave. Banking off the top of that foamy whitewash and looking to drop just a 6.5. It's going to need a pretty good wave to better that.
Especially out here today, yeah.
And Tenchi safely in second spot as well.
8 minutes to go. I don't know about safe, but he's happy to be there, that's for sure. Okay, so
that's Nikita's green wave. And
his big manoeuvre.
Nice. And so, yeah, 4.4, so his best wave yet, just in that single turn. Frustrating because he would have been moving pretty healthily up into, well, he'd be in third place right now if he didn't have that interference. So,
well, that's the second interference we've seen of the day. That one was a little more understandable. It was, big, washy, nasty conditions. The previous one was just a big mistake. The first one.
Yeah, it was John Kabi, and it was Aoi Oguru from Japan, who went from first to fourth in the last 20 seconds of the heat. Safely in first, might I add.
Safely in first.
And a priority interference, and just got confused.
Yeah, he got confused.
He didn't even need the wave.
No, didn't need the wave. But just had a bit of a mind explosion. So again, I'd like to talk to him and see what he was thinking, but I guess he wasn't thinking. And then we keep harping on it. I hope he's not listening to us. We feel bad for you, buddy.
He probably is tuning in right now and watching his fellow Japanese surfer Tenchi, as is the majority of Japan right now, tuning in, watching one of their brightest prospects on that regional tour, surfing in the World Juniors and across the different tours as he makes his way back out in the lineup. And there we have blue and red priority, first and second. We don't have any eyes on Ariana right now, but he's needing a 7, a pretty hefty score right now.
Proven can be done with Danny's 8. And it's just showing that, a couple of people are saying, it's a bit messy. What do we have? There's an 8 and a 6 up the top there, a 6.75. I mean, they're really good scores.
Yeah.
And,
I'd love to see the 8 from Denny, Blues second wave to last. And just to compare that, here he goes again. Fourth wave of the heat for Denny right now. A bigger wave, well overhead. Nice snap, and comes down with it as well, so it goes complete. He's going to look for another one here in that junky section, and really dropping the jaws from everybody on the beach right now, throwing a lot of risk. And on the left-hand side of the screen is Tenchi, as he's a big speed burst off the top, and controlled roundhouse cutback into the foam, and he's making his way onto the inside section as well. So two of the most explosive single turns of the day so far.
These two are sticking together and running away with it at the moment. So, look, let's hope Made can get back out there and get a few waves. There he is, right out the back there now. He's just over to the right-hand side of the screen, just off the screen.
Right.
So I guess he'll get there. Right. He'll get.
Nikita's got the priority now, and Ariana's back out there, that second priority. So I'm going to say after that exchange, the stakes will get a little harder for Imade right now. Nikita is in the combination situation, the Russian surfer out of Bali, A lovely guy, really passionate, and is an integral part of the surf culture over there now. As we see a lot of the Europeans and Australians, of course, calling Bali home.
Correct. I know a bunch of my friends live in Bali these days. My young niece has a business over there. She's part of a business cafe called Kind at where were we talking about before?
Canggu.
At Canggu, yeah.
Yep.
I see all those YouTubes of the Canggu shortcut.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to see a couple of replays here. And I
Look
think...
at Tenchi's one. So this is Danny's wave. So this one just coming at the 6. So this turn here, and I thought that was radical. A loss of momentum a little bit up the top of the wave, so the judge is identifying that. And this one here just mistimed it a little bit. And a nice carve back into the power source there. Finishing cleanly. So great signs for Denny. Throwing away a 6-point ride.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're doing that out there today, there's a lot of people who'd be begging for a 6, would have bought a 6.
They'd be paying big money.
This turn here, bang! Nice fin throw there, 5.65, and just that one major section. I love that roundhouse, although the scoring of a roundhouse cutback on the shoulder of a wave isn't as dynamic as it once was.
No, it's not, and I love a good roundhouse cutback. You know,
it's hard.
The older and more feeble I get, the better my cutbacks are, you know, because the off-the-tops aren't as good anymore. The cutback I can still do.
Well, I do know some of the surfers there at DY Point and North Narrabeen refer to the cutback as the gutback as you get a bit older.
Yeah, well, I do plenty of gutbacks.
And it's just the upper body rotation, which actually gets a little bit easier because the swing weight increases and you displace a little bit more water when you put on a few more kegs. We actually saw one of our fellow commentators, John Carby, throw down a single layback jam earlier for a 5-point ride.
Oh, he was on fire.
Conditions were a fair bit smaller as well, so he'll be coming up
and a
very
little
shortly.
cleaner. Yeah, he's back out there before too long.
And yeah, he'll be out there heat 7 or heat 8.
And that angle doesn't make it look great, does it? That's powering in the white caps and no real look of a line up there. But they are still scoring. We've had an 8, we've had a 6.5, we've had a 6.75. So
it's roping in the swell here too. You can see it's just we're sort of on the edge of that. The way the bay curls around and it's pulling into Mona Lisa Point here. And if it was clean, it'd make for quite a beautiful spectacle. But these sections are offering up some incredible moments for these surfers.
Well, you just said, Danny just threw away a 6, so, the scoring is there. They haven't made it out the back yet, either of them, so it's certainly a struggle.
Is a crucial heat for both of these surfers in first and second right now. Denny, 13th position on that QS, and Tenchi in 8th position as well. So they will, depending on what the rest of the Japanese contingent will be faring, they'll be coming up next in the next 4 heats, so we're keeping a close eye on those rankings.
Top 5 will go through, correct, to top 5 on the Asian circuit?
To the Challenger, and there's usually the wild cards as well for certain events, and we'll soon see, after this event, we've got Belair as well, so there'll be when these surfers leave the Philippines, it's going to be a huge shake-up in the rankings potentially.
Yep.
And that wave pool being a very awkward event for some of those surfers, but it was great to watch. It was snow around the wave pool as well.
I might see if I can get a gig there next year.
Yeah, that would be, if it's ill, I'm sure they'll have plenty more events in the future. And Tenchi currently in second. And a nice fin throw there. Looking to drop a 5.65. Really crisp, strong surfing from Tenchi in this heat. Great technique. And here he is, very nimble on his feet.
I love that wave, to be honest. And there probably wasn't a super explosive maneuver, but that first swoop was just epic.
Technique.
The technique was insane, yeah. No, I really, really liked that wave. I mean, again, it might not go up into his top, but...
Yeah, the subtleties of his surfing, he's onto it. And that's that maturity I'm talking about, that next generation, those junior surfers. If you to put a lot of those juniors up against some of the best in the world at that age,
they'd be competitive.
Definitely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
so 50 seconds, yeah, we both we do touch pinkies or something there because we both said the same thing at the same time. My daughter would make me do that.
Okay, that was really odd, but touching pinkies on the set, and Nikita right now, of course, the little finger on our hands. It's a little.
Okay, we stopped talking about that. All right.
And Nikita making his way back out. 12.40 required as a combination situation with that interference. A great performance nonetheless. The 4.4 was one of his best turns of the event so far, the single turn. But these waves powering in, 4 to 6 foot swell. More on the 6 foot side. 15 seconds to go.
Last hope.
8.3 and a underwhelming takeoff.
Yeah, he knows. He knows where he's at this stage.
And
Slumped shoulders.
So that'll be the Indonesian surfer, Danny Widianto and Tenchi Iwami moving through into that next round. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back for Heat 5 very shortly.
We are the keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark. Hold us up and we'll do something that will change the world. We'll define. We'll turn the shadow to light. We'll define. Now watch it light up the night. We'll define.
Hi guys, we're back.
We're back. We're back to the WSL La Union International Pro. Moved into Heat 5 of the round of 32. And the conditions have changed. I'm true styling in with the event director, Luke Landrigan.
Hi guys, good afternoon. So in this heat, we have in red Katut Agos, in blue we have Eduardo Alciso from Siargao, in white we have Binojo Yahagi, and in green we have another local guy from Belair, Allen Magos. So it's a 30-minute heat. We've changed it from 25 to 30 minutes because there's more current out there. It's harder to pick waves because of the side shore. And yeah, we're looking at running to finish this round, and we're gonna call it a day. You can go surf.
Excellent. I love that. This is Eduard Alciso. Nice connection there. That was a solid turn.
Eduardo, yes, big strong surfer,
Mm.
very powerful. He's good in his carves. He's a Cloud9 maestro. He surfs Cloud9 a lot, and he's been traveling around to compete in our national tour too.
And with this condition, this pickup in the swell, especially throughout the day, we were expecting it to pick up a bit this afternoon. What do you think that's going to do for the rest of the heats?
Yeah, it's just the wind's gonna keep on pushing. It's gonna get stronger all throughout the day, unless it rains, then the wind stops. But I don't see that happening, so it's gonna get windier and windier. The swell is gonna build up more. But the forecast tomorrow says that there's no wind and it's gonna drop just by a tiny bit. So tomorrow's gonna be a really good day too.
Yeah, it feels like this morning the conditions feels like a completely different day to what it is now. It was clean. It was a little bit smaller than this. Do you think we'll kind of see a replication of that this morning?
For tomorrow, yes.
For tomorrow.
Yep.
Good, that's exciting. Well, Ketut Agus has come off a year on the Challenger Series representing Indonesia. Rio White has really paved the way for the Indonesian surfers moving on through, and that was an 8-point ride for Eduard. His
I
first
would
one.
love to see a replay of that. Yeah, Ketut Agus was the winner last year. He won
Wow.
the shortboard last year, yep.
He's a very powerful surfer. He's got great kind of reactive vibes, I guess, to the waves. He's real whippy, throws a heap of spray as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Ketut brings in this heat. And yeah, that 8 for Eduard, that last turn, really, he made a moment of it.
Yeah, for sure. Would love to see a replay of that.
Well, 26 and a little bit minutes. This is heat 5. We've got 8 heats for this round of 32. Let's have a look at this 8.0, Luke. Really nice first turn. And then this is where I feel like this end turn that he's building up to is where a bulk of the scores came from.
No down moment, yeah. Just from one turn to the next, straight to the other one.
Yeah.
That's what the judges are looking for. Not much pumping, not much wobbling. Just from major maneuver to the next and to the next. Bam, bam, bam. 3. There you go. That's an 8.0.
Yeah, really solid surfing. We saw JR competing in the first heat of the round. How did you make his performance?
Really good, huh?
Yeah, really good.
And that board he's using, he just got that like a month ago. And he hasn't really been surfing it a lot because he was trading for his longboard. But yeah, JR will ride any wave.
Yeah. Well, while we got a little bit of a break in the action, we'll throw down to Camille with the last heat winner, Daddy Widianto.
And making the most out of his time here in the Philippines is Indonesia's Dani Widianto. So yesterday you were also doing really well in the longboard division, and now you are advancing another round in the men's QS 3000. So yesterday we were seeing some glassy 1 to 2 foot conditions, and now we're in the 5-6 onshore. So tell me about how you navigated or how you surf the different kinds of waves that Mona Lisa Point has to offer.
I just take any wave, like a good one. I choose the medium size, and yeah, I get good one, and I get 8 point, and I don't know, something not here, and yeah, so hard there, like it's big, and also I get smashed, and yeah, so fun.
Big onshore, but so fun. Yeah, that's the comment you'd get from a determined athlete. And so last year you were also here in the La Union International Pro, and you were actually knocked out of the competition by Tenshi Iwami. And so how does it feel that in this heat you got better scores than him?
I feel good, more confident. Yeah, I want to win this comp and keep rolling, keep confident. Yeah.
Okay, so as a final note, you want to say thank you to your sponsors, family, friends?
Terima kasih buat sponsor saya, Ima Flanagan, Jungle FCS, dan ibu saya, bapak saya, kakak saya, and yeah, thank you semuanya.
Okay, terima kasih. Thank you.
Previous heat winner Danny from Bali smashed that heat.
Yeah, he did, and he made his debut performance for the longboarding over at South Korea at the wave pool there, and
I believe he's still in the longboard division.
He still is here, yeah. So he's actually been kind of blowing my mind a little bit with the the variation that he has, and the fact that he can really transfer between longboarding and shortboarding, because it's not an easy task.
Yeah, he's like JR. He can surf a longboard, a shortboard.
Yeah, very
all
well rounded.
Yeah. Here we are, server in blue again. Eduardo Tata Alciso, big smash. Just waiting for this to build up.
Wow.
Oh, and then just a quick slip from that back foot, and waiting for this to build up, and he's out of there.
I feel like he'll probably still get a decent score, because that first turn was pretty big.
Yep, for sure.
Was really committed.
I think his body and his weight is perfect for these waves now, because he's heavier.
Yeah.
He's not an usual size for a Filipino. He's a bit bigger. He's heavy. He has muscles, and he works out a lot. That's why when you see he does that spray, it's like you can see a big spray. His powerful legs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting to see more of Edward, and then Alan
Magos.
Alan Magos, 4-5. You said he was from Bel Air?
Yeah, Alan Magos, local from Bel Air, and the next qualifying is gonna be in Bel Air.
Yeah.
It's gonna be exciting there. It's on the Pacific side. We are on the West Philippine Sea, and Bel Air is directly on the west side, so it's in the Pacific side.
Yep.
And you guys are gonna hosting it at the beach break right in front of the resort. Shout out to all the Belair boys and to Jet, who's here now. He's gonna be the contest director for Belair, and he's here now just watching and anticipating on how he's gonna make sure it's gonna run perfectly there for you guys.
Yeah. What can we expect in Belair? I've never been there before.
It's one big, like, a long stretch of beach break, like with peaks everywhere, and further south, I think, maybe a 20-minute tricycle ride. There's a reef called Cobra Reef. It's a cemento. It's a slab.
Oh, sick.
It's a right-hand slab.
Mm.
And yeah, I'm sure the Belair boys would love to show you guys their secret spots.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to line that up. Well, last wave of Edward, 7.25.
Wow.
What do you make of that?
Imagine if he made the second turn.
Yeah.
That's massive.
Yeah, would have been in the nines for sure.
Where he did make the second turn, he just wobbled a bit and still made it.
Yeah, bit more of a crisp, kind of clean line than
Yep.
connection.
Here we go, surfer in green, Alan Magos. The surfer is used to surfing beach breaks. He's still young. I think he's 21 years old. Yeah, he's a bit light. He's lightweight.
Mm.
So I guess the heavier surfers will have advantage in these conditions, especially the wind is blowing. When you're riding the wave, if you're facing this wave, the wind is blowing from your back.
Yeah,
So it's
okay.
pushing you sideways.
Yeah. Yeah, we heard from Kian Martin a little bit earlier that, you know, he was at the start of the day, he was thinking maybe he could go to the sky. But now with the wind kind of not being very favourable for that, he just thought he'd stick to his rail game,
Yep.
which he's got such a good rail game as well. I think.
He got first, yeah?
Yeah, he won his heat. He got a 7 and a 4.5, and he was like, you know, I'm really happy with the heat win, first heat of the year, and I got a win, but, you know, I feel like I can give more. And Kian, he's that kind of person. He just wants to keep bettering himself.
Here we go. Our last year's winner, Ketut Agus in red.
Yeah, that one just closing out a little bit. How can you kind of determine between the waves that are going to run off really quickly and the ones that are going to hold up?
Usually this reef, when it's anything over like 6 foot, it really just like closes out. If you get anything on the 6 foot that doesn't close out, it rarely gives you that standing up wall. It's just breaking fat throughout the channel. The best ones are the mid-size ones, the in-betweens.
Yeah, it seems like those sets, they maybe break out to sea a little bit, and they kind of just get lost. And
Plus, if it's like a 4 waves, 5 wave set, and the first 2 or 3 waves have broken already, and you get the last one, there's a lot of whitewash on the inside.
Yeah.
There's a lot of wobble.
Yeah, the judges like to see that clean green
Yeah.
face. And it kind of, that whitewash, it makes it tricky to do turns. It makes it
Very
more...
tricky.
You're more susceptible to kind of catching your rail.
Yep. So coming on the next heat, we have Oni, we have Joe Azuchi, we have Kasuke Okumura, and John Carby.
Yeah. Fellow commentator, John Carby.
Oni was here in 2009. He won the Asian Beach Games against
wow.
Rio.
Wow.
Yeah.
When he's recently a dad. He's become a dad with beautiful boy Noah, who gives the best cuddles ever. So I know that he's, you know, surfing for his son right now, which is really cool. And I just feel like I bump into Oni around every corner at the coffee shop, down on the beach, wherever it may be. I'm like, Oni, what are you doing?
He's everywhere. Yeah. I go to like Canggu and coffee shop and BGS. He's there. I go to the beach. He's there. I go to like the airport. He's there.
Yes. Yeah. He
always a good vibe guy.
He is. He's a good vibes human being. Looking forward to that heat. It's going to be a pretty good one as well. Joe Azuchi is current rank number 3 on the Asia Series ranking, so it's a pretty important heat for him to make it through the round of 32. I feel like, you know, you if you're in that top kind of 10, especially in that seeded round, like you don't want to be bowing out early.
Everyone's good already in this round.
Yeah, there's no easy heats.
Yep.
Especially with conditions like this, it's I feel like a lot of experience out here comes into play.
Plus, coming into this competition 5 days before this was flat, so not much servers really got to get a feel of the wave.
Yeah.
And it's the first day that's been this big.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how quickly the swell is
Yeah.
picked up. You know, the day before the contest started, it was flat
Yeah.
pretty much. And then yesterday, it was like 3 foot. And It
Yeah.
was fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, is it normally a bit of a swell magnet here?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's like this. We get a lot of disturbance from the Pacific side that wraps around here, and yeah, that's why it gets big quick, but then it gets small quick too.
Yeah. I feel like does it kind of get to a point where it can get too big and it doesn't really hold that swell?
This is close to when you see the beach break and the point connecting already, like it's one big wave and it's just closing out, then it's the wave height is not really too big. It's just because the reef couldn't handle the size of the wave already. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's good to know. And I think you grew up
Here. Yeah, I've been living here all my life, and yeah, I have an Australian dad and a
Yeah.
Filipina mom. So yeah, basically I'm since I was a baby, I've been living here, so I
Cool.
can speak the dialect.
Yep.
Speak the language. Went to school. Here we go, surfer in white.
Manojo just flying down the line on this one, goes up and over, but doesn't find that connection. He's only had a pair of ones. He needs that 5.45, but second place is really within striking distance. They've got a combined score of a 6.7, and in conditions like this, I feel like it can really, but it's like it can flip on a dime, you know?
Yeah, we've seen previous heats that flipped in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything can happen out there. There's waves out there. Definitely there's opportunities for everyone there. It's just picking the right ones.
Yeah, knowing, you know, which are the best ones to go. This looks like Katut Agus. Having a look at this one, a nice wall ahead of him, straight off the bottom into the lip. That's what we're used to seeing from Katut as he drives down but doesn't find a finish. Maybe that whitewash coming into play on the wave. And Alan up and out of that one. Not liking the look of it. I can't believe how much it's picked up out here. But yeah, there's definitely still some solid opportunities.
Yeah, shout out to our sponsors, DOT, Region 1, our provincial government of La Union, and our local government of La Union. Thank you guys for supporting and making this competition happen. That's the drone shot of the whole base. You can see the point and the beach break kind of connecting already.
Does a beach break, is there a left?
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah,
hey?
there's a left, like just right towards that rocks in front of San Juan Surf Resort.
Yeah, cool. I was walking down on the beach this morning and I kind of saw like little things and I'm going, I think that's a left there. I grew up at a left, so I'm a huge fan of my backhand. But this ride is super playful. There's so many opportunities, and I was really surprised. I didn't know what to expect. I've never been here before, so didn't know what to expect. And,
But you've been to Siargao, right?
Been to Siargao, yes.
Here we go, surfer in blue, John Azuchi. Could change things. Just waiting for this to build up.
Nothing really major on that wave. Kind of just trying to manage the bumps and lumps on it.
Yeah, that's the thing too. When it's this size already and you try and ride it further into the channel, it's so hard to paddle out because the current is pushing you south and the wind is pushing south too. So yeah, it's gonna take some time for him to get back out there.
Yeah, even when
Like-
the women's were on, it took a while to get
Yeah.
back out.
Like Eduardo did that 3 big turns and then it was just straight out there already.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely got to be managing your energy to paddle back out, and that last one of Katut's was a 3.6.
Moves him to second.
Yeah, but only just. Not big scores. Edward's really run away with this. He's definitely locked himself in at this stage. for a round of 16 berth. And Edward, so he's from Siargao?
He's from Siargao, yep. Born and bred in Siargao.
Yeah.
Very strong surfer.
Yeah.
He's part of the Happy Islanders Surf Club. Shout out to our friends Andy and Philmar for taking care of their riders, their surfers. It's always good to see surfers starting their own brand and that are very still passionate about it and giving it all back, or giving back to the surfers.
Yeah, we saw Philmar come up in Heat 2, but unfortunately get knocked out of the event, but he definitely had some good scores. Let's have a look at this last replay of Edwards. It's a 5.25, doesn't go into the top 2, but let's have a look at what he does. It's a solid looking wave, Luke.
It is. Here it goes. Big smash.
Yeah, it just got really carvy. Kind of had that weird little lump in it. A good wave. I mean, none of the other surfers got it, so that's another feather in his cap. But that 8 and that 7.25 that he got, first 2 waves.
Sealed the deal.
Really did. Hey, he could almost just sit out there with priority and wait for one of those really good sets to come through.
Yeah, 10 minutes. I would say those guys could still catch 2 or 3 more waves each. Here we go. Surfer paddling. Will he lose his priority for that? Did he put enough effort to paddle? He did.
Yeah, wow. So, Alan Magos. Alan loses priority. Priority's a funny thing, because sometimes it can be, a really good thing, and when you lose it, you think you get into that rabbit hole of, oh no, I've lost. I'm back at the end of priority rotation, and then you start just, thinking of the negative. So you got to really refrain.
It can play in your mind, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Even not finishing off a wave, we've seen that a lot throughout the day, and that leaves a bad taste in your mouth too, as well as the judges. Even though maybe the start was really good.
Oh, someone went left. Who was that? Oh, Monojo.
Wow.
Yeah, usually when the size is this big and you get a bit of a west swell, there's a left once in a while in there.
Really? Oh, I'm excited. Hopefully we see something like that. That would be good. So coming down to 8.5 minutes. Second place is still really up for grabs. Katut, that 3.6 and a 3.5. That's what he's got in his scoreline. Alan needing that 2.6 and Manojo a 4.85 to go to second place. Really small scores, but I feel like in conditions like this, it can be hard to get. So rounding out the day with the end of round of 32, no women's quarterfinals. We'll report back tomorrow morning at about 7 a.m.
Yes, 7 a.m. call time for a possible 7:30 start. And conditions are looking better for tomorrow. No wind, and it's going to drop just a slight bit with the wave height. So it's going to be exciting tomorrow.
Yeah, it'll be
Can't
a good
wait
day.
to watch the girls smash it out there again.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see some longboarding tomorrow?
Depends with the wave size. Yeah, if it's still in this size or a little bit smaller, I think we'll run a lot of the shortboard because the next few days is gonna drop off more, and that would be, I think, would be better for the longboarders.
Yeah, yeah.
Plus, in my opinion too, it's double events like longboard and shortboard. It's really unfair for shortboarders to get to free surf because obviously the longboards will get most of the waves.
Yep.
So it's good to stick with like one division and kind of have them own those days. So during the free surf, once the longboarders know that, oh, we're not going to be out there tomorrow, so they can rest, and the shortboarders can free surf.
Yeah, yeah. I remember there was a, I think it was one of the 6000s in Manly a few years ago, and it was a double event as well. Shortboarders and longboarders, and I was surfing out there, and honestly I was out there for maybe 2 hours and I got one wave. because all the longboarders were getting all the waves, and I was like, this is so cool to watch, but I really wanted to get that. I want to be
Yeah.
too. But that's the luxury of having a super long board. Right?
Yeah, true. So do you longboard too, true?
No,
No?
I wish I could. I've tried, but yeah, I'm a little bit clumsy. I definitely fall over my own feet. So, yeah, I probably need a mentor or something like that to help me out.
Can't wait to see you post your photo on the first cross step to the nose.
Yes, I'll tag you. Inspiration.
Here we go. Yeah, those wide sets just breaking too wide onto the channel. And those are the waves you don't want to be on. It's just fat and slow and yeah, won't give you the scores you want.
Yeah, it's kind of they're tempting.
Yeah.
But you really need to like keep off those ones. And Edward using fourth priority, he can take this one. Bit of a fat one as he drives it around. Really hard carve. That board looks so good on rail. Driving through this one again, coming into the inside section. Bit whitewashy on the face of the wave. Will he get a steep connection here? He's gonna try and milk it all the way through.
Connected to the beach break. Oh, that was
Yeah.
close. Looking at his board, looks like one of Tenshi's old board. Or if I remember it right, Tenshi donated a bunch of boards to the Siargao
He did, yeah.
guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that 20 something
Yeah.
boards, right? Yeah, Tenchi Iwami. I thought that was super cool when I'd spoken to him about that. I thought that, yeah, it was... Tenchi is one of the nicest human beings, I reckon.
Yeah, for the locals here, it's number one, it's expensive and it's not accessible really for us to get proper high performance shortboard. There are Filipino shapers around, and they've been shaping a lot of boards and mostly longboards, I would say.
Yeah.
And to get that proper like high performance board from an experienced shaper, it's expensive and it's hard to get. So donations like that would really mean a lot for the career of the kids.
Yeah. Super empowering, really supportive as well. And the younger surfers from here, I was in a heat yesterday with Mara Lopez. I was taken aback by how good she surfed. And she's like 12?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. It was pretty incredible.
Yeah, she is JR's cousin.
Wow.
Yeah. So that board she's using. JR bought that in the US while he was there. He went to a shop and saw that board and thought that, oh, Mara's gonna like this board, so he got that board for Mara. And Mara I've watched her surfing almost every day, and that board just feels right for her.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like she was just connecting with it really well. And then her longboarding accomplishments as well.
Yeah.
It seems like a really rich talent within the family.
Because in La Union, we don't get waves this big all year round. Come March, April is our summer, and it's mostly flat. And here we go, surfer in white, Monojo. Needs a 4.85. And here we go, surfer in green, Alan Magos. Alan needs a 2.60 only, very doable.
Yeah, I feel like he's right there for that score to get into second. Couture only has a pair of threes. Yeah, I think that's a 2.6 every day of the week, so we'll see how high it is for Alan. 2 minutes, so Couture has that priority though, so if he can find a good wave and really do the surfing that we know he can, then Alan could be in a little bit of trouble. But Edward, it's been the Edward show right now.
Yeah.
7.25.
His throwaway is a 5.25. And yeah, none of those other guys in this heat got anything close to his third backup at 5.25. So yeah, going back, come April, May, June, it's our summer here. So it's flat, and June, July, August is our rainy season. So we get waves from the south. So this waves we're watching now comes from the north, and July, August, September we get the waves from the south. So it's rarely big. It's mostly small. That's why the La Union guys are good in longboarding too. Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go. There's an opportunity for surfer in red. Only needs.
Oof.
We're waiting for Alan Mago's score to drop first.
Okay, wow, that was a pretty good wave though.
Likes it.
Yeah, really liked it, and holding the composure as well. Really.
He's just looking back if the others are still gonna get any waves.
Wow, okay, Minojo, he's been an incredible competitive surfer. Unfortunately, doesn't get a finish, and that's real make or break for Minojo right now. With 30 seconds to go, he's going to try and pick one up on the inside. So Katut has a score to lock in, Alan has a score to lock in, and Minojo now has a score to lock in as well. We'll probably see a change up 3-1-5 for that last wave of Alan. So Katut needs a 4.06 on that last wave, and Minojo needs a 5.4. We didn't really get to see the start of Minojo's. Wow. It's going to be close.
This is intense. Let's see. So just waiting for some scores to drop. I'm pretty sure the judges are on the replay screen. Big scores dropping for Ketut, and it's a 6.8. Now Surfer in green needs a 5.91, and Surfer in white needs a 7.0. There you go. So it's Eduardo and Ketut into the next round.
Yes, solid surfing from the Filipino and the Indonesian surfer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a pretty stacked heat for heat number 6 of the round of 32 right after this quick break.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
And we're back. What heat is this? Heat 6 of round of 32. We have Oni Anwar, Josh Ushi, Kasuke Okamura, and John Carby from the Philippines.
Yeah. Fellow commentator in this heat, John Carby. That last heat was a really good one with Edward Alciso getting an 8 and a 7.25, pretty much back to back.
Yeah, there was an intense finishing. The last, 1 minute.
Yep.
Three of those guys got a wave each.
Yeah, it was full on with Katut getting that 6.8 and solidifying his second spot. And wow, look at these ones coming through, kind of catching everyone off guard.
What would you think would be the best strategy going to heats like this? Just catch as much waves as you can, or would you wait and sit for the mid-size one, or what would you?
I reckon wait for the mid-size ones. Yeah, I think if you're catching heaps of waves, you get burnt out pretty easily, and then you can see people on the best ones. And
especially with the current and the wind, you have to paddle a lot to get in position.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen
3 waves ridden, but nothing major. Two waves from blue and one wave from white.
Here we go. John Carby up and riding on this one. Gets a little snap in there and jumps
Zippy
off the
zappy
back.
from John Carby.
That brand new board looking pretty nice, and Kosake just coming off the back of that one as well. So we can see Joe paddling out. Joe Azuchi ranked number 3 on the Asia Series rankings. Oni Anwar up on this one, but just a little bit of a fumble there. And it looks like we have Edward Alciso down there with Camille getting an 8 and a 7.25. How's he feeling, Camille?
All right, we are here with Eduardo Tata Alciso from Siargao, just wowing the crowd, dropping the most explosive scores. And he wasn't even aware that he dropped those big scores because the wind is making it hard for the competitors to hear the judges out there. So you were telling me you just surfed your heart out, you just did what you could. Tell us more.
Yeah, after my first wave, like, I didn't know that I have like a big score, but what my plan even I didn't hear my score or what, I just take a good waves, try to make a good maneuver, at least like just to finish, just to be sure.
Yes, always good to be sure. And talk to us about the current paddling back. That's taking people a while. So were you cutting your ride short so it's easier for you to go back to the lineup? Were you choosing to sit at the peak? Or where was your marker on the beach?
After, if I got a wave, if I saw the waves like more long or is still enough to make a score, so I just gonna finish it. I don't mind like how strong the current, but that's the game. Yeah, so you just have to make it.
Okay, and that's one of the things we admire about Eduardo Alciso. He seems to thrive and do better under pressure. And in one of the heats coming up is also Jayward Alciso. Do you have a message for your brother?
Yeah, I believe him. I know that I saw him how he surfed, and I know that he can make it. He's good. For me, he's really good. Thank you to all my sponsors to support me, and to my friends, family who's sending me here and to try the international here in La Union. It's my first time in La Union.
Good. All right, we're all pretty stoked for you, Eduardo Tata Alciso. And yeah, it's off for the day after this round, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Camille and Edward. Super cool. I didn't realize that it was his first time here in La Union.
Tata?
Yeah.
No, he's been here before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's been here before. But yeah, Oni, I know surfer in red got a wave, and surfer in white just dropped a 3.5. Surfer in green just dropped a 1.25, and yeah, waiting for surfer in red's second wave to drop. And in the next heat, we have our number 1 seed shortboarder, John Mark Marama Tokong. And we have Shohei Kato, we have Noah Arkfield, and we have Toby Espejon. So there will be 3 surfers from Siargao and 1 Japanese surfer on the next one.
Yeah, I think Shohei could be from Chiba in Japan. He actually had a really good run in Siargao last year. I think he may have got to the quarterfinals or the semi-finals, but it was Marama who really stole the show that day.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to beat the local guys there. Yeah, Marama can surf that way with blindfold.
Yeah, yes, he really can. And Oni got a pretty good wave during that interview as well. 7.5 locking in for the Indonesian surfer from Lakey Peak, currently living on the Gold Coast / worldwide. He's always here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, I would like to see a replay if we could.
So 22.5 minutes. This is a replay of this one. What do you like about it, Luke?
Yeah, see, it's a mid-size wave. He's just waiting for it to stand up and just smashes that first one, and another big turn on that. Kind of drifting the tail like halfway down as soon as just before he lands. Yeah, just combination of maneuvers and good finish. Very powerful, strong finish.
Yeah, really good finish. 7.5 for that wave of Oni Anwar. I feel like it was just like, oh, maybe I'll just try and get a little connection on the inside, but didn't really need to do it. But yeah, he's been down the beach pretty much all day, watching the conditions, trying to figure out where's the best place to sit, what to do. So yeah, he's committed to the cause, Oni. I think he's about 28, or maybe he's around the 30. Maybe he's 30. So he's a really experienced competitor. He's won a bunch of events as well. And still absolutely ripping.
Here we go, surfer in green, Mr. Carby, ripping it up. Zippy zappy. On a
Good.
fresh board. He hasn't served that board before his first heat.
Love that. He's this morning he was like, hey, True, do you have like a leg rope string, the ropey ropes or whatever? And I was like, yeah, I do. Because I think I might need to borrow it if that's okay. I'm like, yeah, do you need wax as well? Like, what else can I get for you?
Boardy, sunscreen,
yeah.
leash.
Yeah. I was like, do you need a leash too? I can give you mine as long as I get it back. But I think he ended up wrangling something from somewhere else. I think he just asked a whole bunch of people and something came through for him.
Yeah, John, lovable guy. He's been almost to most of our national events helping out. He has supported a lot of our events and doing a lot of for the national team. So yeah, he's our adopted Filipino kuya.
Is that brother?
Kuya's brother.
Kuya.
Yeah.
He was in Crui last year. Oh, not
NES,
last year.
yeah.
NES.
Yeah.
Was he there last year as well?
I think the year before.
The year before, yeah. And we were talking about it earlier, and that was the year when it was really, 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 really big. And I was like, oh, it was massive. And he goes, I know. I was trying to get out there, and I got one wave, and I decided I didn't want to be out there anymore. I was like, yeah, fair enough. I was the same. But it's cool, the support that he has for the surfers here. And, you know, he's really invested.
Committed to, yep.
Yeah. Really committed, and yeah, he's a good guy. So hopefully he can get another wave out here on his fresh board. But Kosuke Okamura and Joe Azuchi are pretty fierce competitors, as well as Oni Anwar, getting that 7.5, and looks like a paddle for Joe. Really low center of gravity, nice carve here, but maybe pulling it a little bit too far back, and has to kick out of that one.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's breaking too close to the channel now. It's not really standing up. So wave selection would be very important right now. The mid-size ones would be the best ones to get to. But then you get caught waiting for the mid-size on the inside and getting
sets on the head. Yeah.
So it's tricky out there.
Yeah, it's hard. I remember, wherever you go, but I was surfing snapper the other week, and I was like, oh, I'm going to get a mid-size one, and ended up sitting a little bit further in, and then realized why everyone was paddling so far out the back, and I was, got smoked. And you can get like that today as well, you know, the sets can really catch you off guard.
Yeah, there's a lot of time. There's 18 minutes left, and currently Oni has a 7.5 and Kosuke has a 3.5. Other than that, there's nothing major from the other surfers.
Yeah, small scores, but Oni, that's
Look at that left.
Oh. Yeah, even that is running through there. Oh my goodness. Wow. Mind surfing that to a T. Reality, probably not so much. But yeah, that 7.5 of Oni's is really looking good right now.
Yeah, Oni sponsor Earth Island. Shout out to TP and his family. Now I believe they're in Hawaii with his kids. Shout out to TP and of course his family.
There's actually quite a few surfers and Japanese surfers that are in Hawaii right now. I know Shino Matsuda is over there. She's just qualified for the Olympics, and she just wants to surf bigger waves and just feel comfortable in uncomfortable situations.
Getting ready for chopes, huh?
Yeah, get ready for chopes, which is, yeah, that's a tall ask for sure. Is there any Filipino Olympians for chope?
Surfing, none yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, that's part of the main goal of the NSA, the United Philippine Surfing Association, to hopefully one day get an Olympian there. I would say if longboarding was on the Olympics, I would say would have bigger opportunity because JR is on the world tour.
Yeah.
And yeah, our shortboarders, that's part of the development, and what the coaches are doing now is to hopefully one day see someone there.
Cool. It's definitely a goal for most, if not all, surfers. Since
That's just changed the structure of surfing, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially like when it was introduced, everyone was like, wow. And now, there's so much more logistics that go into it for qualification for the Olympics. One of my good friends qualified, and it was kind of a thing where she went to the qualifiers in El Salvador and then wasn't expecting to actually make the Olympics, and she did, which was amazing for her, but also kind of a scary challenge.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think in the Asia region, it was Japan who qualified for the Olympics. And the one for next year, I'm pretty sure Japan is there too. And Rio Waida.
Yeah.
So there was 2 countries who qualified for 2020 Olympics, and I believe that the next one. So it's going to be Japan and Indonesia in the shortboard.
It's going to be exciting to watch. I'm definitely going to have that on screen wherever I go. 15 minutes. We're halfway down in this heat, and not really that much has happened. Joe's had a pair of 2s. Kosake, that 3.5, which is actually the second best wave of the heat, but
Yeah, as you can see, the surfers, they're not sitting down. They're just consistently paddling just to keep their position because the wind and the current is so strong.
Is a run around a thing here?
I don't see a lot of people do it. Maybe because they have to run halfway out to through a reef.
Yeah.
Compared to I always see like in a point break or a beach break that you can run or.
Yeah.
Yeah, but since you have to ride a whitewash in on dry reef, and then walk on reef, and then, yeah, I don't see much.
Yeah, it probably takes the same amount of time
Probably
as paddling, right?
more energy too.
Yeah, absolutely. So 14 minutes. Got a few surfers on screen there. We can see Joe Azuchi, Oni Anwar, and Kosuke Okamura. John Carby is right now up and riding. Nice opening carve for John. Just waiting for this one to offer a bit more of a connection, but he's staying with it. And flowing rail to rail, that board looks pretty good.
Nice. John Carby, pull your wet Rashi down. Yeah, surfer in green only needs a 2.8 to advance. So we'll see. That's probably his best ride.
Do you think it's a 2.8?
I see 2.8s and a 2.7. Let's see what the other judges say about his ride. There you go. You just got it. A 2.8.
Oh, wow. Straight on the score. So John Carby and Joe Azuchi right now are tying for scores. For anyone watching at home, the difference between second and third is the fact that John has the higher wave score between Joe and John, that 2.8. That's why he's sitting in second. But if Joe Azuchi can get a 2.01, he can find himself in second. And this guy right here needs a 1.1 to go into second place. Wow.
Only very little scores needed to advance. Pretty sure we're gonna see more action in the next 12 minutes. Again, there's a lot of waves there. It's just about picking which ones.
Yeah, what are you seeing out there? You know, do you think it's, from your knowledge of this area, do you think it's better on that kind of wider zone or a little bit further deeper?
Further to the north, yeah.
Yeah.
Just wait for that, like something like this, something that would stand up. Not a set wave. It's something you can smash. There you
Wow.
go. John Zucchi only needs a 2.01. Pretty sure he'd get that.
Yeah, you think so. And then some probably. That was Kosuke. Just in and out. And Oni Anwar from Lakey Peak. Up and riding on this one. Just wanting to better that 1.15. He got that 7.5 earlier, so really backing it up. That was a nice carve there for Oni as he kicks out.
Actually, when Oni won the SEA Games, exact same condition. It was windy, it was messy, a lot of water moving, and it was like kind of same size. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure Oni has a slight advantage against the other surfers because he's been here a few times and he's surfed in conditions like this.
Yeah, feeling a bit more comfortable, maybe. Feeling a bit nostalgic then, right now. And scores to lock in, but let's have a look at this replay of red for Oni Anwar. Just a bit of a roll in to start off this one, Luke.
Nice big carve straight into the next one. Just waiting for it to build up and just smashes it. Very, very nice stylish turns from Oni.
Yeah, he's been putting a lot of time in the water, training where he can, while also being a dad to the cutest little bub Noah as
He
well.
spends a lot of time in Australia, right?
Yeah, a lot of time in Australia. His little boy has an Australian passport. He was born there.
I want to hear Oni in his Australian accent.
Yeah.
Same with Marama.
Yeah.
Marama in his Aussie accent.
Yep, absolutely. Oni, every now and then he brings it out. I'm like, Oni, that's enough.
It's very, what do you call it? Because I never spent time more than 3 months there. But when you're there and you hang out with a lot of Australians, you will get that accent. It's like you don't know you got it already. And when you come back home, like, this is how you're talking. And till someone tells you, hey.
Yeah, you sound
I think it's
different.
cool. I think it's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it is cool. Where in Australia were you when you were there?
Mostly in Queensland area because that's where my dad's from.
Nice.
Yeah. My dad lives in Coolangatta.
Coolangatta.
Coolie, mate.
It's been pretty busy there the last few days with that that swell, and then there was a teams event on the Usher Cup as well. So much going on down there, but it's still a vibe. Snapper.
Diva.
Yeah, Diva's had some good banks lately. It's been really fun. I don't know about now. I think there's actually a cyclone coming there soon. So
now is just after winter in Australia. Is it still winter?
Summer.
Oh, summer.
Yeah, middle of summer.
Winter is June.
Yeah. So this is our cyclone season kind of zone-ish.
So what usually months are best for surfing in?
I don't know. I feel like we are pretty lucky, especially like since winter. I feel like we've had waves
all year round.
All year. Like maybe there's been a couple of times where it's not been that great.
Pacific side, yeah, you get a lot of swell.
Yeah, get some really good swell. I know in Sydney it's been flat, or like really not great for like a couple of months. So pretty lucky to live up on the Tweed Coast, Gold Coast region. And here we go, Oni. 4.5 on that last one. Whoa. That was a nice turn there, straight up for another hard carve. Yeah, really showing how comfortable he is out here, timing it perfectly, not really rushing the waves.
So the surfer in blue just dropped a 5.85 on his last wave. That pushes him to second place. And Oni is still holding on to that first place with a 7.5 and a 4.5.
Yeah, really good looking wave. 5.85 for that last one of Joe Azuchi. So John gets knocked down into third, needing a 5.66. Kosuke, a 4.96 is what he will need. And 7 minutes to do it. It's kind of coming down to the zone where maybe you'll get one more and maybe you might get two. But it depends how far you go, right, for that paddle.
Kosuke is in a good position because he has priority. So here's a replay of the 6.5 from the surfer in red.
That first turn was really nice, releasing the fins there. Oni just patient off the bottom.
Two maneuver for a 6.5. Very well surfed, very connected, and just hit it in the right spot. And he gets rewarded with a 6.5. Currently he's still in first, so Oni has a 7.5 and a 6.5. Surfer in white needs 4.96. And surfer in green in fourth. Come on, John. You got this. You've been training for this all year round. You've been doing ice baths and strength exercises, stretching.
Tap into that.
Tap into that. I saw him this morning at 4 a.m. stretching his back.
4 a.m. Wow.
No, just kidding.
Oh my goodness. That's too early for me. I'm coming down to the 5-minute mark. Joe Azuchi asking for a situation just now. He is in second with priority, but it's still anyone's game right now. 4.96 for Kosuke. John, as we said, a 5.66. They're not big asks, especially if you can get one good section and one big turn. I
Just
feel
like
like
Oni, like what Oni did.
yeah, that's where you're rewarding or you're being rewarded for that commitment. We saw yesterday, or the judges, you know, they're looking for big turns on big sections, and that means you're going to get big scores. And if you can really break it down into that, it's a simple equation, but you've got to get the waves to do it.
So next heat, we have heat 7. We have John Mark Tukong, we have Shohei Kato, we have Noah Arkfield, and we have Toby Espihan. Here we go, surfer in green. Needs a 5.66. He's waiting for it.
Yeah, that one not really doing much. Kind of fading out in front of him and then just crumbling. So 4 minutes. Will he get back out in time?
I am pretty sure he would. Here we go, surfer in blue. John Azuchi, currently in sitting second.
That was pretty nice.
Yep.
2.6.
Trying to better his 2.6.
Yeah, I feel like he's done that.
For sure.
So 3.5 minutes. It's coming down to the wire for this heat. Kosuke now gets first priority. He'll probably need more than a 4.96 right now because I think this last wave of Joe will come in pretty nicely. We've got 2 more heats to run after this. Up next we have John Mark Tukong Marama from Shagao, Shohei Kato from Japan, Noah Arkfield and Toby Espion also from Shagao as well. And there it is, 4.95, last of Joe Azuchi. So Kosuke needs a 7.3 and John looking for an 8. It's a big requirement for both Kosuke and John, but it's definitely not out of reach. Oni just really running away with this one with that 7.5 and a 6.5. He did well to kind of pace himself on these waves, not really rush. rush his turns, and I think maybe we see a lot of people doing that, like trying to get
Forcing it, yeah.
yeah, forcing it. You were saying yesterday that's what JR's been working on his longboard, trying to quality over quantity kind of vibes, and I think today it's super important to connect with that.
I know you compete a lot, and is your strategy usually like build momentum, or you want to go out there and just catch a big wave? The first wave should be a big scoring wave, or you're the type of surfer that would catch like a wave and then just see how it goes and then just try and build up from that?
Yeah, I'm more like that for sure. It is nice to for the headspace, I think, to be able to get out there and try and get a 5 on the first wave, but sometimes that doesn't happen, so you got to adapt with that. And Kosuke doing just that. Nice opening carve. This is a pretty okay looking wall he's got to work with right now. Kind of starts to crumble though.
It's a big requirement. He needs a 7.3. We'll see what the judges give him.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that will be the requirement. But yeah, I'm more of a momentum building surfer for sure.
Maybe Kosuke can catch an inside and just boost a big air.
Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be cool to see that beautiful drone shot of the contest area.
There you go. There's the wind. It's onto it. It's a big chop on the waves.
So the wind's coming from
Directly north.
Directly north.
Because this camera now is facing directly west, and the wind is coming from the right side. And yeah, usually it's very rare really to get strong northerly winds like this.
Yeah. So is that just because of this time of year, or it's like unusual for this time of year to get
because I think it's the build up of the swell too.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Here we go, Oni.
Bit of a victory, that little wave to come in. So it looks like this heat will wrap up. Oni Anwar coming out with a win, a 7.5 and a 6.5. Joe Azuchi getting second place there. Kosuke Okamura, coming in third, and John Carby in fourth. Don't go anywhere. We've got a pretty stacked next heat for Heat 7 of the round of 32. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan.
We are the keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see that this is our time. We got the love, we're gonna let it shine, bright enough to push back the dark, a fire raging from the smallest spark. Hold us up and we'll do something that will change the world. We lit the fire, we're turning shadow to light. We lit the fire, now watch it light up at night. We lit the fire.
Welcome back. We are into heat number 7, the men's round 32. You're joined by Jerry and the Wax Head here. We're going to bring you into the last 2 heats of the day, 30-minute heats. And in this one, a Filipino affair with one of the sole Japanese surfers joining the lineup. So we have Marama there, Shohei Kato, Noah Arkfield, and Toby Espejon. And can you share with us a little bit of information about the surfers in the water?
It's Espejon. It's pronounced Espejon, Toby, and We had him before. He's Dodo's son. Really, really good, competent surfer. We saw him surfing earlier, and he was just on fire. The conditions are vastly different now than they were when he was out there before. Noah Arkfield, his dad Doug, and he's got a lovely family that live there right at Twice on Point, which is one of the best waves in Shargow. And so Noah's a fantastic guy, and he's a great surfer. And of course, John Mark Takong, he is the guy that can do anything. And
look at the sets rolling in there. Solid swell. A few waves already on the board. And this is live action with Toby right now. Carving that one. Choppy conditions. And these surfers will be getting off to an early start, trying to build some momentum through the heat. Because with the wild logistics out there right now, any wave could be a keeper.
Any wave is a keeper. Look, if you can get a wave and do one decent turn, then you're going to have a score in the bank. And that's what they need to do. And that's what Carby went out to do last time. He wasn't able to, but he was up against pretty stiff opposition. And Murramar, John Mark has got a 5.5 already. I don't think we saw that wave, so that may have been before we got back on right at the start. So the three Shargow boys have started well.
And this would have been the replay of Noah right now.
Noah Arkfield, really lovely kid. He's about 20 now. Nice off the top there. Fin's free. And he's got another section here he's going to smash, which he does. So that's two really nice turns, and then a nice little turn back into the power. And that's probably going to do it for him. So, I think... Oh, here's John Mark's first one, or Murramar. So straight off the top, that really, really smooth. He's a smooth surfer, a fast surfer. He's only a small guy, but he certainly finds the power.
And we saw that with some of the Indonesian surfers and Japanese surfers throughout the draw. And perhaps even a little bit lighter in the frame, Murramar, but zippy, fast, electric surfing, which has got him out of the Challenge Series last year, but he is in the game to re-qualify, not being able to scoop together any results to stay on that Challenger Series, and it is his dream and his hope to
get back on there. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he had an eye-opening first year. Let's say he had a couple of he had a priority error. He had a couple of, an interference he had, and then he had a couple of errors. I think he just got a bit flustered. He has the ability. We have faith in him. But I think Noah certainly has ability as well. He could do this. Is Shohei Kato. It's a really nice swoop off the top there. Found a bit of face there. This is a good wave. Fin's free, and he's going to milk that a little further and see if something happens.
And very direct surfer, really on top of his board, centered over his board. It'll be a nice opener. Coming into the event ranked 5th on the regional ranking, so... Given that a lot of the surfers in front and behind him have progressed through the event so far, this is a bit of a danger round.
Yeah.
With not too many points on offer at the moment. Getting through to that next round would be crucial. We're going to go down for an interview and catch up with the heat winner with Camille on the sand.
Undeniably a crowd favorite. I am here with One Anwar, also a contest veteran. So, do you recall how many years have you been competing now?
Oh, I can't remember how many years I've been doing this, but I was actually thinking about how long I've been doing it. So I just think that I just have to be an autopilot or just a cruise control out there. I don't really want to overthink about it because the waves are pretty big and tricky for everyone. Even the last heat was I watched one of my fellow Japanese guy. He lost, and it was tricky, So I'm lucky to make it through.
But yes, you ran away with that win, and as you were coming into the beach, all the younger surfers looking up to you, like Bronson, Kian Martin, Varun Tanjung, asking you, so how was it out there? So, in all your years of competition, is the fire the same? Like, especially now you have a young family. So tell me about the evolution of a professional athlete. How does it feel the same as the first time when you were a Grom?
Yeah, look, I was just in Australia recently for Christmas and New Year with my Australian family. And I was telling all my friends from Australia, say, hey, I'm going to Philippines, La Union. And then everybody's like, where's that? And this is a beautiful place in Philippines, and it's like amazing, like it's kind of mini San Diego. So the boys will say, oh, you're still competing? It's like, yeah, man, I'm just kind of like, I want to go and just kind of show the young generation that that nothing will, inspire them to keep going, and because they're younger, they got nothing to lose, and it's time to just have fun and put this surfing into the next level. And I'm like a father now, and when I look at my son, and I was like, yeah, like things are changed a lot because I don't sleep much, and the training stuff is not there as much as I used to. But my mind, mentally, I felt like I learned a lot about just not about surfing, but like how being a father, and so that's kind of calmed me down a bit because it used to stress me out. Like competing is just kind of nervous and everything that you want to win. But I guess I'm here to have fun and surf with all my fellow Asia, and good to qualify. And I'm not really looking to qualify, but if I do, it would be nice to still, I don't want to stop, and that's what I'm born with, just to surf and keep doing what I love.
Amazing insights from One Anwar. Thank you so much for sharing. I really felt that. That was from the heart. You can't script these things. So, yeah, congratulations again. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us here in La Union. We're happy to have you. And for the Groms, for the juniors, for the young guns out there, you can't chill yet. One Anwar is going to keep you on your toes. Thank you.
Great insight there, showing the veteran of Indonesian surfing. And we actually have another veteran here too, in the likes of course, the goofy foot genius who, I guess put Indonesian surfing on the map. Rizal, who's here actually hanging out with his son and some of the young Indonesians as well that he spoke about. But yeah, Oni still showing that competitive fire, and it's lovely what he said about his child, making him settle down a little bit, falling that role. And just like John Mark out there now as a father as well, and falling into that role and making sure that you don't put yourself first and you've got other people to put in first. It's amazing what it can do. And someone who's putting him out there right now in first place is Shohei Kato with a 5.10 to open up, only needing a 1.95. That was a fantastic hit, and it looks like our current heat leader, John Mark, will fall into second place because that was a great exchange.
That was, yeah, look, he the first turn was really good. He bogged a little bit at the top, or he was a little slow off the top, but the second turn was just phenomenal. It's good to do that in these kind of waves, really difficult. And
it's a testament to the fitness. Only said he hasn't been working out. His fitness schedule isn't there. But with the amount of experience these surfers have under their belt, especially the older surfers, the veterans, and these types of conditions, it's more about not necessarily what you do, but it's what you don't do, what waves you don't take. It's those smart decisions that'll save energy.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Toby's just had a paddle for that. Didn't get it. He has priority. There doesn't look like there's anyone else out there, so he won't lose it. So that's, I guess, clever to just paddle for whatever he wants to get. So sure, he did move ahead with a 6.15. That was a really nice wave, really well surfed. Yeah. And we're going to have a look at that. I think we'll have to check the replay.
The best thing about this is that it was a short two-turn combo, and here he lines up this clean section, and he's able to really do that fin slide up the top, comes back down, loads up for that. So keeping that momentum down the line and projecting into that next turn, live action.
Here's Toby again, and a little floater up there to get some distance. Going to smack this one right here.
Oh.
And I think he's going to make it. He's not going to make it, sadly. So I think you guys would call that a drop wallet or something.
Yeah, the old layback drop wallet, and unfortunately lost his wallet in the foam.
He did lose his wallet. He's going to dive down and grab that and do it right the next time, I hope. So that's not going to help him a great deal. It's only his second wave, so it will go into his 2 scores, but he'll certainly want to be getting rid of that. And sure, he's really started off strongly. Really strongly.
It's 6.15 on that second wave there, so well rewarded, powerful surfing and carrying that momentum through into the next move. So the judge is looking for critical, big surfing on big sections and carrying the combination of maneuvers through. So if you're struggling and you're tic-tacking and hunting those maneuvers, they're not going to be rewarded as much as flowing into that next one, which is what literally we just saw Kato do. He was able to get the fins free on that first turn and naturally led him down the line and forward momentum and really projecting into that next turn.
Yeah, I like that the description tic-tacking. It's I know what it is. It's a skateboard thing. It was kind of cool at one stage to tic-tac, but yeah, tic-tacking down the line is not what you want to see.
And as was tic-tacking in surfing at one point in the 80s when they moved the world tour to small waves, including actually the first incarnations of wave pools, and they had events on the East Coast. They had them in Japan as well. They've had a long-running event actually in Japan from the 1980s onwards. And that event was notorious for small waves, small
Yeah.
onshore waves. So the pumping, the tic-tacking was a part of small wave surfing. And thankfully, with the way the tours have gone, the majority of times, what we have here is about as bad as you get at times, but there's lots of scoring opportunity.
Plenty of scoring opportunity. Yeah, look, what they did with the CT or the Dream Tour or whatever, they took it to pretty nice waves, where for a long time there you didn't really want to watch it, because, well, it was average,
Summer in Narrabeen or summer in
Yeah.
Manly, and you'd have beach breaks in Brazil, and it was a difficult time for a lot of those surfers. And I think of some of the most stylish surfers throughout that era that were able to persevere, the likes of Occy and Tom Curran, Brad Gerlach, guys like that who are known for style.
Well, Noah went for it then. He realised maybe halfway up it wasn't going to happen, unless his foot slipped off his board. Not entirely sure what happened there. Who we got here? Toby?
Shohei.
Shohei. Shohei's on fire. What's he going to do here?
no.
Okay, he's going to get back out and get
his
some priority. Yeah.
And that two-turn combo with 615 was as interesting note that he was able to get back out in the water straight away.
Quickly, back. And look, it could have been even better. His first move wasn't the greatest move. He did get hung up a little bit, so it could have been anything.
Yeah.
But still got really rewarded for that. I've got a bunch of people, one of them who is our sponsor, Wendell from Vans, who wants a shout out. So thank you, Wendell, for supporting us here. And not sure if I'll make a 3 o'clock tee off with you, but we'll see what can happen. And there's a couple of others. Momon's desperate for me to say hello to him. So Momon's sitting there watching from Manila. G'day, Mon. I'll catch up with you when I get back into town.
And the community of the Philippines surfing, the Philippine surfer community have been very inviting to a lot of the surfers here and the guests of the WSL. And a big shout out to everyone tuning in right now. If you're on YouTube, you're on Facebook, let us know where you're from, who you're barracking for in this heat. No doubt it's one of the 3 Filipinos in the heat. But hey, if you're from Japan, share your love as well. We know some Indonesians on there, some Australians tuned in right now. It's the usual chat going down on YouTube. I saw some familiar names on that chat just before when I was going through the list of the comments. And it's pretty classic, some of those comments on YouTube. I don't know if you've ever seen any of them.
Oh, I only had a look yesterday because a couple of people had asked me things and so that they had highlighted my name. But no, I didn't have a look. I will have a look. I'll start checking it out and see if we can maybe can we repeat them on here, or some we shouldn't.
Definitely,
some we shouldn't.
No, I think they've got the censorship down pretty good, but at times it gets a little bit out of hand with some of those. Don't know if they're men, women, or what they are on there, boys, girls, who knows? But they're commenting pretty liberally sometimes. So I don't know.
Anyone can comment anything they like. That's the nature of life these days. You can say whatever you want from the privacy and the safety of your home, and it does get moderated. Probably swear words and all the rest won't necessarily stay in there, or any kind of racism, or sexism. But you can try to say anything you like, and it gets a little frustrating these days.
Yep, social media.
It's an interesting takeoff there. It doesn't look like he's got much to go on.
And right on cue, leading this heat, and that's Shohei Kato right now, flaring. And that was a dynamic end turn. He made something out of nothing there. So
I was so surprised he took off, to be honest, and he really made something out of nothing. There was a tiny little section, and he did everything he possibly could have done there.
So looking to better a 5-1-0. We're going to watch that one again and identify if that will eclipse that score. We're not the judges, but look, full closeout, gets in and layback snap in the pocket and rides out with control. I feel like it'll be right there. It may not surpass that score, but showing what's possible out there right now, those single turns. And the best thing about it is he's able to scoot straight back out. He's not getting those long running waves that are...
Yeah, because it's tiring. I mean, he's going to lose priority nonetheless, but he is straight back out there.
You know what this camera angle looks like? Burley Heads when it's onshore in a nor'easter.
Oh, okay.
Very similar. Very sectiony wave.
Okay, there's Murrama. Oh, he's just lost a bit of control there, sadly. So he will... Well, again, he's not too far in, so he'll be able to get back out there. He's got only 13 minutes. I was going to say there's plenty of time. It seems to have gone particularly quick here. So Shohei's wave's coming in, and it is one of his to go into his 2 highest. It's a 6.0, so he gets to throw away his 5.10 and moves ahead even further. So Murrama, who won't get much for that last one, needs a 6.65 to move into first. Noah needs a 5.16 to move into second, and Toby needs a 6.90. But Toby only has a 2.5 and a 2.4, so there's plenty of
Yeah.
space there for him. He just needs to actually catch the waves.
It's interesting. End of the day, I'm not sure if any of the other competitors will have been watching this heat, but that was a pinpoint moment, a 6 for just a layback in the section and showcasing the judging scale sliding given the conditions that we have today. You can see some of the current at the bottom of the screen right now, going from the right to the
Yep.
left of the screen. A lot of turbulence, fresh swell, a little bit of wind as well. So really battling the elements. There's a full left-hander out there. Look at that bowl there. It's even a contestable wave, that one. And you'll be able to hit that oncoming section.
Bang
Mind
there,
surfing it
bang
now,
there,
bang.
boom.
And you actually get a solid score on that. So yeah, Burleigh Heads, the Gold Coast Open will be coming up in February on, I think, 16th to the 18th of Feb.
That's a Challenger, is it?
No, that'll be a QS. So the Challengers, they will commence in Sydney in the beginning of May. So the cutoff will be in April for the any of the QS events.
Okay.
And they'll be commencing then. So they've got till April to qualify.
Which isn't too far away. I mean, yeah, that's... I don't know what else there is in Asia between
I don't think
Belair
there's
and...
no other events, unless you guys miraculously put together a event in that window, which I don't think
There is
will be.
chat of one, but it's not going to happen that quickly. So in reality, by Belair, we'll know who's going from the Asian region.
Yes. Some of those events in Australia are
Dual.
multi-sanctioned too.
Okay, so
we'll see
see who can get there, who has the cash to get there.
Yeah, so I mean, that's if some of the surfers can jump up the rankings and consolidate their position right now, that's going to make life a lot easier for them. Because Maramara is out of that top 10 at the moment. He's coming in below that top 10 ranking at the moment. So the next two events can be big for him, 3,000s. So if he can carry that momentum, it's in his home country as well.
Yep.
So he'll know what to expect. And if he needs to go over to Oz, and I think he will, to compete at those events as well.
Yeah, he will go. If he has to do it, he will definitely go. He likes to do it anyway. He's got other family there. He'll land in Sydney, and I'll probably pick him up and drive him there.
Mm-hmm. And then now,
okay, that's
Noah.
Noah. Yeah, then Noah seems a bit at sea at the moment, as does Toby, which is surprising me because the guys are very competent. Noah is, considered the next king of the island of Siargao, and he certainly has been getting some terrific results and on the national tour. So today he just seems to be out of sorts. Look, it's really difficult out there, and these aren't the waves they normally surf. Who goes out in this kind of surf? Very rarely these guys do, that's for sure. So Toby ripped it up this morning, so let's see what he can do here.
Wow, so little two-stage turn there, just setting that one up. And so both Toby and Noah came through their earlier heats right now, but I tell you, the surfers that do go out in these conditions, it is generally our Japanese competitors. They are the ones who train in this stuff. They're the ones who analyze it. And after the event finishes today, you can guarantee that all those women in the quarterfinals will be out there practicing and learning this spot. So maybe a lesson to be learned for some of the...
So you're thinking that once this is done, there will be a bunch of surfers out there?
Oh, yeah. Maybe not a lot, but I think there'll be some that are really motivated to improve on their performances.
Yeah, okay.
And given that the wind may come up tomorrow and we might see similar conditions...
What about yourself? Will you be out there?
I might surf somewhere else, and I'll just have to find a fin for a board that I'm borrowing, and we'll...
On your longboard or on a shortboard?
I'll ride a shortboard. Yeah, I'll ride a 6.0 single fin.
Are you talking about a place down a bit south of here?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think it'll be busy down there, but it might be all right.
And
You've had some reports already, I
have had some reports, and that spot, it's little. It's not as good as here, but it's a little more protected.
Yeah.
As good as in, it's not as open to the swell and not as accessible. But the wind is here at the moment. Lots of waves and lots of opportunity. 8 minutes 45 remaining. Noah and Toby looking to regain their rank in the priority, because it's Maramar in red, who's in second at the moment, looking for that 6.65 to move into the lead. He's only got a 3.9 as the backup, so anything he does to improve on that is going to make life a little harder in these conditions with 8 minutes to go for Noah and Toby. He's an experienced competitor, and this will be a real test to see where he's at strategically.
Yeah, he is an experienced competitor. It's exactly what I was going to say. He's been there. He's done it before. He knows what he needs. He knows what he has to do. Now, whether the ocean cooperates, but he's just got to keep his head and not panic and see how he goes. I mean, the waves are there. The scoring potential is there, and the experience is there. So, my money is on Maramar to continue on there. And just in case you weren't listening, John Mark Tokong, his nickname is Maramar. So we'll see how he goes. But it is a tough day out there. It's a grind in reality. It's constant paddling. And the previous heat, I think I watched John Carby duck dive about 20 waves in a row. I was feeling for him, but I was actually laughing my head off.
Yeah, unfortunately, no points for duck dives. The judges are looking for big surfing. And, choppy conditions, lots of scoring opportunity. There's lots of ramps out there. You've got to be fit and able-bodied to be able to capitalise on that. And it's a real roll-the-dice scenario. I think having those opportunities, like this, look at this. It's a set wave, and there's no entry into the wave because the chop is so heavy.
Although, is that Toby that's turning around?
Yeah, there we go. So it didn't even allow him in the
Noah.
wave.
That was Noah, yeah.
If that's clean in the morning, that's probably a good wave.
Absolutely. And there's our heat leader. He's going to see what he can do. And it looks like he's found a little bit of... Oh, he's going to smash this for sure.
Oh,
that
wow.
was better than the last one.
A fan of spray, and he gets the foam climb as well. So he's feeling it right now, and he's putting together a show reel.
And there's Marama. Did we miss a wave from Marama?
No, this is live from John here, and Mark John, boom, in the
love
pocket.
It. Oh,
Wow.
love it,
so
love it.
Critical airdrop there, and he's got a little inside track if he wants to continue with it. With time running out, it's not really going to give him anything. But I tell you who has gone in, Shohei.
All the way.
6 minutes 30 remaining, and I'm going to say both those scores will come in relatively similar.
Yeah. I loved Marama's free fall. I mean, it was a solid airdrop, but the first manoeuvre of Shohei was just amazing. Better than the previous one, I thought.
So a lot of action today. Recapping what happened earlier, there was 2 interferences, and I actually spoke to our Japanese competitor who had that interference with John Carby, the Australian, and he just couldn't see the priority board. And it was just a lapse of judgment and not taking off when he possibly shouldn't have. And let's have a look at the replay of those waves before. So this is the takeoff of Marama. So a nice setup carve here, and he looks down the line, and he hooks it in the pocket. Free falls there, so a little bit of drama. And that wave really looking like, as I said before, an onshore Burley Heads with that section dropping out underneath him. So that'll be a solid score. But it's Shohei locking in a 7.5 on this one. Nice chip shot, and he stays high. Comes down low, ramps up, identifies the section, throws a fan of spray skyward. So one of the best turns of the day, and a foam climb. But he's not done yet. He identifies something for the first time this heat down the line. And we sort of cut him off here, and we're having a look at Marama's wave. We'll see if it gave him anything on the inside, but the juice of those points coming from that single turn on the outside. So yeah, nothing really giving on the inside yet, and just a little bit of a downtime making his way through to the inside. So 7-5, and we still got a score to be locked in for John Mark right now, and a 6-1-0.
Okay, that's a great score. So that really consolidates his second position. Noah now needs a 7.35, and Toby is going to struggle to get an 8.50 for just under 5 minutes remaining. Never say never. But if you're putting your hard-earned on it, I'd be putting it on Shohei and Marama. I'd love to see one of the other Shargo boys get up there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very... I mean, you've got one Filipino in at the moment. To make Shohei lose any momentum in this heat with 4 minutes 20 to go is going to be a little bit tricky. But Toby, I mean, maybe forcing an interference, which we'd hate to assume, but it's never over until it's over. There's gamemanship. We've seen it from the best on the championship
we've
tour.
proven that you can't always see the board as well. So that's another issue.
Earlier this morning, we were watching a great performance, and it was actually Aoi Oguri, who was leading the heat in red from Japan. 3 minutes to go. He took off. He had second priority, and the person with first priority, and we'll catch up with that in a second. Beautiful vertical re-entry there from Marama, and snapping that one, little foam climb, and he makes his way to the inside. Nice flow into that carve there. Committed rail carve. Good patience.
Good wave choice as well.
Great, working his way through the inside, so he got a lot of work done. That'll consolidate his second place. Might not be enough to go into first, but I think his 5-5 is long gone.
I think 5-5's gone for sure, and it's just making it much harder for Noah and Toby.
So Aoi was taking off earlier in red, and John Carby, who had priority and was actually in third place, took off as well, as he's entitled to do. But Aoi went around him, and you can't cross the path of the person with priority, and it sent him back to fourth place, actually, because you lose your second score. and unfortunately went from first to fourth in a
And
matter of
so
seconds.
when you spoke to him, he said he actually couldn't see the board.
Yeah, he couldn't see, and I said to him, well, you didn't need the wave. You had the surfer who was in third, you're in first, and he just didn't know what everyone else had got. He couldn't hear the announcing, and it was just one of those moments, a lapse of judgment, where when in doubt, you just shouldn't go.
Exactly, yeah. And look, granted, it is hard. It's big, it's windy, you can't hear what they're saying. You know, they're constantly sticking their arms up to get scores and whatever. So it must be a big struggle out there. On top of the fact that the surf and the wind is a struggle, it's a struggle to see what's going on, to know where you are. So I guess there's excuses for it, but I feel a bit sad for him, you know.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's a good time to give a sponsor shout out. Well, we've got 2 minutes.
Oh, we've got a bunch of sponsors
left on the
here.
clock.
We've got people that are presenters, the Department of Tourism Region 1. They've been wonderful. The Tingog Party List and House Speaker Martin Romualdez. They're our big presenters, and we love them and we appreciate it. And we really like to thank the Governor of La Union, Rafi Ortega David, which is a very long name, and the DOT Region 1 Director, Jeff Ortega, who was there last night. We had a lovely chat too. Jeff's a really good guy. San Juan Mayor Arturo Valdriz. And our sponsors, San Miguel Corporation, Vans, Alima, Clean Canteen, MVP Sports Foundation, Bag on Penis. And what we'll do is we've got one more heat afterwards, and we'll go through a little acknowledgement of our local sponsors after that, because they're there helping us as well and giving us plenty of love. Who we got there? We've got Toby.
This is
that was
Shohei right now, yeah. Looked like green silhouetted right now.
Yeah, I guess I'm getting colourblind like my dad. Hi, Dad, if you're listening. I know you can't tell the colours either.
So White, he's seeking some feedback from his position. Very difficult to hear right now. Time. He wants a time. 1 minute. I can hear the beach announcer give that feedback to the surfer in the water, and that signifies when they touch the wrist, they're seeking time, and they're waving their hands. They want their position.
Yep.
And
what John Mark got a 5.95, so he improved his position. Again, made it harder for Noah and Toby with only 43
near
seconds
excellent
remaining.
range for Noah, and an 8.95 for Toby. So Marimar up and riding on the inside section.
And there's Toby out the back.
Nice lined up wave there, and hits that section. So goes complete for one of the first times in this heat right now, and taking his eyes off. It's never a smart idea to go a wave behind another surfer, especially if they're ahead of you right now. Especially if you want all eyes on you, it's very difficult. So, but they got to take what they can get. 10 seconds remaining.
At this stage, absolutely. And that's just about done it with 5 seconds remaining. Noah's having one last go at it, but it's struggled to think on that wave he's going to get the score. He finished it off as well, so, you know, he can take that home with him.
So unofficially, it's Shohei Kato taking the win away from John Mark Tokong, otherwise known as Marimar. So those two moving further up the ranking. Still some scores to be locked in, but we'll bring you those when we come back for heat number 8 next.
Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos, kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos, kay dili ko anang paggapos.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
All right, we are back out of the fire and into the frying pan with Jerry Deegan, myself, John Carby. Last heat of the day. I think that's a good call.
I think it's a terrific call. It's just...
on the live out there, it looks very reasonable, but trust me, it's tricky.
Yeah,
it's
so
windy.
John just came in from heat number 5, and he was out there battling the elements. I think I saw him duck dive around 25 waves in a row.
If I got half a point per duck dive, I reckon I would have
won
come
the
through that
heat.
heat by far. Really tricky conditions with these wind and the swell building. It's really pushing across at a rate now. So just even trying to get into that priority position. A couple of guys half my age were doing pretty well.
Yeah, well, they were half your age, yeah. So that was Roy. Nice start from Roy there. What size is it, John? It's hard for us to tell on the TV what size.
It's even hard to tell out there because these things marching in at the moment, they've got to be around 8 foot.
Yep.
But they've only got the power of probably something 6
I
foot to
did
5
notice.
foot.
I am noticing that no one's throwing their boards away. They're all just duck diving.
Yeah, so there's a bit of turbulence in there. It's a little bit wishy-washy. But even when you see these guys duck diving, they're not going back that standard 20
Yeah, they're not
metres
getting
or
dragged
15
back,
metres. They're sort of popping up within about 5 metres. So it looks hectic and the water is all moving together, but no one's really getting ripped back unless you really get unlucky and get that first part of the impact, which I got about 18 times later.
Yeah, I saw it. I was cheering. I was just cheering for more waves.
They came.
And I watched you paddling back out. And look, I do know you're twice the age of those guys. And I watched you paddle back out and I thought, he's going to have a paddle battle. You didn't even bother.
Did you saw that? That was at the start.
The surfer in blue just overtook you and blew you away. And then you duck dive about 20 more waves after he got out the back.
I saw him next to me and I thought about it for about 0.2 of a second.
Yeah.
And I definitely backed the horse where I can just save a bit of energy and hopefully get another wave. But yeah, also really tricky conditions with those lumps, bumps. You're just sort of out there. You haven't got even the vision because it is so choppy and windy.
Yep.
You can't predict what's going down the line. You sort of the more experienced guys, and you can see from that last heat.
So would you suggest that they're not predicting what's going down the line? They're just taking off and taking a risk that down the line will be okay? I mean, because some of them, particularly in that last hit, Shohei in particular, seemed to be picking the right ones.
I put that down to surf IQ and what he's been doing. He's probably been sitting there and just watching.
Yeah, okay.
Watching that wave. I reckon he's put in the preparation and the work to find out where to sit, and see the way he was surfing too. You know, it's like those good surfers just seem to attract those good waves. No
They
matter where
do.
they
I
are
used
in
to
the
hate
world
that.
or
I
the ocean.
used to surf Cronulla Point with the guy named Richard James. I don't know if he'd be watching it. Richard just was always on the good waves. They just always seemed to come to him, but I know they didn't. He just knew it better than I did.
Yeah, and that's the case out there. It's good surfers make it look good because they're better.
Yep.
It's just the simple fact of it. Oni, in my heat, was out there. I tried to complain to the judges and said that he was swearing at me and pulling my leg rope. No one believed me, unfortunately. Great guy too, and he won that heat quite convincingly.
Yeah, well, that's a really nice turn from Varun there. And he's going to run it down the line and see what else he can do. He's our surfer from Indonesia.
Yep, I guess we should start talking surfing. We've got a few scores
Absolutely.
dropping in.
JR Dasiso from Sharagao.
Jayward El Ciso, young Tata, they call him.
Yep, so he's 5.5 and he's started off really, really well. We've got Roy Kanazawa from Japan, started off with a 3.75. Daiki Tanaka, also from Japan, just started with a 2. He's got his Tingog, and Varun Tanjung is from Indonesia, and we'll see what they gave him. He did one really nice turn out the back and a little bit of a foam climb down the line. So
yeah, it's good to see Rizal and the boys down here at La Union.
Yeah,
good little crew, tight knit.
They're stalwarts. You know, they've been coming here. They've been coming to Shargo every single time and turning it into a holiday. So you know, they come and have a family holiday every time.
And explore.
Pardon?
And they explore.
Explore, yeah. So I think we're going to head down to the beach and we're going to interview the winner of the last heat.
Shohei Kato advancing after that tremendous heat with 3 Siargao. So you were surfing against the best surfers from Siargao Island, actually. Did you feel any pressure that you were the only non-Filipino?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know I'm super happy to win this the heat, and so I'm super like this Philippine, you know, and I'm also here, so yeah.
So actually, everyone is still talking about that massive, sick air you pulled out in Cloud 9 in Siargao. You were really, you know, it was full send for you, and people enjoyed watching you surf out there. And I also learned that you are a skater, a skateboarder.
Yeah, also skate too, yeah. And the heat was super crazy matchup, you know. Malama and Noah and Toby is all the Siargao guys, you know. yeah, it was fun hit.
But so all that skateboarding must translate into your surfing. So how do you find the time between, oh, I will surf today or I will skate today, or do you do that enough? Do you do everything as much as you can?
Yeah, of course. My style is skating, surf, the mix, the style. Yeah.
Okay, and it's very enjoyable to watch. So if you can see behind us, the tide has come in fully and water has reached near where we are already, and that has provided you with some sweet ramps for you to really carve out those turns and get the scores you needed. So congratulations once again, and yeah, give a shout out to your sponsors, friends, anyone you want to thank. You can say it in Japanese.
すごい波はめっちゃハードで、難しい波だったんですけど、板もすごいマッチアップしてて、すごく楽しめてよかったです。次も楽しんでいきたいと思います。
Thank you, Shohei. We're happy to have you here in La Union. Thank you. Last heat of the day.
That's right, Camille. Last heat of the day. I'm pretty sure we've got a few excited judges to go and find a few sneaky pockets from the wind. That's the great thing about down here in LU. There's sneaky coves, there's hidden wind zones, and we've got plenty of swells, so opportunity everywhere.
Where are you going to go, John?
I'm going to go to bed.
I'm
exhausted.
I bet
I was
you
out
are.
there. I was on a new FRK Slater Designs out there. Big shout out to James O'Donnell from back there in Shargao and his KS board riders. Jump online if you want a good quality board.
Yeah, no, James has got a great deal going on down there, and he'll look after you, and he's got a lot of stock and a lot of different things going on. So
don't tell him Jerry sent you.
Don't tell him Jerry sent you to charge him more. Just a quick shout out to our local sponsors, La Cantina. I think we're going there for dinner tonight. Kermit does great food. Seabuds, fantastic bowls and shakes and things like that. Converge, Flotsam Jetsam, who supported us last night. Mad Monkey, apparently they're bringing a bunch of burgers down here later.
Oh.
And Funky Quarters. And we'd also like to acknowledge, who's up and riding? We've got Varun. Okay, well, he just came off. John was saying he loves black surfboards. Next one will be a black one, James. He's ordering it now.
I've actually got a Hayden Shape Holy Grail getting fixed by my good friend Din Takong back home in Shargao also.
Okay.
I busted a fin box out, and so local shapers like Din, hey Din.
Hey Din, we love you. We've known him for a long time. I call him Hey Joe. I've called him Hey Joe for 25 years actually.
So yeah,
hey
we're
Joe.
also encouraging getting behind your local shapers, repairs, board shaping, everything like that helps grow those industries in places like this, and you start to get that athlete shaper relationship, which also helps improve your surfing and knowledge of your equipment. And you'll end up like Waxhead, who knows everything about everything.
He does know everything about the surfing
He's
industry.
a walking encyclopedia of board design, shapes and tails. It's amazing.
He goes dikey. He's just taken off down the line a little bit. Nice little swooping cut back into the power source. And again, he's hoping this inside stands up for him and he can whack it, which he's about to do. Yeah, that was really nice. Nicely done and nicely orchestrated. He's going to hang around for a little bit and see if anything happens on the inside.
There's almost an advantage now to sort of riding onto the inside. Even if you're not going to get that inside section, the way the current's sort of running is it's going to put you a little bit wide of the break at the moment, and he's going to get a clear paddle out, and only has to contend then with the current, not the waves and the current.
Okay.
So just watching from that last heat, just from the top of the tower there where the judges are, notice that the current in there is actually going to help get you out a little bit quicker and easier.
All right, well, there you go. So, if we weren't out there, so we didn't know you were out there, so you know what's going on. So that's interesting to hear. So if you pull off too early, you've got more chance of getting caught inside.
You're going to get clipped, and then you're going to end up there anyway. So
yeah,
it's not a bad thing. I think you might have seen in my heat, I did actually take one from not even in priority. I was trying to sneak in a 2.8 while no one was looking.
Yep.
Just hoping that maybe some freight train sets destroyed it for everybody else for the rest of the 15 minutes. Was a bit ambitious, but a game plan's a game plan.
Oh, is he going to stand? He's going to make it through there?
Get through it.
That was a really interesting move. I don't even know what to call it.
Was that Jaywood?
Surfing
Green? No, that was our surfer
it was,
in
Roy
Kanazawa.
Blue. Oh, you'll have to, if they replay that one, you'll have to tell me what it is, because I didn't even know what he was trying there. It was like a drop wallet air, which doesn't make any sense to me. Until we get that, I just wanted to say, Little Surf Maid, we want to thank you and the great the Escape Resort. Omar Gandawali, San Juan Surf Resort, La Union Surf Club, local government of San Juan, and Kagawad in Roy Sangyon. Thank you all. Thank you all the sponsors. We love ya.
We do. We thank you for everything, the food, the drinks, everything that's going on. Hoping to get that replay for last of Roy. That would be good to see, but if not, we can talk about how Jaywood El Ciso's going. Young guy from Shargao. He's up against some pretty impressive names there.
Yeah, he was, and I think his first sponsor was Hippie, right? From Hippie Surf Shot, I know.
No, that's Eduardo El Ciso.
Oh, that's
so that's the older brother. This is the younger.
Okay.
Great surfing family as well. They've got 14 Tatars, or 5 of them, I think, 4 of them, something like that. They've got a few Tatars. This is the second Tata Duha.
So yeah, that's interesting. You nickname your kids the same 4 times.
It's pretty easy because then when you call Tata, you're guaranteed to get someone popping around the corner, I guess.
I've talked a few times about the Philippine nicknames. I love it.
I love it too. More to the fact that sometimes you can go their whole life without knowing who they are.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Or knowing their full name, so to speak.
I mean, I guess because I do the surf comps, there are a bunch of them, Yok Yok and Usut and Dodo. I mean, had I not done the surf comp and seen their real names, I probably, to this day, wouldn't know their names.
Absolutely.
But I do know their names, and they're all really great guys.
Oh, they are great guys. Shout out to that Shargao crew. Good times with that event. The only time that thing slowed down was pandemic.
Correct.
They fired back up, so it was really impressive. 1 year or 2 years pandemic break?
I think it was only 1 year.
It might have been. They were very quick to jump on the ship.
I think it was only 1 year, because we had some issues with sponsorship.
All right, let's get and have a look at Dakey's last wave, a 5.5. Really crisp move, and he put this together well. Like I said, the conditions out there are super tricky. I think he sets this one up with a bit of a wrap. And now he's not doing too much, which is always good in these conditions. And look at that. He's seen that section from way out, and he just launched into the lip. Waiting for a little bit more. This is just a bit of downtime. Bit of wrap, not too much in that, but the 5.5 definitely came from the way he set up that last turn. He done that wrap straight up into a smooth combination off the lip, so Judge is loving it.
What I'd like to do maybe tomorrow or one day is get one of the judges who are actually not judging or having a bit of a break in here and maybe break down certain things. I don't know if during the event they're allowed to be in here. I don't really know the deal. But, on that last wave from Daiki, he did 2 essentially just cutbacks on the inside. Now, was it worth doing that? Did he get half a point for each one? Or is it just straight up downtime and he was waiting for the inside and nothing happened? I always want to know that, I'm not entirely sure if... does it garner him a half a point more, which may make a big difference? And I know you don't really know the answer, but
it is changing. Though you are right, there is, and it is a subjective sport too. So it's not necessarily like that's the joy of our sport. We don't get that turn equals half a point, that turn equals half a point.
I know.
So
Well, what if the second turn he actually fell off? Would he lose points thinking that he hasn't finished off the wave? There's just a lot of those little intricate judging details that I just don't know exactly how it works. And I am actually a qualified judge, although I haven't done it for quite a long time. But I guess I don't even think about that if I'm judging. I just look at the all-round wave and whether
which
there was
is
a
sort
big
of how it is. They're looking at major manoeuvres, those minor manoeuvres, and those little wraps that they're doing. They're considered minor manoeuvres. When you hit that combination where they've gone from maybe a set-up turn into that major manoeuvre, it does definitely start multiplying the score because you actually put in that combination.
Moves, yeah.
So those little wraps that they're doing, mainly that's just about getting into that spot and hoping it sets up. So then you'll hit that little wrap and then you'll hit that next section. And so I don't think it's going to actually add more like half a point. It's just going to be minor manoeuvre.
Yeah.
Judges want the big
I
win.
think sometimes cutbacks are underrated. I love to see a big off the whitewater cutback. And I can't remember the movie. They were in Nias many, many years ago. And it was Thornton Philander did the great, I don't know if anyone out there will remember, it might have been something Asian, something, whatever it was, but he did the greatest cutback I'd ever seen in my life. And I still look at that footage and think that is the greatest cutback I've ever seen in my life. And Thornton, if you're listening, I know you live up there in Yamba now. I still remember that, old mate.
I love those moments that live in your mind. They're so good, aren't they?
Yeah, I wish it was a moment that I had made, but nonetheless.
Noah Beshan, when he sent an air in one of the events in Shargao, it was one of the biggest airs I've ever seen in real life up to that time. And as soon as he left the lip, I knew he was going to make it. And I was blown away from the start of the air to the end of the air.
And you'll always remember that one?
And I'll always remember that wave. Nathan Florence took a wave at Chopu on a big, beefy, mid-length red board, I think it was, a few years back. Sort of boosted the career of Nathan Florence.
I remember that, yeah.
One of the best waves I've ever seen ridden at Chopu. He got high, he got ugly in the foam ball, and I think that's where people started recognising that John's brother was indeed an absolute weapon. I think he just came back with the stab.
He was just
slab of the wave
recently
awards.
in Sydney. He surfed Shark Island, actually, I'd say about 2 months ago.
Somehow he was just recently everywhere in the world.
Yeah, I guess. when you can chase the swells like that, you're pretty lucky. Okay, so...
A little bit late.
Varun, went dark on our screen. I don't know about your screen at home, but that was Varun just on a late
There he
takeoff.
is.
He got through the section. He's got a little bit of something to hit there, which he does. He's going to do it again. Okay, beautiful wrap.
Nice wrap.
And he's not finished. Little floater, which he's going to make, and then he's going to head in. Okay, half a point. Come on, another half. I'm going to give a quarter for the flick off.
Yep, and I think there was a lot of downtime on that wave, and that's where it's so hard out there.
So he needs a 5.65 to move through. We missed a little bit of that, but it was quite a nice wave, well put together, and he looked in control the whole time. So
we did get into the
time
dark
will
there,
tell
didn't we?
what happens there.
We'll see, yeah. What's he looking for?
Oh, 5.65, yeah.
If not, he's looking to improve on a 3.15. So is it around there? I think it'll be around there, possibly a little bit better. I don't know if it'll go
thinking
5,
more
6,
than
5.
3.15. They seem to have upped the ante a little on the scoring in the last few heats.
Yep, and here comes Daiki.
Okay.
Daiki-san. Nice wrap.
Oh, yeah,
off at
that
a
was
beautiful
insane.
section.
That was insane. That was fully in the air. That was really committed and
probably got a little bit inverted on that one
downright
too.
dangerous. Yeah, no, that was epic. And although he rode out of that.
He rode out of that. Big thank you to The Escape, Jerry Sanders, for having us here in this wonderful building. If you are in town in La Union, I highly recommend it. We're in one of the bunk rooms for our
This place is epic.
broadcast.
It's right on top of the point. You couldn't ask for nicer, bigger balconies.
Bar, pool table.
The food, yeah. No, this is really nice. And it's probably a bit of shame that we have to work here. I'd like to be just sitting in the banana chair watching the surf, playing pool and having a beer.
Yep, and AC, the manager, has looked after us like kings and queens. So big thank you down here at The Escape. Get down here, enjoy it. Sit here and watch surfing all afternoon. And then go out when you can't handle it anymore.
Yeah. That was Roy Kanazawa. Just turned a little too hard there. He's wrapping back into it and caught an inside rail there.
Jaywood El Ciso's been absolutely quiet out there. I don't think we even saw any of his opening rides.
Well, he's...
Oh, there it is. He dropped an 8.5 for this. This is Daiki's 8.5 that just came through. So let's watch that again. It was impressive.
Talk us through it, Johnny.
All right, so straight into that first setup carve. Beautiful. Kept his shoulders open. Didn't quite get that drive finish, but this is the move. There's the money right there. 100%.
Defied gravity there, didn't he?
100% committed. He saw nothing but lip and he went for it. There was no pulling out. He didn't half commit. He put everything that he had into it, which is really obvious. I was talking with True before. When someone does a move like that, you can't help but stop and enjoy it.
Yeah, that was epic.
And that opening wrap definitely wasn't where those points came from. That was that combination we're talking about.
100%.
This is
Here's
Jaywood.
Jayard. We just finally talked about him, and here he goes.
This kid has a really good sort of reaction time. He's got a really good, thanks, Jaywood.
He looked a bit funny on that whole wave. He sort of bogged his bottom turn.
Thanks, Jaywood, for that.
Yeah, you put him off.
But he's got a really good instinct. Really can, like, if there's a section, he'll change his mind about 3 times before he hits it. And then usually he'll give you something like really impressive. If he can he's only young too. I think he's only 17 at the moment. If he can sort of settle himself down and start like putting
That's
a bit more
That's your
thought.
job, isn't it? You're his coach?
Yeah, it comes with a bit of age. You know what Groms are like.
Yeah.
There's no settling them down. They want to do 18 win washer turns and then an air at the end. And he can do that. And it actually helps you sort of get your turns on point, and then you start finding out what's going to work for you, especially in an event. So
I just got a message from Chris Binns, who is a fantastic commentator and did this thing last year. And although I'm a bit of an amateur, I learned a lot from Chris Binns last year. So, Binnsy, hope we can do another one at some stage, and I'm glad you're watching, and I appreciated all the help from last year.
If Waxhead is the encyclopedia of surfboards, Binzi is the encyclopedia of surf and surf history. That guy knows more about surfing than anyone I've ever met. You could talk literally for about a month straight just listening to Binzi and what he knows and how he can break down everything that's happened in surfing for the last... he's been in the game for a long time, so...
And if we're going to say all this, we've got to say hello to Mark Cliff, who's been here a couple of times and done a thing.
He is a man with the name you can't say, Mark Clift.
Yes.
Great guy.
Yeah, good man. He's a good man. And this is Varun. He's just milking this one. I'm not sure if that's going to help him.
That last one was a 4.90, so he did climb his requirement down, but Daiki getting that 8.5 pushed the requirement back up for him, so
Yes.
still needing a 5.26 at this stage. 8 minutes and 45 seconds still rolling in there.
3.5. It did help Varun a little bit. But he only needs a 5.26 to move into second place. So he went into his top score. It knocked out his 3.15. So it's helping.
Jaywood dropped a 4.65 for that last one.
He did. I thought it was pretty good. I mean, like I said, he semi-bogged both his bottom turns, which slowed his top turns down. But nonetheless, they rewarded him for a couple of decent turns.
And once again on screen, gives it a sort of different perspective to what the judges are seeing. We've got the camera adds 15 pounds, Jerry, to us, but it might take off half a foot on the wave or 2 feet on the wave. So it's really hard to pick up, especially with the camera angles. We're sort of looking down on the waves here. When you're down on the beach, it's a whole different thing down there.
What does it add? 15 pounds to us? Have I got 3 cameras on me?
I actually thought of a joke that I was going to say to you on air, but I can't remember it now. But it was along some of those lines.
Sounds like me not remembering what I was going to say.
7 minutes and 40 seconds. Clearly out in the lead at the moment is Daiki. I'd say 8.55 for Jaywood to catch him at the moment. It's a reach for sure, but that said, Jaywood's definitely capable of a 6 or a 7 out there. Maybe 2 of those would get him into that position of that safety net of being in first place during a heat.
Yeah, look, certainly Daiki's, I wouldn't say safe, but he's safer than the others. Between the 3, then, a 6.4 is doable. There's been an 8.5. Varun only needs a 5.26. He's well capable of that.
They're all definitely not out of order there.
They're not out of the water, is that what you said?
They're not out of any order. They got a chance to move any position in this. Like they could go from second to first. They could go from third, probably up to second, up to first after that.
Well, we saw a first go down to nothing just recently in one of your heats, didn't we? A big mistake was made, and
there's not been too many priority errors going on in this event. I was actually surprised at how it went, and it's not a great way to get through a heat, and it's even a worse way to get out of a heat.
Oh, absolutely.
And whether it's just a lapse of concentration, because I 100% guarantee that he was 100% sure that he had priority at that time, but it's about making sure, double checking, being aware of that priority.
It's a lesson. It's the lesson, the biggest lesson he can learn, and sadly it ends his campaign for this particular event. But that's the way it goes. That's the way the cookie crumbles, and I bet he never makes that mistake again.
Yeah, and everyone gets that lesson right. Everybody finds that lesson along the line somewhere, and it literally could just be a minute brain off while you're thinking about what you need to get or where you need to be or what set's coming and what turns you need to do. And then all of a sudden that wave that you were thinking of pops up. There's Jaywood again. Nice little... He's got some weird, interesting little tweaks. Like he's just gone up there and he's given a little flick tail that is odd. He's lofty. He's like a cat. He's like young Marimar. Remember how he used to never fall off?
Yeah.
This guy will bend over backwards. And I know he fell over before, but 90% of the competitors would have gone down on that little stumble. And I think that might help his cause a little bit.
I think he only needs to get rid of a 4.65. It's a pretty nice wave.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
It's around that. I think it's around that number, or somewhere maybe between that and his 5.5. But if it helps his cause, that's what he needs.
It's really hard for us to sort of pick where the scale's at. It's sort of the waves are so tricky out there. I think the judges are happy to see anyone almost sort of making anything, and there's Varun again.
He's got some speed up there. I thought he was almost going to get barreled then. Okay, he's going to smash this one.
There we go. That would have been a nice little 2-turn combo.
Yeah, sadly he didn't finish it off. And here we go, Daiki, our semi-runaway leader at the moment. Nice up over the lip there. And he's going to just run out of space. So 4 minutes 40 seconds to go of our surfing today. We'll be back tomorrow. I think the call will be a 7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start.
I believe all
I
divisions.
guess I probably need to look at my phone because
All divisions should be on standby, I believe.
all
Would be the
divisions
call.
on standby.
I haven't checked that heater.
Yeah, so there's no message as yet from our fearless leader. So that's what I'm going to make it. 7 o'clock call for a 7:30 start. Hopefully nice and clean and big. I mean, the wind's meant to turn back offshore overnight, so it could be epic in the morning. Well worth watching. I know the timings are probably bad for some countries and good for some countries. I know in my home country it'll be about 10:30 in the morning. And
perfect. Wake up.
Yep, my brother will be there
Tuesday morning,
at
wake
work.
up.
My brother will be
and
there
have
at work
coffee.
with his door closed watching the surf and pretending he's working.
Yeah, I just came off a 5-week Christmas stint over in Australia, and it was good to touch base with home again. Wonderful waves, wonderful people. So shout out to all the Australians that might be watching. Oh, I saw that coming from a mile away. If he can get back on that.
Oh, he did.
Nice blowtail, not really clean on the completion, but still, that was an awkward wave.
It was.
But
he hasn't given up.
Roy could definitely be back in contention in this heat with 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Super hard paddle back out. He's looking for a 6.40.
You've got to be thinking in this condition.
That was pretty dynamic.
Yes, but also that, in 3 minutes and 8 seconds, he's going to struggle to get back out there in position by then. So this may have been his last hurrah. So
it may have.
Let's see what the judges do for Roy there. I mean, from last to second would be just epic for him. And it was sort of close. I mean, they've been paying those one big manoeuvres fairly highly, but he didn't do a great deal after that.
He laid back. He blew the fins out of it. It was pretty...
But it wasn't a clean get out, wasn't it? He sort of had to bounce out of there.
And not just bounce out, he had a few little hand paddles involved in there too. He sort of ended up in a weird, awkward double-up part of the wave.
There you go. It's a 5.2. So
yep.
It's moved him into third place, but it hasn't helped him move into
So for the next
place.
2 minutes, I believe that Roy's going to be paddling his heart out. And with about 30 seconds to go, he's going to be trying to jump onto something and then something really incredible to sort of get there.
And the problem is the wide ones here on the way out aren't really giving the scoring potential.
No.
So you need to get out and get a proper wave
And
at
I
this
can
stage. Earlier
sort
in the day they were, by the way, but they're not now.
I can tell by his body language, he may have sort of
accepted his fate.
Doesn't
Doesn't seem to be powering out there, does he?
No, I'd love to see kicking legs and everything at that moment just to make sure he got into that place. But
and I can see JR's, he's paddling out hard because he wants to keep the priority over Roy, obviously.
Absolutely. I don't think any of them will get to that priority position. Absolutely no one at the moment even holding priority. And with that current.
So really close there between the last three. I think Dykey's looking like he's the goods. Even if one were to get a great wave, he'd still run into second. Okay, so here we go. Here's a bit of a...
Was that Jaywood having a look?
I thought that was Roy, actually. Yeah, that was Roy having a look. Roy has to have a look at anything now.
And if I was Jaywood Alciso, I'd be sort of just
careful.
keeping myself inside of...
Like this one?
Dykey. I'd be keeping myself inside and I wouldn't want to be giving him an opportunity
JR
like
just
this.
gave Roy this wave, so let's see what happens.
So, here we go.
Doesn't look like a lot of potential, but if you got some air... And Dykey out the back...
Dykey out the back. My interest is, I don't think that's going to go to the 4.96.
No, I'm struggling to think.
I can see why he went it, but I also would have loved to see...
Well, he had no choice, did he?
I would have loved to see Jaywood just sitting a little bit closer to Roy at that stage.
Well, the fact is, look, he's still going, by the way.
If he can send an air on that last section...
I don't know. Let's see what his body language is. I don't know.
He might be able to go to my room and pick up the laundry that I was...
Yeah,
He's gone that far down to the beach.
He is almost back to the hotel. Well, that's really interesting. The numbers are coming in already, and it's not going to be there. It's a 4.2.
No. And the judges are going to take into account he wasn't in the priority area, so it was by all means a shoulder wave.
Yep.
Jaywood's probably going to have a similar fate on this one, unless he does something absolutely incredible, and it 100% can happen. There's Dykey. He knows he's on his victory
So
lap.
he's the only one that can change things, and he needs to get something right now.
Oh, Jaywood doing a little lofty chop hop reverse there.
All right, well, there you go. So Dykey and JR will move through to the round of 16, which will make them very, very happy. Commiserations for Roy and Varon, who surfed really well. It was really close. And then, we're going to apparently be on screen again for our closing remarks, which
30 pounds, here we go.
30
There you
pounds,
are, Jerry.
45 pounds. Hang on, I'm holding my belly in there. So, look, it was a fantastic day of surfing today, John. You know, especially because you were out there as well.
I went twice. I'm exhausted. Nap time
Twice, yeah. So, we want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching. We will be back tomorrow morning for the round of... Well, we don't know exactly who's going to surf in the morning. So, we do have longboarding, men's, women's. We have shortboarding, men's and women's. So, we'll make that decision, but we will be here in the morning to
We're
make
getting
the call.
into the juice of this event, which is great. We've got a great forecast looking tomorrow. Light winds,
Meant
I
to
believe.
be big still with
Still
lighter
big.
winds. So tune in. And again, thanks for watching. We really appreciate it. And we hope to offer some pretty exciting stuff tomorrow. So thanks, Johnny.
Thank you, Jerry.
See you later.
Oh.
The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is brought to you by Tingog Party List, House Speaker Martin Romualdez, and the Department of Tourism Region 1. The WSL La Union International Pro 2024 is sanctioned by the World Surf League and organized by the United Philippine Surfing Association in collaboration with the provincial government of La Union, the municipality of San Juan, and the La Union Surf Club. This event is sponsored by Alima, Clean Canteen, and SMC Infrastructure. This event is recognized by the Philippine Olympic Committee and the Philippine Sports Commission.
Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore. Let's wander the Ilocos Norte sand dunes. If you want to get down and dirty, this paradise is thirsty for adventure. Just choose your ride and rush through landscapes that are always changing. Go where the wind blows, here in Ilocos. Let's wander the historic city of Vigan. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the best preserved Spanish colonial towns in the world. Walk along cobblestone streets of heritage houses and historic attractions dating back to 1500s. Don't forget to take home Ilocano crafts for pasalubong. Travel back in time in Vigan. Let's wander La Union's Tangadan Falls. The perfect side trip after surfing the waves. Hike along the scenic trail and be greeted by the majestic 50-foot falls. Whoa! The best part? A dip in its cool, refreshing waters. Seek more thrills in La Union. Let's wander the 100 islands of Pangasinan, 124 to be exact, each with their own hidden secrets to be explored. The islands are connected by the Lingayen Gulf, and bridges, and even zip lines that let you fly from one island to the next. Woohoo! There's hundreds of adventures to dive into when there's 100 islands to explore.
Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos. Quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto kong tinuod nga gakos, bisag walay gastos kay dili ko anang paggapos. Sugdan na tong storya sa usa ka babay, dako siyang pagmahay sa iyahang gilabay. Dito siya ni tagay, unya nangitag away, ni syagit siya og peste giatay. Di kadawat siyang kahimtang kay iyang nakitan, giduwa-duwaan ra siya og giatikan. Lami kay labtikan, kalimtan ali na dire kay ato ang ablihan. Ang quatro cantos, di ko mo antos sa imong kabastos kay dili ko santos. Gusto ko
keepers of the flame, sharing our hope so you can feel the same. We are the children of the light, keeping the whole fires burning bright. We'll make them see